Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Storyboard18 Digital Entertainment Summit. Please put your hands together for your host, Ashima Jain.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the Digital Entertainment Summit 2025 presented by Storyboard18. We gather here today in an era where stories transcend words, creators craft entire universes, and gamers redefine economic landscapes. It's an age where screens aren't merely devices for entertainment, they evolve alongside us. In this dynamic scenario, India stands at the heart of innovation, not just participating in, but actively shaping the future of digital entertainment. Today, we are privileged to host a gathering of visionaries, industry leaders, creative pioneers, and policy makers who are collectively redefining the scope and impact of digital entertainment. Over the next few hours, we will engage in a critical conversation that spotlights innovative strategies, policy frameworks, and the creative disruptions shaping our industry's trajectory. Together, we will explore how AI, AR, VR, blockchain, and cross-sector collaborations are enhancing storytelling, strengthening global partnerships, and fostering safe, inclusive, and equitable digital ecosystems. To kick off our conversations today, we begin with a high-impact fireside chat on the theme turning state policy into a launchpad for India's creative economy that underscores the power of state policy in driving India's creative economy, especially sectors like gaming, AVGC, and digital entertainment. One of the most inspiring examples of this is Telangana, a state that has emerged as a true trailblazer in nurturing innovation, digital entrepreneurship, and creative industries. Well, joining us virtually for this conversation is someone who's been at the center of this very transformation, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana. And moderating this session is someone who needs no introduction at all, Parikshit Luthra, Delhi Bureau Chief, CNBC TV 18. Parikshit, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ashima, for that wonderful context setting. And thank you so much, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, for joining us. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this couldn't come at a more important time. Earlier this year, we saw how the Minister for Electronics and Information Technology said that we would be setting up a $1 billion fund to promote the creator economy in the country. We also announced the setting up of an Indian Institute of Creative Technology in the Film City in Mumbai with a total outlay of 391 crore rupees. Now, when we speak about this, it's not just because India has to be at the forefront of the creator technology. It also has a huge economic rationale. According to reports by various industry bodies and estimates, currently the AVGC, the animation, visual effects, gaming, comics, and extended reality market is around $46 billion, and it is close to reaching $100 billion by 2030. That's a huge economic opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the second largest anime fan base in the world, and soon we'll be contributing at least 60% growth to that fan base as well. You've seen how movies like Bahubali, RRR have captured global attention, and all of those have been made in the city of Hyderabad, and a lot of the contribution, a lot of the audio visual effects came from the city of Hyderabad. So, Mr. Ranjan, wonderful joining you. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ranjan is someone who's done tremendous amount of work with both governments in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, also at the national level. He's someone who's handled information technology portfolios, and currently he's the Special Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana, CEO of the Industry Investment Cell and the Speed Cell as well. Speed Cell meaning a cell which is meant to facilitate and accelerate things for the industry in Telangana. So, Mr. Ranjan, thank you very much. It's great that you could join us. Why don't you begin by telling us and our audience about the opportunity that lies ahead, while the government is now at the central level making all the right noises, making sure that we are able to capture the global opportunity by 2030. Telangana has been at the forefront for many years. Give us a sense of what you are doing at the state level to actually boost the AVGC economy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Parikshit. Greetings to everyone there in the audience. First of all, my apologies. I was expected to join in person, but lots of other things are happening in Hyderabad. So, but nevertheless, this is a good way to at least convey some of my thoughts to all of you. So glad that, Parikshit, you are recognizing the contributions that states are making in this sector. Typically, when events happen in Delhi, everything becomes very national government centric, Delhi centric. States are not really heard that much. So
how
glad
can we
that
forget the contribution of Tollywood, sir?
Of course. So, and that is the reality. And let me give this data point right at the beginning. Audience themselves would know this, but I'll give a very precise data point. So if you look at the last 15 years of the Indian film industry, and if you see which have been the biggest grossing movies year after year after year, you will find that in 9 of the 15 years, the biggest grossing movies are from the South. Nine are from Telugu industry and 3 more are from the South. So 12 of those 15 years, South films, Southern, I mean, we don't call them South films anymore, but let us say films made in the South. And even the films which are non-Telugu. Of course, some of you will recall 2 Kannada movies did very well. 1 Tamil movie did very well in a particular year. But all the digital work, the post-production work, the VFX, etc., was all done by studios in Hyderabad, even though the producers, the cast and crew were from Karnataka and Tamil Nadu respectively. So,
but sir, actually, I was reading that some of the top AVGC company CEOs, almost possibly 15 or 16% of them in the country, are from Telangana and Hyderabad.
Yes. So, see, it is like this. In some ways, our government, much earlier than others, recognized the value of this sector. In fact, as everyone would know, Telangana is a new state. It was created in 2014. But earlier, what is now is Telangana was a part of the combined state of Andhra Pradesh. So since then, and definitely after 2014, when Telangana has become a new state, this has been identified as a very flagship sector for us in our economy, in our digital economy in particular. And the government has done multiple things. First of all, we were possibly the first state to come out with a very progressive AVCG policy, and we are now bringing version 2 because the policy has seen 10 years go by, and obviously lots of new developments have happened. And one good thing about our policy is that it has been prepared in a very consultative way. It's a very bottoms-up kind of a policy. It's a policy where lots of challenges or pain points which the industry used to face back then in 2014 have been addressed, and today 10 years have gone by. The results have been very, very encouraging. But more than policy, what is it that the government is going beyond that? So I would like to list out 5 more things that we are doing. So I don't know whether you have the facility to show something from the internet, if you can pull out something, or even after I speak, if you have the screen will become free. If you can pull out something from the internet and display it for the benefit of the audience. We are constructing an amazing piece of infrastructure, which is called the Image Tower. If you just type it in your search engine, Image Tower Hyderabad.
I can tell you that people are typing on their phones right now to probably be cued into what you're saying. But yeah, please go ahead, sir. You're telling us about the 1.6 million square feet space that you're setting up in Hyderabad?
Yes. So people who type it and see the image of that, I can guarantee that their eyes will pop out. I mean, this is an eye-popping thing which will come on your screen. You will not believe that such a thing is coming up in India. And obviously, you will not believe even more that the government is behind such a thing. So something very extraordinary is coming. This is an amazing building. The architecture, you can see the design of the building on your phones. And later on, I would request Parikshit to display it on the bigger screen.
Okay, you know what, sir? I'm going to just, I knew you were going to talk about it. So I've at least taken out some statistics which I want to throw to people, tell them to just explain everyone the scale of what you're talking about. You're talking about the image city, which is going to come up in Hyderabad. This is a 1.6 million square feet of grade A space. 1,200 crores is being invested by the state government, sir. We're also going to see employment being generated for at least 30,000 people. 150 companies in the VFX space are likely to come up in this region. So really big contribution is something that we're expecting from here, sir. What I'd also like to ask you, what are some of the enabling policies that are needed in order to make this a success at a nationwide level? You've had great experience in this space, but if we want to replicate this in every state through a cohesive national policy, how do we do that, sir?
See, so if you look at experiences of global companies, Indian companies, there are certain expectations from the ecosystem. Now, whether the government creates that ecosystem or that ecosystem evolves by itself organically, as is typically happening in many Indian cities, the government catches up far later than before the ecosystem rises, which is not the case in Telangana. So what we have been striving right from 2014 till now, 11 and a half years have gone by, is to put every aspect of that ecosystem very meticulously at one place and create a very seamless system. So I'll give you an example. Today, any company is eventually going to bank on talent. Talent is the big differentiator. Even international companies are coming to India. Earlier, they would think of coming to India because possibly of cost advantages, but that still remains some part. I won't say that it has been completely discarded, but much more value is given to the kind of talent that you get. So in Telangana, the government has started, many years ago, it has started specialized skills related to the AVCG sector. We also have an institution of the government which checks from the companies, what do you want to actually deploy in Hyderabad. So I'll give you an example. You and the MC before you were speaking about anime. I'm happy to share with you that Crunchyroll, this is a Sony company, as some of you would be knowing. Definitely people in the audience know. They have decided to set up a 2,000 strong studio in Hyderabad. They will be developing this Japanese manga, anime from here, from their Hyderabad studio. But when they came here, they found that the animators that are available currently, employed by different studios, the skills that they have in animation, in drawing, etc., is much lower than what the Japanese market requires. So they told this to us, that they see everything else in Hyderabad to be so positive, but this is a gap which is not there just in Hyderabad. They noticed all over the country. So we have now given a commitment to them that through the government, through this institution that we have in the government called TASK, Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge, we will train those many people. We will take the curriculum from you. We will get our trainers trained by your master trainers. And then in batches, we will run programs. And if you require 2,000 people, I'll train 5,000 people and give them to you, and you select the best out of them. But the real cherry on this deal is that it is absolutely free. Sony or Crunchyroll don't have to spend even 1 rupee to get 2,000 people trained to match their skills expectations and deploy them at the right time when the deployment is required. So
that is a very
these are some of the
point,
things
sir,
which we are doing through the government.
Because, when you have these multinationals coming to India, especially in the tech sector and the gaming and anime sector, everything seems right when it comes to India, but there is a gap related to skills. How much more do we need to invest at a national level when it comes to skilling people to win in this economy? One thing is to set up big facilities like the Image City, like the National Center for Technology in Malad in Mumbai, in Film City. But how do we make sure that you've got a ready skill set, a ready pool of people available to global companies coming in?
So the model that we have worked out, Parikshit, is, and the model is very interesting. It has not yet been replicated anywhere in the country. So we have started a skills university, which is called Young India Skills University. See, normally the moment someone speaks about university, the first thing which comes in mind is that who are the faculty, who are the professors, who are the assistant professors and stuff like that. In this university, there are only two administrative positions. There's a vice chancellor and then there is a registrar. There is no third employee of this university. So it puzzles people that how come this is a university where there are no faculty members. But the answer is that the entire teaching is done by the industry. So this is the skilling model. If the industry requires skill, you come and develop the skills. I will give you the facilities. I'll give you the infrastructure. I'll mobilize the students. I'll pay their fees. I will create labs for them. But you bring your trainers, you conduct the training, you train them. As many of them as you require for your company, you employ them. The rest, if your training quality is good, will be absorbed by someone else. So this is the model. So skills are required. India potentially can be the leader in the AVCG sector because of the talent available. But the finishing skills, which makes that difference, that I expect the industry has to come and take that responsibility. And our experience with the Skills University is very positive. We have now started courses in 13 verticals, including the AVCG vertical. We call this as the image vertical in Telangana. So the image vertical is also one of the verticals where the industry or the industry body put together is kind of putting the program, designing the curriculum, delivering the curriculum, conducting the exam, and so on.
You know, sir, let me also shift focus to the gaming sector. Now, this is a sector that is seeing strong growth in India, but there are, of course, certain regulatory hurdles. Now, you've often said that blanket bans or prohibitions don't work. What is the kind of ecosystem that we need in the industry, in the country, to make sure that the gaming industry flourishes? This is, in fact, something that the Prime Minister has also spoken about. We want to make sure that Indian software engineers, Indian companies are able to make games, not just for the domestic market, but for the world as well. How do we make sure that innovation and policy making go hand in hand?
True. So, see, I'll answer the bigger question on the gaming regulations, and then I'll speak a little bit about innovation, policies, etc. So, see, it is like this. The gaming, online gaming, while it has huge potential to create jobs, contribute to the economy, it also has a flip side. We have seen so many instances where people have got addicted, crimes have been committed, and sometimes people who are running those gaming applications or gaming portals have actually gamed the system. Bots are playing against human beings without their knowledge. We have seen underage participation, which is also a menace. So it's not to say that everything is rosy. I mean, I don't really know the profile of the audience here, but whoever is sitting there, I would like to tell them to be very open-minded and realistic and candid about the fact that there is a downside to it also. And let us also address what can be done to take care of that and then benefit from all the advantages of contribution to the economy and job creation and so on and so forth. So the solution which was typically deployed, like just ban all the gaming companies, ban the gaming apps, I have repeatedly taken that stand that is not the solution. And even now I'm mentioning this, even though my state has been one of the states which has banned online gaming. But as I said, that is not the solution. But again, so as you would know, in the national guidelines which have come on gaming, the solution which has been suggested is that there should be self-regulatory bodies, SRBs. But again, I don't want to name anyone. I possibly assume that some associations are also sitting in the audience. I don't want to kind of signal or kind of point anyone or, I mean, that's not my intention. But the general feedback is that this methodology also has not really succeeded. There is what is called as elite capture. There is too much of fragmentation in the industry. One company may belong to one association. Someone else may not allow someone else to kind of become a part of this. So it has been a messy kind of an experience. Now, so a third kind of a model is being discussed and debated. In fact, some of the members in the audience might have participated in the online consultation, which we had organized approximately a month ago, in which we had tried to suggest that can we still go ahead with ethical, positive way of game development, gaming, etc., without having these self-regulatory bodies. And some solution has been given. I don't want to speak much about it. It's not a easily palatable solution. There are some red flags around it also, but eventually we have to converge to some view in which the negatives, the flip sides of the gaming aspect are taken care of, avoided, pointed out at the very early instant, nipped in the bud. It is like so many other industries also. A few black sheep eventually tarnish the whole industry. And instead of waiting for someone from outside to police them and catch them and arrest them and all that, the industry has to do it. But then there is so much of fragmentation in the industry that is not happening. So I'm trying to promote or advocate a third method. And if enough traction and support is there, then Telangana will be very happy to introduce that legally and move ahead. But one very quick reply,
very
since you asked about
point,
innovation also. So I'll mention one thing. I spoke a lot about talent. The talent is something which Telangana is on top of. But I would also like to mention that innovation is again something on which we are on top of. See, I have attended lots of conferences, seminars. I've attended international meet on the image industry or the AVCG industry. People are also recognizing that there is lots of disruption happening in these sectors, technological advancements, user engagement, understanding what user wants, and then tailoring the outreach accordingly, and so on. Lots of new advancements are happening, and much of it is coming from the world of young entrepreneurs, young innovators, whom we call as startups. So in Hyderabad, the government had the foresight to start an exclusive incubator and accelerator only for the image industry 8 years back. I mean, people are talking about it now, but 8 years ago, we set this up in Hyderabad. It is called the Image Incubator, and more than 250 startups have gone by, and I frequently hear about them, interact with them. They have done amazing thing. So we have in Innovate trying to tick all the boxes. We are providing infrastructure, we are providing skills, we are providing access to innovation, and of course, policy support through incentives and other things. And that is possibly one of the reasons why you see an immediate impact on our film industry, which you mentioned right at the beginning, that some of the biggest grossers are from the south, and all the technical work happens in Hyderabad. And all the films which have done well, you named some of them, Bahubali and RRR, and so many of them subsequently. If you see what is really special, what is attracting viewers towards these movies is the VFX work, is the quality of digital work.
Absolutely. You know, sir, that's a wonderful note to end on. And I guess why Telangana stands out is because you give everyone a complete package. Infrastructure, ease of doing business, and the fiscal incentives, all of it is there. And to talk it all, you've got the skill sets also available. Thank you very much, Mr. Ranjan, for a wonderful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Ranjan.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, for that incredibly insightful session. Your vision for Telangana and its creative economy continues to inspire state-led innovation across India. We truly appreciate you joining us virtually and setting the tone for today's discussions. Well, now it's time for a session that brings together two of India's biggest passions, cricket and gaming, in a fireside chat on the theme Game On, how Dream Cricket 25 is leveling up India's digital entertainment landscape. In this session, we will spotlight Dream Cricket, that is a flagship title from Dream Game Studios, India's first AAA mobile sports gaming studio, taking world-class sports games global. Built from the ground up, Dream Cricket delivers an authentic, high-fidelity cricket experience that brings the thrill of the sport to your fingertips. Let's have a look at the path-breaking work Dream Game Studios have been doing. Well, isn't that wonderful? To moderate this session, please welcome back on stage CNBC TV 18's Parikshit Luthra, and joining him on stage is the visionary behind Dream Cricket 25, Rohit Gupta, CEO and founder of Dream Game Studios. A big round of applause for both of them.
Thanks, Rohit, for joining us. You know, it's been a great afternoon so far, and Mr. Ranjan really gave us a lot to think about. Now, if we speak about the larger AVGC extended reality sector, gaming is going to be a big contributor to that. You know, I was just looking at some of the facts, and just for context setting, India is the second largest gaming market in the world. 23 million users were added in FY24 alone, and you must be having all the real latest statistics. Ladies and gentlemen, $7.6 billion. This is where the market could reach by 2029, and according to some accounts, it may even reach $9 billion. We're looking at a compounded annual growth rate of 14.9%. Currently, the sector employs about 1 lakh people. This could go up to anywhere between 200,000 to 250,000 by 2029, and it's already seen $2.8 billion in funding over the last 5 years. So clearly encouraging trends, but there have been policy hurdles. There have been issues related to real money gaming. There have been issues related to betting as well. So we have to find the right path and make sure we grow the innovation ecosystem and also cash in on the economy. So Rohit, give us a sense of, first of all, how you started Dream Game Studios.
So first of all, Parikshit, glad to be here. And yeah, I mean, great numbers that you have. So it's a long story. In fact, I have been doing this for last 15 odd years now, even though you might say and see Dream Game Studios to be, let's say, the youngest gaming startup in India, but yet one of the oldest, right? So the story behind it goes, I started Rollercool. It was one of the pioneers in mid-core gaming in India back in 2010, right? And in 2021, Dream Sports acquired Rollercool. And then it got rebranded as Dream Game Studios, and here we are, right? And in fact, back in 2010, we had the same vision that we had today, right? Which is to put India on a global gaming map, right? That is what we are still after. And by the way, games, just like any other softwares, is one of the most, in fact, it's nothing but a software, right, at the end of the day, and one of the most complex softwares to create in the world out there, right? And to do that, it's not going to be easy. And by the way, it's not just one or two companies who can do it. It's going to be the entire ecosystem coming together to be able to do that. So yeah, that's the long story short, Rollercool and Dream Game Studios and now.
So I'm assuming Dream Cricket 25 is your flagship marquee property.
Yes.
Right? So how did you envisage that, and how does it really contribute to your company's growth?
Okay, so first of all, there is this philosophy that we have. We always, even after being a gaming company, right, we always look at the problem that we need to solve, right? So we have been, I mean, like cricket is like a religion in India, right? But we always notice that there is a big gap in the market, right? Especially if you look at from the perspective of cricket fans, they are not getting the experience that they deserve, right? It's as simple as that. I mean, look at other sports. For example, just look at football, just look at baseball, just look at basketball. When it comes to entertainment, the fans have something for them, right? You might have played or you might have heard of this game from Esports, which is FIFA. You might have heard of NBA 2K, right? Fantastic games, fantastic.
I played that during school.
You have, right?
Completely lost touch.
That's okay. And in fact, if you see...
Tell me something. What's like the average user age of your gamers?
Age?
Yeah.
So for Dream Cricket, it's somewhere around like 29 years. Still quite young, right? So, yeah, I mean, those are the folks who will continue to play for a long time. In fact, if you see... like sports games as a genre itself, it's in the gaming industry as well. It is one of the most sustainable ones, right? There are like hardly few games you will know where IPs big IPs like a couple of decades back, still big IPs today, right? You might have heard of Mario, right? It's not a big IP today, even though people talk about it, Pac-Man maybe. But FIFA, it was in fact first created in 1991, right? It's been like 35 years now. But anyways, just to quickly answer your question.
There was FIFA, there was Need for Speed, and there were so many of them.
Yes. So to answer your question, Dream Cricket is built to deliver to the fans what they truly deserve, right? To give them an experience equivalent or better than what FIFA is giving to, let's say, football fans. So, like what we say it often internally, why should football fans have all the fun, right? It's time for cricket fans to have fun as well.
And you have a ready base, right? In the country, India loves cricket. It's a religion.
Yes. I mean, that's good for us, right? Because our addressable market, it's pretty huge, right? But at the same time, it becomes even more trickier, right? Because we are not the first one to have been creating a cricket game, right? There are just so many out there. And to be able to get noticed out of all that noise is truly a great product, right?
Right. I'm guessing that while you have a very strong domestic base, the aim must be to also grow globally and gather a base globally as well. What are you doing to do that? And when it comes to Indian gaming companies, what is the percentage of domestic users versus global users?
So definitely global is a pretty good market. So there is a difference in behavior when it comes to Indian market and the global market as well, right? India, it is about more users, but less monetization. Globally, it is about less users, but more monetization. Definitely, India and global will converge at some point in the future. But from our side, our strategy is to first achieve the product market fit in India itself, right? Because ultimately what we are really solving for is our cricket fans, right? And the majority of cricket fans currently are in Indian subcontinent, right? So that is what we solve for. Once we achieve that is when we go global, which we believe is not going to be as steeper challenge as it has been in India.
All right. So let me ask you, you were one of those who was lucky enough to showcase Dream Cricket 25 to Prime Minister Modi at the Wave Summit. What was the experience like?
Definitely we were one of the lucky ones. It was a very surreal and a proud moment for us, right? So first of all, the amount of time that PM Modi gave us was something that we were not expecting, right? Which actually shows his keen interest in gaming and the way he was just watching our trailer, spoke to us, right? The attention was phenomenal, right? And he believed that it is one of the stepping stones. I believe all of us Indians, right, love cricket. And once we are able to see something which is able to truly capture its value, it's a big win. So I think what he might have seen is a game from India that he has never seen before. And we got a clear mandate from him, right? He's like, cricket is coming in LA Olympics now, right? So go global, target that, make that your target, right? So we have a PM mandate now for Dream Cricket, so that's exciting.
So tell us, how do you want to grow Dream Cricket over the years? How many users do you have? How many do you plan to add? What are some of the upgrades you want to give to the game to make sure you are able to capture a bigger market?
So on the user perspective, somewhere around like 15 to 20 million users is what we have right now. I would say just tip of the iceberg of what's possible out there. In fact, even if you look at India, the total addressable or cricket gamers market is around 400 million, right? So as you can clearly see, we are just starting out. So huge opportunity for growth there. And from a product perspective, still a lot of work to be done, right? In fact, I would say we are halfway there still. So many exciting things coming up. But the way the things are looking in the market, it's very exciting, right? In fact, last month itself, right, on the top grossing charts on iOS, we were just one rank behind Esports FIFA, right? And top grossing charts is not something which you achieve by getting a good downloads, right? It is ultimately end-to-end everything, right? How many downloads are you getting? How are users playing the game, engaging with the game, and how are they spending inside the game, right? So we came this close, right? with a 50% product, right? So just imagine when we are able to build it entirely, where it is expected to grow. So we are super excited about that. So many exciting things coming up in the future as well.
Right. I'd like to ask you a question at a larger level. If we want this sector to grow, what are some of the policy initiatives or policy interventions that we need? And how do you think the policy ecosystem in India has so far helped or not helped the gaming industry?
So I believe policy plays an extremely important role, not just gaming or rather any industry out there, right? I mean, if South Korea is a great example of that. Like just look at where it is now when it comes to entertainment, and I think the intervention of policy made that difference. And we see that happening in India as well, right? The interest of the government in promoting so many things has been phenomenal. So yeah, it starts at the bottom of, which is where the government helps, right? In fact, I'll give you an example of Dream Cricket itself, right? So we are a startup, even though we are part of our Dream Sports group, but we are just like any other startup. So when we were starting Dream Cricket, and if you look at any sports games, you need motion capture, you need animations, right? Sports animation, which is a very expensive setup, right? To be able to create those animations, you need to spend a lot of money, which the startups don't have, right? So what we were able to do was to double down or tap on the AVGC mocap setup that the government had done, right? We were able to go to Bangalore, do our shoots, right? We don't have to do the entire setup. And that kind of laid the foundation for us to be able to build the product from ground up, right? So small things that the policy helps in doing makes a lot of difference for companies to build products to come up at the end of the day. So this is just a very small example, but I'm sure you know there are like all these interventions, all these policies, the fact that PM Modi visiting us, right, just giving us those words of encouragement goes a long way. So
and it also makes it clear that this is a sector the government wants to, trust.
Yes.
The government wants to bet on.
Yes.
Because over the years we've seen things like a lot of addiction with games among children. You've seen illegal betting taking place, people losing money on real money gaming apps as well. So some of it had given the industry a bad name. So this, in a way, is an endorsement by the Prime Minister. But for companies which are starting off, for startup founders, what are some of the guardrails they must keep in mind in order to make sure that they grow in a healthy way while the consumer is happy? You make sure his welfare is also taken care of.
I mean, that's a difficult one, but I would just say like no shortcuts primarily at the end of the day. End of the day, like just solve the problem of the users rather than solving for self. And if you solve for the users, ultimately, that is what wins.
Right. How do you see the skilling ecosystem in India? When we were speaking to Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, and he was speaking about how Japanese and Korean companies wanted to come and set up in Telangana, but they found a shortfall in the supply of skilled professionals, which they were able to meet later. But when you're out looking for engineers or people who can make these softwares, make these games for you, is it easy to find that talent?
So yes and no, both, right? Mainly because, so see, first of all, it's not a problem that will be solved in a single day, right? Skill development is a process in itself, and it's an entire ecosystem, right? So it's actually at the end of the day a loop, right? Industry and academia working together. Academia will only create more students if they have like industry who can give them jobs, and industry will be able to only give them jobs if there is like big market out there. And if you know that the gaming industry in India is just picking up, right? So the kind of skills and talent that we used to see back, let's say 15 years back in 2010, there is significant improvement in that today in 2025, right? And it is just growing upwards, right? So I don't feel there is lack of skills rather, but I would say the lack of exposures. And like I said, it's a feedback loop at the end of the day. So, and like I said, right, to put India on a global map, it's not just one or two products or gaming companies will be able to do it. It's the entire ecosystem, right? So let's say if Dream Cricket becomes successful, right? It becomes like an inspiration maybe for more gaming entrepreneurs to start gaming studios. Same for other games as well. And when they do that, they need to employ people, and then that loops just keeps repeating itself, right? Because, you know, for me as well, right? When I entered gaming, so I'm, by the way, a computer science graduate by education. So when I wanted to actually build a game, I didn't have any pointers, right? I couldn't find the place to educate myself with gaming. So I had to go all the way to US to learn it, come back to India, and then start a gaming company. So like I said, right, I don't think so there is any dearth of skill development or let's say other skills in India. We are at par with the global ones out there. Maybe quantities might be still lesser. It's all the question of exposure, not solvable in one day, but eventually you'll solve it.
Right. And, you know, what are some of the big opportunities that you see for yourself and in the gaming industry for the next 5 years?
Okay, so lot of exciting things happening in the industry. I think the biggest buzzword in the market today, you might have heard of it, as well as AI, right? Artificial intelligence that we see is super exciting. I think two things it will solve for, and one thing it will create a problem for. Go-to-market will be faster because the development time is expected to reduce. The second good solve it will have is quality, right? More high-quality games that we will be able to see. What it will... The problem that it might end up creating is that everyone can create, right? Which is also a good thing. So what will happen because of that? Creativity at the end of the day is what wins, right? Because AI is nothing but what humans know already. So that is one of the biggest trend that we see. We see cricket, like from our perspective, cricket as more and more exposure, Dream Cricket gets and reach more users globally, we see cricket becoming, let's say, an interesting sports, not just in India, but globally as well. We also see maybe global powerhouses entering cricket gaming as a genre, right? Because like I said, like if you look at football and cricket, right? The first football game, FIFA, was launched somewhere in 1990s. Cricket around the same time. You might have played Brian Lara cricket in the past. But you just look at the trajectory, like where is football now, where is cricket now, right? Maybe we are here to change it, right? And that will definitely pique interest of a lot of top global gaming companies. So that's third. And fourth, maybe we might go global as well. Right. So we are a sports gaming company. Cricket is just our first game, by the way. So a lot of like local sports out there. So you never know, like we might create a kabaddi game. Okay. Or we might take the competition or challenge to Esports and build a FIFA.
All right, I'll look forward to the kabaddi game, and that's a great note to end on. But wonderful to hear your story, Rohit. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause.
Thank
Rohit
you.
and Team Cricket. Thanks once again, Rohit, for joining us.
Thanks, Parikshit.
Thank you once again to Mr. Rohit Gupta and Parikshit for that immersive look into how gaming and cricket are converging to redefine the Indian entertainment experience. Now we shift focus to a broader canvas, India's position in the global digital entertainment ecosystem. Our next speaker has been at the forefront of shaping media and digital policy in India. From guiding landmark initiatives like the Bharat Gaming Pavilion at Waves to championing emerging sectors like AVGC XR, he brings a sharp policy perspective on how India can lead the global entertainment revolution. Please welcome Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Shri Sanjay Jaju, for his special address. Sir.
Good afternoon. Good to see all of you. Many of you back again. Friends, it's again a moment of great privilege and honor that you took pains to invite me to your gathering. I really feel great when I sit with the industry because as a Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, which actually is your the media and entertainment industries department to shape policies and allow the industry to grow. It's my duty and obligation to, meet with the industry and talk to them, get their concerns, provide them an enabling atmosphere in which the industry can grow and we become the leader in this particular aspect in the world. And we all had a great time in Waves. We were just discussing in the side room. Waves was not an event. As the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, Waves is a movement that is being created. Waves is a movement being created for all of you, for the industry, for the content creators. Because this is synonymous with our growth as a nation. This is synonymous with the demography that we currently are in. The youth, the young, that vibrancy of the demography that we have right now. And the media and entertainment industry is completely synonymous with this particular projection. And for our soft presence to flourish across the world, to blossom across the world, it's important that the message that all of us together crafted when we did Waves continues, the spirit continues, the passion continues, the vibrancy continues. And by connecting all the creators within our country and across the world, we are able to make connections across the countries, which was the tagline for Waves, connecting creators and connecting countries. So I think digital entertainment being the core theme in what Storyboard18 is, trying to engage with all of us today in this wonderful evening today, has a huge share in the overall media and entertainment landscape. While the media and the entertainment landscape has many components, the digital part of that particular component is increasing at the speed of knots, and it's easily the largest segment now, and in fact close to 55% and above of the advertisement expense. I mean, media and entertainment grows through either advertisements or subscription. And advertisements and subscriptions, the digital segment is now definitely more than the non-digital segment, and which in itself means that for this segment to grow, the digital segment has to grow at a much brisker pace. As you would have noticed, when we did Waves, I think this aspect was visible all across. While we had the presence of the traditional, as we call them, film segment, etc., there was a much bigger importance, or if not much bigger, at least an equal importance laid out to the techie sector, the tech sector. You had the presence of all the big tech from the world, the big tech from our country, the presence of the tech companies from within the country, the gaming pavilion as was set up, the Bharat Gaming Pavilion, which had so many gaming companies showcasing their prowess and their content. And you had the streaming platforms, which again forms a very important pillar and part of the overall digital media and entertainment landscape. And you also had the presence of large number of studios doing animation, VFX and post-production work. You had the presence of the audio streaming companies, the music companies in the digital realm. And of course, you had this whole social media and the creator economy present during Waves. And I think all these form the overall rubric of the digital entertainment landscape. And believe me, friends, for our country where digital first are the ethos, a country which has huge internet penetration, we have a large number of people, a very big percentage of our population holding a smartphone. And obviously, once you have a smartphone, obviously you have all the added features which are available to you in the digital scape. And all this can allow us to, become a global leader. But still, the journey is pretty long, and we have many miles to go before we can claim that particular spot in this hierarchy. And that's why it's important that our content goes out. And that's how Waves was important, because it was through Waves that we wanted to showcase our prowess to the rest of the world. And the message went loud and clear. A few days back, we had a video conference with the Japanese minister who had come to Waves, and he was having conversation with our Minister of State, who is also going to be coming in the evening for his program. And he made a very important claim. The minister from Japan made a very important claim, and he actually said that he was completely astounded by Waves. I mean, he said that I had not seen an event of this scale in the media and entertainment landscape ever in my life. This is what the minister from Japan said in an open video conference. And he said the creativity, the creatosphere, the kind of vibrancy which our creators were showing was completely unparalleled. And I think this all goes to show that, we have a huge potential, and we all need to make combined efforts, composite efforts to ensure that this potential reaches the heights which it's supposed to. At the same time, friends, we need to be also embracing large number of technological trends which are happening. And I'm sure these technological trends are going to shape the digital entertainment landscape as well. All of you would agree that artificial intelligence and generative AI has been transforming every aspect of our life, knowingly, unknowingly, wittingly, unwittingly. And obviously, the media and entertainment landscape is bound to get affected, and is already getting affected. Now, there's no limit to our ambitions now in terms of what AI can do in the media and entertainment landscape. From editing to dubbing to music production to animation, large number of segments are getting impacted. And it's important that we embrace all these gains and leverage these gains and, make it look, as they say, synergic with our efforts as a young demography, and combine that to multiply the content that comes out of our studios and our labs. At the same time, another trend that is quite visible are the changing consumption patterns. We are a mobile-first country. Close to 55 crore smartphones within our country. Big number. And yesterday only we were deliberating and discussing. We have 3 crore connected households. I have no clue why, if we have 35 crore households in the country, each one of them do not have a television. In my understanding, majority of them would have, while the numbers would say that you have 20 crore television sets within our country, but I think the number will be much bigger if we get all these facts together. But the fact is that we are a digital first internet going across the length and breadth of our country at very, very affordable price, at very, very affordable per GB rate. And that's why it makes the whole process become much more dynamic, because we need to cater to the younger audience and the audience that joining on a hour-to-hour basis. And that's where digital first also makes digital advertising becoming the mainstay of the overall advertising pie. While it also calls for the traditional sectors to get disrupted, but it also opens huge opportunities for those who are in this particular segment. At the same time, the changes that are coming are in terms of the immersive technologies, and it's important that the creators within our country also make use of the immersive technologies that can actually manipulate the content and magnify and amplify the content and make it much more interesting and informative to the consumers. So that's how when we all together, all members of the industry, when we crafted Waves, the idea was, as I mentioned, was not an event. It was actually a declaration to the world, more a declaration to the world that we are ready to lead the creative economy of the future. That was the overall objective. And finally, we could do it. We had participation from more than 100 countries. Can you believe it? More than 75 countries signed the Waves Declaration. I mean, at the ministerial level, talking about the growth that's required to be done in the creative economies. More than 1,000 companies participated in Waves. I mean, that's the kind of number, that's the kind of size of the media and entertainment industry in our country. And in the CEO's roundtable, I know some of you were there in the CEO's roundtable which the Honorable Prime Minister had. A complete new roadmap and directions were issued by the Honorable Prime Minister for the growth of this particular segment. And Waves Bazaar, because it's there's no dearth of content within our country. There are so many content creators, a lot of content is getting produced, but what we require is the balance on the other side. Consumers of that content, people are ready to buy that content, people who are ready to distribute that content. And it's in this regard that Waves Bazaar was a very important effort for us to convert craft into commerce. And we have been doing Film Bazaar for decades. But believe me, one Waves Bazaar this time, the size of the market that we could capture, the size of the business that we could create was many times more than what we have ever done in the past. And it is this energy now that we want to take forward. Waves Bazaar as a property, we would like to now push it across the world. Just as buyers, some of the buyers could come here and see our products, our next effort would be to take the sellers outside and buyers from those countries can then join in. Buyers, distributors, people who can take in our content. So that's going to be our next endeavor over this next 1 year, in which we will have multiple Waves Bazaar events happening, both within the country and outside the country. WaveX, which was our platform for encouraging startups, is also going to be another important area in which we are going to be working and will require a lot of support. Creatosphere, the Create in India challenges, as somebody was pointing out, was one of the most dynamic areas within Waves. I mean, if you had any dull moment, just go to Creatosphere and you'll really freak out, and which I used to do. And it's important that all those creators are now taken up the value chain, and we should ensure that we incubate them, support them, and take them to the next level before we start another round of Create in India challenges. So that, those guys are provided the helping hand and we push them up the value chain. At the same time, it's important that the obstacles that are there for the growth of the industry are removed. I know many of you have your own problems, your own share of problems. I am aware of them. But the whole objective is to, look at those in a holistic manner. And from our side, from the government side, it's important that we work towards ameliorating and mitigating some of the problems that you face. All of you are aware, the Indian Institute of Creative Technology being set up in Mumbai. Many of you might be in the advisory boards, etc., of that particular institution. While the bigger campus in Film City will take about a year and 2 years, but our temporary camp, I don't call it temporary, maybe the Protem campus is going to be ready now, and we hope to start operations from September this year. And I think that will be a great place for people to go and hone their skills, and also for smaller companies to get incubated. I would request many of you to, support us in that particular endeavor. Besides this, for the cinema side, we also have the requirement of creating multiple low-cost cinema halls within our country. We were discussing just now, and that's going to be a very important segment which we need to look at. Take cinema to the hinterland. Take cinema to places where it does not exist today. Make it low cost so that you get more and more eyeballs and more people coming to watching cinema in a community manner. At the same time, we also need to provide opportunities and create infrastructure for getting content creators from outside the world, outside the country, from the rest of the world to come and make India the hub for their production. Because we will not just offer them cost arbitrage, we'll also offer them immense opportunities in terms of our own market, in terms of our own creators whose content is anyway going outside right now through various distribution channels. So friends, our vision is to make India not just a participant, but a vanguard in the global entertainment ecosystem. And there are 3 pillars. The first one is the creative excellence, where India becomes a global storytelling powerhouse, which produces content that resonates emotionally and intellectually across geographies. Second is where all of you sit today, the digital innovation, where our creators and platforms pioneer the use of cutting-edge technologies, immersive technologies like AI, XR, VR, and they make that content become exceptional and experiential. And the third is inclusive growth, where we get talent from every corner of our country, across languages that we have, the diversity that our country possesses. And that's how we will be able to not just create content for entertainment, but that content will also be having the value of inspiration. So all of you, my friends, let's co-create with our talent, create Indian IPs in media and entertainment landscape, allow our stories to go far and wide. And that's how we'll get global investors to come in, the global technology platforms to come in and partner with us. The time is come and the future is now. As our Honorable Prime Minister, in his opening remarks during waves, many of you would recall, mentioned, he quoted from Rig Veda, Sangachadvam Samvaddam, which actually means, let us walk together, let us speak together, let our minds be united. I think nothing more can epitomize our progress and our journey in this important path to become a world leader. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Much, Shri Sanjay Jaju, for that truly energizing address. From highlighting India's rise as a global content powerhouse to underlining the pivotal role of gaming, AVGC and immersive storytelling in shaping the future of digital entertainment, your words have set the perfect tone for today's discussions. And now we shift gears to hear from someone who's redefining digital entertainment at the intersection of gaming and purpose. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Dilsher Malhi, founder and CEO of Zupi, a homegrown gaming platform that blends fun with skill and is fast emerging as a leader in India's online gaming evolution. Mr. Malhi, the stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to participate in this crucial gathering, the Digital Entertainment Summit. First of all, I would like to extend heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Sanjay Jaju ji and sincere appreciation for Storyboard18 as well for orchestrating this event and all the peers from my industry. Let me begin by sharing a personal journey that was one of the defining moments why I became an entrepreneur. So a bit about me, I grew up across small cities in Rajasthan owing to my dad's police job. So that meant new friends, new home, new environments every few years. Amidst all these things, and one of the big thing that remained the same was a humble 10 rupee board game, Ludo, that me, my friends and my family enjoyed. And that symbolized bonding, laughter and togetherness. Years later, inspired by those memories, I have reimagined this simple board game with the power of technology, and I created Zupi. At 21, when we started, I didn't fully realize there is a massive revolution and movement happening in entertainment space, specifically in online gaming. Today, through Zupi, we have transitioned an inherently Indian tradition from wooden boards to screens of over 150 million users. It has been entirely built by our talented young Indians. Zupi, I believe, epitomizes what our nation represents today. A dynamic fusion of tradition and innovation, of course, powered by technology. This blend captures the dual essence of India. We have a proud cultural heritage and an unmatched technology advantage. And what Honorable Jajuji was also saying, we have the talent, we have a rich mythological, cultural storytelling. And if we can marry that, we do have amazing ideas that we can take to the world. Yet, one other thing I believe is that as exciting this innovation is, it always has to come with great responsibility. As leaders in digital entertainment, especially online gaming, our responsibility extends beyond just creating engaging products. We are shaping an industry that deeply impacts cultures, lives, and economies. So currently, India is the largest consumer of mobile games. I think it was mentioned, but not its largest creator yet. If you Google top 10 games that are played in India, only 1 or 2 would be Indian-made. The rest, all of them are built outside India. I believe we are on the verge of changing this dynamic with immense support from progressive government promoting innovation combined with this huge movement of entrepreneurial energy. India stands poised not just to consume, but to shape the global entertainment landscape. The BCG report from the recent Waves conference highlighted an amazing stat. India's creators influence over $350 billion in annual consumer spending, a figure that is expected to exceed over $1 trillion by 2030. This growth trajectory underscores a crucial opportunity. Our creative and technological talent can become global trendsetters, fundamentally altering the narrative of digital entertainment. As we speak, all of us know a tsunami of innovation is coming our way, and it's just getting started, which is artificial intelligence. That's going to change everything about how we create, distribute, and consume entertainment. And gaming sits at the pinnacle of it because gaming is the only form of interactive entertainment. And that reflects in everything in terms of dollars spent, in terms of time spent, in terms of everything. Gaming is bigger than all other forms of entertainment. But it's not merely about entertainment. It is the catalyst for skill development, education, healthcare interventions, employment, and broader societal impact. Within the next few years, we believe AI won't just enhance personalization, it will fundamentally alter what personalization even means, where each and every gaming experience for each and every consumer would be as unique as a fingerprint, powered by neural networks trained on billions and trillions of user interactions. However, with great potential comes an equally critical obligation. Technology inherently moves faster than regulation. And this is one of the key problems that any country has to solve, how to balance between innovation and regulation. If you leave it open, bad actors enter the space. But if you make it too tight, you scare away innovation. So for development and leading innovation in any country, it's very, very important that we nail this balance. So that's why we believe conversations around ethics, user privacy, and consumer welfare must evolve alongside our innovation goals. Robust, transparent, and fair regulation combined with responsible industry practices isn't just preferable, it's non-negotiable as per us. While many in our industry view regulation as a limitation, at Zupi, we have proactively collaborated with all the policymakers because we understand a simple truth. Good regulation doesn't hinder innovation, it legitimizes and it accelerates it. I see my role and ours collectively as twofold: to push the boundaries of what's technologically achievable, and simultaneously to be steadfast guardians of ethical responsibility. We must foster a digital ecosystem where trust, transparency, and fairness are foundational principles, not just afterthoughts. As we look ahead, we must also remain ambitious. The technology backbone powering gaming today will inevitably become foundational across sectors, transforming how India educates, connects, and empowers its people. The seeds we plant in digital entertainment today will grow into lasting public goods tomorrow. Like, one of the analogies I like to give is like Flipkart was one of the first startups in India. But through that one startup, there are like hundreds of more startups that were born outside it. So we believe all the cutting edge innovation in artificial intelligence and Gen AI is happening in gaming. And from gaming, we believe billions of dollars of adjacent industries are gonna emerge, whether it's been AR, VR, animation, all of that. In closing, I urge everyone here, dreamers, innovators, policymakers, and risk takers, to embrace our collective responsibility. Let's inspire the immense talent of this country to innovate fearlessly, ethically, and responsibly. Together, we can ensure India doesn't just participate in the global digital entertainment revolution, it leads it, it owns it. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dilsher Malhi, for that insightful and inspiring session. Your perspective on building a responsible and engaging gaming ecosystem truly resonates with the evolving digital India narrative. Up next, we have an insightful panel on the theme, Gaming as a Global Cultural Soft Power for India, where we deep dive into how gaming can emerge as India's next big cultural soft power, a tool to export not just entertainment, but also ideas, talent, and digital diplomacy. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for the session, Mr. Rajesh Duddu, partner at PwC. Mr. Rajesh Duddu, can we please have you on stage?
You want me to use this mic? Okay. I thought I was mic'd up. So that's fine. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you able to hear me okay now? So we have a good set of people from the industry on this panel. Before I get their perspectives, wanted to share a little bit of a context. Does anybody know which was the first game ever played in the human history, and when was it? Any guesses? Okay, the game is known as Mancala, which was played in Jordan in 6000 BC. So if you look from the perspective of Mancala to the current scenario with Fortnite, we have come a long, long way with respect to the global gaming industry. And if you look at from an Indian perspective, there are 3 games that India exported, not now, but during the ancient times. What those games were? One is chess, the second one is Ludo, and the third one is snakes and ladder. And all of us would have played these games in our respective childhood days, right? But from that perspective to the current scenario, if I have to look at some numbers, depending upon which company has published the report, it varies from $200 billion to $400 billion from a gaming perspective. And some of the previous speakers have mentioned that the maximum amount of downloads from a game have happened in India. But India contribution to the global gaming revenue is about $4 billion. Of course, Akshit was telling me that if you put the purchase power parity, it will come to about 4x more, and we are at number 5. We are still not at the first position. Use that as a data point, and then look at some of the enablers. If you look at the number of young people, we are possibly the highest in the world. If you look at from a digital adoption, we are number 1 again. From a digital public infrastructure, we are exporting DPI products like digital public goods like UPI and the others to the international markets. So we're doing very well, but when it comes to gaming, we seem to be lagging a little bit. And given that context, and also look at in terms of if we have to position India as a soft global cultural power, what is that we need to do? Maybe we start off with Manvendra. So basically, what do you think that we need to do in this particular space, especially when you look at intellectual property rights and development of that IPR in the global gaming industry?
So you talked about soft power, right? Soft power comes when you're able to establish some aspects, whether it's cultural, whether it's anything else, at a global level, and you get recognized because of that. And video games is something which I think, as of now, India, like you rightly said, is not really at the forefront.
Right.
But if you want to be there and also be some cultural, I wouldn't say ambassadors, but culturally we want to be, known for things. Gaming is something which can redefine how we look at everything globally.
Okay.
Right? Because gaming is something like it was mentioned some time back that it's one of the biggest, the biggest segment of entertainment globally, right? Which means that if India is able to have a portion, a big pie of that, then we can establish ourselves as a cultural leader in terms of this space. So one thing which to my mind is that we really need to do is, how do we do that, is how do we become number 1 is where we have more and more content which is coming out of India. Now, from a video game perspective. Now, for that to happen, India is where the Western world was 40 years back, 35 years back in the video game space. We are still struggling to create really great content. We are creating lots of content, but are we creating really top-of-the-line global content? Maybe not. So that's where we are struggling with, which means that we drive content development, we drive IP creations, an IP creation which comes from what India stands for in terms of culture, in terms of storytelling. It has a very unique nuances which it has.
Right.
So from that perspective, that is, to my mind, the first and the most important thing. More and more content out of India, which resonates the Indian storytelling. And the stories and storytelling. That is what will redefine the soft power which we feel we need to be there with.
Okay, so you feel that storytelling is a contributory factor to obtain that cultural.
It is absolutely not. See, storytelling is what? Storytelling is creating an environment where you are thinking creatively.
Right.
And that is something which drives your ecosystem of soft power.
Right. So you feel that there are some things that we can borrow from the Indian cinema industry, considering some of the blockbusters like RRR, Kalki, and all that stuff, where we seem to have got the act of storytelling, right? But we'll come back to you on that. Changing gears, Akshat, in terms of esports, we are seeing a lot of development happening in the esports space. When I used to work with the NEOM folks in my previous company, Saudi Arabia wanted to promote Saudi Arabia as a major destination from an esports perspective. And also, teams from India have also participated and done reasonably well. So how do you think, first, do you think we can harness esports as an option to advance the narrative of India as a global powerful force in the gaming industry? What are your perspectives?
So a little bit of contrarian thought which is there. So esports are derivatives, right? Esports is fundamentally you play a video game that other people go out and make.
Right.
And as long as we are not going to be great at a game that we are inherently part of, you'll not be a great esports. It's no use going and being, and we've seen this with cricket, right? We can love cricket as much as we want, but cricket's a 3-country game-ish, which is right, and on value, 3 to 4 country game.
Right.
It might be played by 100 countries, but the value proposition sits with only about 3 to 4 countries. And India actually had that 1983 moment, which is a very seminal moment for us.
Yeah.
Go ahead and win the World Cup so that we are the best. And we are having that with chess. But in esports title, there are no esports titles from India at all. Right? So the best title we have is a Korean game that we are all very good at playing.
Oh, yeah.
But that Korean title is not available outside India. It's a Chinese title that's available outside India. Right? So how do you go ahead and take us to be a world beater unless everyone in the world plays BGMI? You'll never get to be the world champion. It's like if this is one of those funny things which is there, the New York Yankees can go ahead and be the World Series, but it's just the Americans playing it, right? So like we have that problem. So for us, if the value proposition is to go ahead and have esports as an export, and that's where I'd love to go ahead and focus this conversation on. As a soft power conversation, we can only be as good as the games that we have. And esports is always going to be dependent on this. And we have Robbie sitting, and we have a lot of people who are the developers here. There's cricket games being built. There's Indus being built. There's the new 4G game that's being built. There are more and more games that will come in India. And eventually, one of them will have a great esports title. And one of those will be, whether it's a chess, whether it's a Ludo, whether it is a Snakes and Ladders, one day someone will compete on them.
So two important narratives that are coming up, one from Manvendra's perspective in terms of the power of storytelling. And from your perspective, you're basically saying there are not enough titles that have originated from India. So you'll have to contribute to a significant game title that will come from a Make in India perspective.
I think we'll need a world title coming that India is great at. We have to get in on the ground floor. You can't get in a game that has been 20 years. Like Counter-Strike's a great example, right? Despite anything that India will do, India will never have a Counter-Strike champion because there's always going to be people who have a 15-year head start on us.
Right.
You really need to be, like Pepsi said, change the game. You need to be on the ground floor on somewhere.
Understood. So going to Sridhar in terms of one is storytelling, the other one is ability to create those titles from a creative perspective. And for this, one of the raw material is game developers. And if I look at the numbers today, 15% of the STEM workforce is in India, and maybe 10 to 12% of AI workforce is in India. How does this shape up when it comes to game developers? Do we contribute to a significant amount of global workforce? How do you see this particular nuance evolving?
Unfortunately, in gaming, we don't have the similar depth in terms of talent, which we seem to have in other areas, because it's a fusion of creativity as well as engineering.
Right.
So which is kind of rare, and also, this is probably people are not going to like this when I say this. While we are proud of our Bollywood and Indian movies, and the Hindi movie industry has been around for 100 years.
Exactly.
Right, and we're still far behind some of the other newer industries even, right? So I don't necessarily look at yet as gaming as a soft power, I just look at it as a game development as a opportunity to create immense wealth and opportunity to create a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of small studios. And that's the opportunity. And that's only going to happen if, as a country, we start investing on our talent. We have a lot of raw talent, obviously. We have a lot of creative people. It's just that they need guidance. They need skill training, So that's where the opportunity is for us if we invest in them. Because as you said, it's a $300 billion industry. Even a 10% of that is 30 billion a year, right? So that's going to be awesome, and it's totally achievable in a decade or so if we can invest heavily on talent development. That's what's stopping us from where we need to be or where we can be is severe shortage of talent.
Understood. So you're basically saying that we have a good amount of serious gamers, we have good amount of Indian techies, but we don't have people who make good games. So staying there, how do you think initiatives like Indian Institute of Creative Technology that Mr. Jaju had also referred to can contribute to address that particular lacunae if you really feel that there is a vacuum over there?
I think Manvinder is in the board of that, so he should answer it.
Yeah, one of you in terms. Yeah, over to you, Manvinder.
See, the thing is that as one of the things which actually is at the forefront of all discussions at IICT is the fact that what are we lacking to take us to where we want to be, which is right at the top.
Right.
What is being discussed right now is exactly that, which is talent. And it's not just talent development. I mean, see, the thing is, developing talent is relatively very easy. Question is, are we developing the talent at the right levels of more than quality of the expectations?
Right.
That is something which has to be, which is what ICT is looking at. First of all, defining what are the segments of talent which are, which we don't have. Number two, what are the benchmarks of expectations by the global industry of the skill sets that we need to create? Defining that, and then defining how do we reach there. So IICT that's where it's focused on. So IICT is also going to become a university from exactly the same perspective. It's going to be a distinct university, not a regular university, which is a university with specialization. So creating talent is something which is one of the most critical pillars on which ICT wants to run. Number two, defining, and that to my mind is something which is the most important thing, defining what is it that we want out of this skill set. Because we can create talent, but if they're not relevant talent, and so talent without experience of being in the industry is half a talent to my mind.
Right.
Which means that it's not just enough to create talent. We need to make sure that talent has in some form or shape created a shortcut to the experience which a new talent is missing. That is something which also needs to be addressed. We create talent, but also provide them with some sort of experience so that when they enter the industry, they hit the ground running and not just be ready for another 2 years of learning. So that's where IICT, I think, will make a big difference.
Understood. And also, do you think it's also because of the narrative? If you look at a common household in India, the youngsters are wired to study more and play less. And is it because of that we don't encourage them to play more video games? I mean, you cannot make a cricketer just by studying cricket, right? The person has to have an experiential learning. He has to go and out into the Maidan or in the ground and play. But whereas from a gamer's perspective, the youngsters are not, they're not wired to play more, and they've been wired to study more. Is that narrative is going?
Yes, that's something. See, this is a narrative which we have today.
Right.
But if we are looking at IICT as an institution which is going to define or redefine what the future of skilling looks like, then that narrative has to be changed, and that's exactly what IICT is doing.
Understood.
What we are trying to do is that we are trying to put academics, which is learning and skilling, and industry. We're trying to bring them together. Because your learning doesn't only have to be in classrooms.
Correct.
Most of your learning, I would say a better part of your learning, happens when you're actually out there in the studio.
Right.
Doing things.
Right.
Now, that is the nature of learning which we want to redefine. Then that's the reason why all the things which are being planned for IICT are being planned with the perspective of skilling will happen, but along with the industry experience. Both these things have to go hand in hand. So move away from only education, because that is something which will not take you very far. But if you combine industry experience while you are, going through the education cycles, that is really going to define and take you to what like I said earlier, expectations that the global developers have from talent in India.
Understood. And Sridhar, moving to you, in terms of if you look at games like Pokemon Go, or the League of Legends, which have originated from Japan and South Korea, they also not only exported the games, but also exported a lot about the cultural aspects of Japanese people and the South Korean people. And if you have to do similar thing from an Indian perspective, and if they have to be an enabler from a government intervention, what do you think those enablers should be?
I mean, I guess more initiatives like Waves and others where we get people exposed to it at a leadership business level. But I think it's more about content, right? If you do, more of a certain type of content, at least the first few times, people are not going to consume it. But eventually, once they get used to it, and people would start liking it, right? Our names are difficult to pronounce. Is there a way to make that easier? There's so many ways we need to look at it. But I think that is an opportunity, where we have such deep mythology we can expose the world to, right? So if we can, at the end of the day, it all comes back to, do we have the skill to build something which is amazing, right? The reason people consume Japanese or Korean content, it's actually quite good, right? And the soft power comes from exposing their culture through it. But and same thing with China, right? Our content is not yet that good. Right?
Okay.
I mean, it's getting there, but it's not yet that good. And because of that, now if we try to push our culture on a subpar quality product, then you're also reflecting, on that. So we would rather wait for us to get better, in terms of being able to compete on the modern content and eventually start pushing mythology and other aspects.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit paradoxical, right? If you look at the content from India perspective, the Panchatantra tales, Ramayana, Mahabharata, there's so much of content that was available from an ancient times perspective. And maybe the modern content, we have not been able to keep pace with the development of the modern content. And also from a government intervention perspective, if you look at the image policy of state government of Telangana, I think they're facilitating a lot to bring the entire ecosystem together. Maybe
not just Telangana. We have like at least 10 different governments who are coming up with or come up with their ABCJ policies, right?
Right.
So this is a sunshine industry for most of the Indian states, at least the upcoming developed states, right? And so that way it's a good thing. As I said, our focus has been invest on talent, invest on high IQ talent, try to bring in game development programs or electives within IITs, IIITs, NITs, NIDs. So what Manvinder is doing is going to help. So we want government to focus on that, right? Focus on bringing in our smartest people, expose them to video game development.
Right.
Once that happens, because at the moment we have some amazing people. I mean, some of them are here, but most of us are outliers. We didn't, we played games from a very young age, so we picked it up. But we want, if you look at success stories, any of the Indian startups, they're all coming from good schools. So we want to expose video gaming to kids in good schools, right? So that's one of the thoughts.
Look, Akshat, your viewpoint.
So everyone hates my viewpoints. My viewpoint is let us never confuse venture capital, the business of business, with the business of the government.
Yeah.
Government's not in the business of business. the government, I fundamentally believe it should be in the business. I believe the government is in the business of constructive failures. Right? That's what builds the infrastructural layer. If you have 100 companies that come up and 99 fail, and the one that succeeds, the government cares about the 99 who failed. Why? Because the 99 who failed, free of cost, went and trained people, gave them experience, gave them the metal, gave them the infrastructure, gave them the experience which is there. Sure, the venture capitalists go and lose money on 99 and they'll make money on the one that's going to be super successful, but the government's not in the business of picking winners. The government's in the business of constructive failures. Right? And hence, they should be encouraging failure. Right? Doesn't matter if you fail. If this is, here's an incubator, here's an accelerator, here is the ability to go ahead and here's cheap loans, here's an access to market, here's the access to go ahead and do this. They should just go ahead and do that, knowing fully well that 99% of the people will fail.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? But those 99% people go ahead and solve for Manvendra's problem statement, right? Those people have the experience now, after being educated, to go ahead and actually go through the grind of saying what works, what doesn't work. Because if we believe that the business community is going to all go ahead and try be winners, it's not going to happen, ever. So, that side of the view needs to go ahead and do this. And on the other side of the view, let's learn from what happens in entertainment, right? This is the 7th coming of entertainment. The first coming of entertainment was books. The second coming of entertainment was lore. Actually, the first was lore, the second was books, the third was radio, then cinema, etc., television, etc., right? Look at where we are in India today. Tell me how many English channels still exist. The number of English channels that die on television are multitudes. The ones that survive are regional.
Right.
Right? That means India will not have English as its language of soft power.
Right.
It will have it as multiple languages that are there. Right? We are the United States of Europe equivalent, right? We have these multitude of languages that is there. And look at every other form of India, whether it is Mirzapur that is coming, whether it is other content that is coming. Look at the programming that comes in the country of India. Whether we say RRR, we keep on talking about it. It wasn't an English movie. It wasn't even a Hindi movie.
Correct.
Right? It was a movie that was built regionally that went and expanded it there. I think the stories of our country will go ahead and come in from the diversity of languages that we have. And the exportability of that would be then cohorted to what works for that cohort. So I don't think we should go ahead and think of whether it is English or Hindi or whatever which is there. Just look at how entertainment has played out. I think gaming is going just interactive entertainment. It'll just go ahead and play out exactly the same way.
Understood. Understood. Yeah, you make very valid points, and especially in current times, failure is a virtue. Fail fast is a super virtue. So if you have to advance those virtues of failure and super virtue of fail fast, the government should enable. Staying with you, if there is one IP that you would like to pitch and maybe give a free advice to people in the audience, what would that IP from India be?
Look, everyone, I'm a contrarian, right? I'm the 13th person who sits in a room and says opposite things, which is that doesn't mean don't listen to me. First thing, just don't never listen to me, because there are more intelligent and better people normally than who will give better answers than me. But if you want to go ahead and look at it from an opposite point of view, which is there, I don't think folklore is the one that is there that will go ahead and make the game from India. I think the power of India is and then the game that India can claim across the world as our game is, again, I was sitting on that Prime Minister's Council at Waves, which is there, and he said India should go and take the cultural and the spiritual position for the game, for the gaming industry, because everyone will just do it for money.
Right.
There'll be one country which will go ahead and say, screw the money, we'll go ahead and do it because it'll make you happy. Right. And as happiness is this perennial index that you can never beat.
Right.
So the game in India, I believe, one day will come that will go ahead and define joy. India's, that game will go ahead and export joy. And the day we solve joy, we cannot be beat. because joy can't be beat, right? Like just more joy after that, which is there. So if we can go ahead and figure out that loop, and it's this wishy-washy answer which is there, but if we can go ahead and take the spiritual high ground and go ahead and build games that go ahead and cater to that.
Sure.
Not just shooting, etc. I run multiple shooting games, but the idea is if we take that position, we've kind of built India's export.
So you're saying joy at the interface of spirituality and culture.
But not woke spirituality,
Understood.
right? Like, no, just not like this should be a kid should be a 10-year-old girl should be as happy playing that as a 25-year-old man, as a 40-year-old business person, and a 75-year-old grandma, right?
Understood.
That is the game.
Understood. Understood. It's flashing bright red out on the screen. So that's all we had, audience. So the things that are consistently the things that are consistently coming out in terms of content, and then build on the culture that India has. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Akshat. Thanks, Sridhar. And thanks, Manvendra.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists and to Mr. Rajesh Duddu for that truly eye-opening session. And now, as we transition from storytelling to science, our next session on the theme, Gaming, Powering Growth of AI in India, explores the fascinating convergence of gaming and artificial intelligence. The panel will deep dive into how gaming isn't just using AI, it's actually shaping it. From behavioral learning to predictive modeling, this is where innovation gets real. Please welcome our moderator for this session, Toya Singh from CNN News 18. Toya, can you help?
Sort of decide what they're doing with themselves. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is so lovely to have all of you here for this next chat. We're hoping that in the next half an hour, we're going to get you to explore philosophical realms. What is the edge of humanity with the AI conversation? Let's get into it. Let's get straight into it. And I'm actually going to come first, as we've already, to Deepak. All right. So Deepak, in running his company, I just want to tell your audiences that you've actually said in one of your talks that you, instead of approaching AI as, let's just plug it in when it comes to how we're going to build gaming around it, you went about thinking of it as, let's make a task force. Let's explore the different ways in which AI can be used. And it's only, I believe, after a lot of curiosity, a lot of exploration, that you've started plugging AI in different ways. Before we go ahead, guys, today's conversation is about Gen AI. So predictive AI has existed for years and years. Gaming has been using it for a very long time. It's not new. But Gen AI, this nai cheese that's been on the block, all of us using ChatGPT on our phones, that's really what we're here to discuss today. So just tell us first, how did you go about thinking about it?
Yeah, so I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So at Nazara, I mean, essentially I'm going to talk about how we have approached it at Nazara. Nazara, as you know, is we have diversified group of studios across the globe. And we wanted to see how we can become AI first in terms how we are approaching both the two critical pillars. One is how do we enhance player experiences, and on the other hand, how do we drive operational efficiencies. So the first step we took, and this was more than almost a year back, where we started setting up a task force. The intent was that how do we really start creating certain use cases which are tied to the KPIs and build the
KPI kya hai? You have to break everything down for us.
Yeah, how do you define a measurable indicator in terms of what impact you are creating? So we looked at a few critical pillars in terms of how do we want to go about the AI first approach. One was to create a partnership with tech giants, with AI startups, to kind of understand how we can very rapidly do some experimentation. Second was to also identify the right use cases, like I said, which are tied to the priorities for different companies, and build a list of, let's say, top 5 use cases. Next was to kind of start small, but think big, while we had a larger vision, but we wanted to start smaller experimentation so that we see some success, and that becomes a playbook which can be replicated across. And last but not the least is the cultural change, where how do you bring together diverse teams working across geographies together in terms of thinking AI first. So this is a challenging journey, but I think in the last 6-9 months, things have rapidly changed, because this revolution is essentially resetting the standards every 3 months. Yeah. That's how rapidly it's evolving. So what we have seen now, where we have come to now is, across, if I talk about player experiences, so right from the, your old school ML models, which are being leveraged, but now we are building Gen AI on top of it to see how we can drive player experiences. This could be through creating buddies on the games, creating coaches, creating NPCs, so on and so forth. And on the production efficiency side, we are looking at, now it is very well integrated across most of the streams. So it's become a co-pilot in that sense, in terms of whether it's art and design team, our UA teams, QA teams, playtesting teams, so on and so forth. So that's where we have reached, but I think we are still scratching the surface still, because I think the game is to kind of build a customization further and further on, where you can build SLMs, like smaller language models, which are customized to the studio, to the style.
Personalized, you've talked about this.
So that's where
so that the data set that, for example, ChatGPT pulls from when it's giving you answers, in this case, it would just be your information, right?
That's right. So we want to create more something which is strictly looking at contextualizing the kind of output which we are getting. So essentially it means that training more and more on the data sets which you already have, whether it's art and design, whether it's QA. So that's where we are progressing, and we are looking now extensively building something customized for in-house use cases. So that's where we are.
You also earlier said, you used a very interesting phrase. You said, we're trying to train people to think AI first. And I'm going to ask you in a little while to break down what you mean when you say that in a second. But we want to come over to you, Robbie, now and ask you questions. To anyone who plays video games or is a gamer out there, Indus has been the sexiest thing in the last few years. The fact that you've built this beautiful platform that celebrates India, but isn't, you know what I mean? It's not right front and center. It does it in nuanced ways. And just the way in which you thought about building it after first having, a different mass guns. Now you have this. But tell us, I want to ask you, everyone's favorite question is, when is India going to get a huge game that everyone talks about globally? So when they say this, they usually mean like a Baldur's Gate that came out, World of Warcraft, those kind of very, very deep narrative layered games that just, have entire worlds. How do you see AI fitting in? I'm assuming you are already using AI in all kinds of very cool ways. Tell us that, and also tell us, how do you see AI fitting in?
So thank you for those kind words. Indus, the way that we imagined it was to kind of be the Wakanda of India, very inspired by what the movie Black Panther did for Afrofuturism, and we wanted to do that with Indofuturism. We wanted to kind of say that, hey, what if the Indus Valley civilization didn't really die? What if it, was untouched by civilization, it was so advanced that it flew off, and we're now discovering it in the year 2500. At least that's the lore that our story writer wrote inside of it. After, Indus is not the first story that we wrote. We wrote 6 different stories. So the challenge from a young studio or a small studio perspective, we were 30 people when we started. We're about 180 now as we kind of grew the game. To kind of fill in those stories, tell those stories about mythology, folklore, stories from Indian bravery, dedication. All of these pieces was something that we wanted to imagine. I think AI has been our favorite co-developer in the way that we kind of think about these stories. It's something that augments our existing creativity, but also kind of enhances and kind of nuances all those layers of storytelling. And then kind of, Indian mythology is famous for having great stories, but not having a face to it. So when you think about it, our initial artists kind of shaped what you kind of see as this art aesthetic of Indus, which is slightly different. A lot of people kind of, have called us the Wakanda of India. And we thought that was a very good compliment, very easy to kind of explain what we were doing. And you only can find that many artists. So the first few attempts with AI of generating AI, so to say, of generating art, were not consistent. So whenever we would kind of generate something like that, it would kind of not be, the first two images would be encouraging, but the moment you try to do a little bit more, it was completely off. The way that we solved for it was to kind of stick to the process and say that, hey, AI is going to be our co-developer, it's going to enhance and become much better at doing all of these. We trained AI to kind of on our artists. Our artists sat down and kind of fed it all the concept art that went into the creation of Indus for the first 3 years. From there, we used Stable Diffusion as our base. From there, we were now able to generate, art that is, so to say, in lane with the rest of our art.
Can I ask you a follow-up question? So
Sure.
There's a much discussed MIT study that happened a few days ago where, and I'll just share. I think, so MIT itself was angry with people saying that. So there was a study that came out and all the headlines said that, wow, ChatGPT makes you dumber. Then MIT came out with a clarification and said, bhai, ye dumber shab mat use karo. We're not saying that at all. But what the study does show is a few different things. One of which is that if all 5 of us put in prompts and ask it to build an essay, the problem is that that essay will be quite generic.
Correct.
It might be a brilliant essay, but it will be generic. I want to ask you how, I know you were giving, your artists were giving prompts, but was there a fear that, because creativity and what creativity is in itself predefined when you're using a machine like this? So what were your thoughts around that?
So I think from an art aesthetic perspective, I think there's an area of prompting that you kind of refine over a period of time. You kind of explain to it like a child to kind of explain, and it kind of grows up after that. It kind of reads, learns, understands. It's now understanding what you're trying to do. I think if you give it dumb prompts, you'll actually get back dumb answers as well. I think what happened over that period of time was good refinement from a prompt perspective, but also great learning material that you trained your AI on. I think that is really the one area that we kind of felt changed the way that we look at AI, because now it was able to we were able to master it and say that, hey, it can now generate what we wanted it to do. So the way that we think about game development, we think about AI as kind of, our strategic initiative for a small team that's producing something that's very, very large. The games of our size or Indus size, and the ones that you mentioned all around the world, we think that AI is a great leveler from that perspective, because teams that have produced it have either had a culture of producing games for 25 years or have had teams of 500 people. Now we're competing against both of these. I think AI is kind of your best bet from kind of competing on these two vectors. Whether it's pre-production with our generative AI, concept art, level design, procedural level design, creating those dynamic worlds that exist in other games that people have created over years with hundreds of people is now possible with a small team.
Okay, you're very, very optimistic and it's lovely to see, but I want to check in with another founder now. I want to go over to you. You run Felicity, and Anurag, I just want to ask you, your organization is a lot younger. And there's a lot that's said about AI being this great leveler, basically AI coming in and doing what a lot of big studios were earlier doing. I need to understand from you, A, do you find that that's true? Because I'm sure operating AI, operating different studios, for example, different programs, there are costs associated. So walk us through if it is actually as enticing as it sounds. Has it really been that smooth a journey for your organization? Walk us through how Felicity thinks about it.
Sure. So, as with everything, there's a nuance, right? And in game development, if you look at the type of games that exist, AAA title, which is something that Robbie was attempting, versus, let's say, a mid-core versus a casual. Every game will have very different needs in terms of, their art style, game design, and also the way you kind of, distribute it. So at least at Felicity, we have been focusing on casual games, and I can speak on behalf of, at least the studios that we work with closely. What I'm noticing is that with AI, it's a lot easier for smaller studios to put out prototypes, right? Test faster. Because in casual gaming, it's all about what not to do rather than what to do, right? Because Angry Birds was found after like the 50-second attempt by Rovio, right? So in casual gaming, today I feel it's a bit like making reels. You never know what will land. and thus you need to take multiple shots at the goal. So AI in that sense has made it very, very easy to take those many shots. But the question here stems that if it's that easy, then where does the moat lie, right? And
where does the moat lie?
Yeah, moat.
M-O-A-T.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if all of us can build, hyper casual or hybrid casual or casual games, then what's differentiating us? And I think that's where the nuance around how do you get to the user, your game design. Ultimately, a game is a piece of an interactive. It's an interactive media wherein you think about it even when you're not playing. That's the reason why you come back to it, right? And the nuance there doesn't lie in art. It lies in the design of the experience, right? The level difficulty. And I think slowly and steadily, at least at Felicity, what we are noticing is that AI is great from content production perspective, but for a company which is very, very focused on distribution, right? We look at AI as, we are looking up to traditional AI, which is the ML models, etc., of customizing user journeys. How do we, look at the nuance of level difficulty, ad pressure, in-app purchase pricing by user, so that we can give them an awesome experience and set apart, let's say, another game which looks exactly the same from ours.
So are you saying, what I really want to get right now, I want to summarize for everyone, is are you saying that AI and generative AI has skills, certain skill sets, but it hasn't conquered certain aspects of the game? And then my question to you is it just a question of how soon? In a few years will it be able to do, or maybe a few months?
Yeah, so, recently Mark Pincus, who was the founder of Zynga, just floated a company to make games with AI, end-to-end, right? So what he did 15 years back, I'm sure he'll redefine the industry in 5 years from now. So effective, but making games will definitely get easier, but making money from them, making them commercial grade will require a whole lot on the back end to work, and that's where, as I said, game design, your monetization strategy, how you get to the user in the most cost-effective manner with world-class user acquisition. Those are the things that will be the key pillars which will differentiate a good studio or a company from great.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to take your points. You talked a lot about making money, and I want to go over to Dream now to understand a little bit about what it takes to run something that is doing so beautifully when it comes to just having, millions of people tuned in, catching, following every movement. And I just want to ask you, so our audience may or may not know this, Dream11 has collaborated with Columbia, and you've built this entire initiative where you have researchers studying how AI can impact sports and studying how AI can impact games. This is already a huge school, and I just want to understand, what is cutting edge right now? What are the different studies that are happening? What are students studying, researching to understand more? What are the questions, basically, in this area?
First of all, thanks for having me here. I think it has been a very enlightening experience to hear all these very talented founders. Right. I'll take 2 minutes just to introduce that why do we think and what was the reason that we went with Columbia University partnership. So, again, it's a personal view, but what I propose is that we had a data revolution, right? 10 years back with Google came and data became democratized. With this new arm of AI, which is generative AI, right? There was AI already present, predictive, detective, prescriptive, generative. So generative has been one arm of the AI that has come, which has made intelligence democratized. So what Anurag was saying, that the basic plus level of intelligence is now in hands of everybody. What we are now going to do is that we are going to create using super plus intelligence on top of that platform and give qualitative experience to our users, to anybody who's using and probably experiencing the world in that sense. It's not going to only affect gamers or sports, it's going to affect the transformational technology. So it's going to affect each and everyone, including you, right, in your media. And
already have AI anchors, exactly. It's happened, yeah.
Correct. So now that I have set up the ground, right, you can understand that the world has shrunk, right? And to work on this transformational technology, you cannot depend upon localized talent. right? And you have to work as a global talent pool, right, in order to understand what is happening, getting information at the first hand, and probably applying it on the data that you are already having, right? So that was one of the fundamental reasons that we went with an research collaboration where cutting-edge understanding of this technology is happening. We are, of course, as you answered by yourself, we are sitting on millions of users, and we are
a lot of data,
terabytes of data per day, kind of thing. And then there are knowns and there are unknown revelations coming out of this data. I'm pretty sure these people are also working, and there are knowns and unknowns in that. The question is that known you can work on with your intelligence, but what about the unknowns? And for that, you have to spend on a lot of research without an objective defined that what would come out of it. But you know that there is something gold hidden in it, right? And that is one of the aspects that we are using these researchers on. The second aspect that what we are saying, and I think backstage we were discussing, and I was saying that there was a question that when is that singularity moment?
I think we should, okay, does everyone, do we know what the word singularity means? Can put your hand up if you do. I just want to see if, well, there's one person. All right, I would have. So is it fair for me to define singularity as essentially the point in which it's believed that AI will become more intelligent than human beings? Do we agree with that definition? So the thing we were discussing is when do we think that moment is going to happen? You know, in all the scary movies where they say that, you know, machines are going to become more intelligent than human beings, essentially this is that moment when machines take control. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. That's where the jury's out right now. But that's what the word singularity means. We asked all of you when you think it's coming. One person on this panel said 6 months. So there's a lot of, I don't know if it's optimism or realism on this panel. But to go back to what you were saying.
Yeah. No, sir, my view is that whatever, it goes to every individual's mindset, right? But whatever they are thinking, that this would happen in this X amount of time, please have it, right? Because we have already gone past that inflection point where humans were creating AI. Now we have to understand that AI is creating AI, and it's exponential, right? So, and in maths, you must have heard about the convergent series, right? This is going to be that way. That whenever you are thinking that, oh, this is 1 year away, please understand that will come in 6 months' time. And that's why last and very strong reasons to invest with a partnership like Columbia University was that probably, all of my panelists would also agree that maybe the AI is not there at a production scale level to be used at this point of time. But in 1 year's time, it would evolve to that stage, and unless you are ready, probably you have already missed the bus, right? So that was the another third fundamental reasons that we went with the partnership.
So I want to ask, the title of this panel is actually not how AI is affecting gaming, it's how gaming is affecting AI. And I do want to ask, I want to come to you, Deepak, to ask you, is gaming affecting AI, and how is it doing so? How is it pushing the boundaries of what AI is?
So I think fundamentally gaming is the most immersive medium of entertainment, and the interactions, the engagement which you see in gaming, it is unmatched across sectors. So from that standpoint, gaming becomes a very hotbed of how AI is going to evolve as we go forward. So gaming is definitely a very important use case or an important space in which AI will find its most extraordinary use cases. So coming back, I'm saying in terms of how gaming, because for example, if you look at any part of gaming as a business, like for example, acquisition. So today we have the old school ML defining a predictive LTV for a new player, and that optimizes your UA campaigns. Now all the UA creatives, for example, many of our studios are today leveraging AI extensively for UA creatives, whether it is a playable or a video. Second part is the moment you acquire the user, the install happens, and then there is the onboarding journey. on the onboarding journey, you are able to do a customization, a personalization in terms of gameplay, offers, IAP, so on and so forth, using ML. But then you also today have a buddy who kind of becomes like kind of a companion for the player. And that is happening through Gen AI. So you would see the combination of both these intelligences kind of completely revolutionizing or resetting how game dev is going to be seen in times forward. So I think this is a game changer. Like everybody said that this is a leveler or a game changer. And it is going to redefine how gaming is going to happen. And gaming use cases would be at the forefront of many of the AI implementation.
I want to ask you, one of the criticisms that comes forward sometimes from experts that, we'll talk to around the gaming industry, when we ask them that question, Robbie, we were talking about earlier of, India's big game, is they say that despite all the excitement, there is a lack of risk appetite when it comes to building storied games. So not EA, not sports, but, games with layers and stories. I just want to ask you, let's come to you, Robbie, with that question. Do you agree? Do you think that's, I feel like you're the ever optimist. You're going to say it's changing, but tell us how you think about it.
I think it's a matter of time.
Okay.
Like I think, today for AI to kind of lay out all the narrative around a game, to kind of build that interactive, dynamic world, it's still not there. It's still, otherwise you would probably see it in the market. But I know for sure that it's...
Sorry to stop you. Is that the correct analysis? That peso ki kami ki wajah se we haven't got such a,
True. Like, I would say that a good, my company makes Pac-Man worldwide. So when I met the Pac-Man founder, the guy who made Pac-Man, I asked him, what's the next game that you made? And he said, Robbie, you don't know anything about making games. And I said, explain. He said that you don't need to make many games. You just need to make one great game. And so when you think about making a great game, a lot of great founders around the world who made games have made just one great game. And that's mostly been the story of their life. You don't know of any other game that, let's say, the Angry Birds guy made or the Subway Surfers guy made. That's the one game that's enough. To make that storied game has been years of work. What you might not see inside of it is it's still tip of the iceberg. What you might see is still the game, but all the learning, all the teams, we say that it takes 10 years to make a great game because to make a hit, it's like engineering a perfect storm. You need to get the art right, the story right, the programming right, the servers right, the community right, the marketing right. So creating all these layers has been hard, and it's been, I would say, 10 years. But can AI speed that up? Can it kind of fill in those gaps in human intelligence at least, or skill from a network programmer or a graphics engineer to kind of fill in those gaps inside of it? We think it's there.
And you also are confident that whatever AI puts out will not be generic.
So in some things you need it generic because, those are just standard layers. But from a lore perspective, it still needs to be somebody who's mastering it, somebody who's prompting it, somebody who's tuning it. And we feel like that's what humans will master.
Okay, I want to ask you, I think we have time for a closing question, and this is a question that I'm going to come around and ask all of you about. So it's good you hear it once and then think about the answer because it's a tricky one. Anurag, I'll start with you. I want to ask you, when it comes to AI and when it comes to thinking about the future of what Felicity is doing, and this question will change for Dream 11, it'll change for each of you. What are the questions that are keeping you up at night? Are there pieces you haven't solved that you want to sort of solve?
Right. I believe the main thing is how contextually deep can AI get in understanding humans better than humans themselves, right? That's the biggest risk that exists, and if that's the biggest risk that exists to most of the content in interactive media companies, right? If one company is able to master this all, because ultimately, as I said, a game is something that keeps you thinking about it when you're not playing it. That's the true test of a good game, right? And if I can understand, let's say, what Rob wants to play or Deepak wants to play, this is the kind of level difficulty that they should have. This is the premise at which I should have left them. If AI starts understanding that better than humans itself, effectively, then I think a lot of us are out of business. So, investing in research or at least spending a lot of time toying with AI to get to those outcomes, so that at least you are amongst the pack eventually who will master this. Is something that we think of. Across the nuanced part of gaming, which is the design, the acquisition, and the monetization.
Okay, I want to ask Abhishek, because we've talked about the data points that your company clearly has, but I want to understand from you. Obviously, yes, the same question. What are the questions that are keeping you awake at night? But also tell us, what has that data shown you? Share some secrets with us. And I genuinely mean, tell us the interesting trends, the patterns, and the way that you see India use your game.
So what is keeping us awake in the night is probably the excitement that it has again brought. You know that when a company grows, right, when the scale grows and the number of people grows, processes and everything makes you slow, and you start to feel that startup frugality, right? I think this has brought us again. I mean, we have taken AI and probably from the leadership top down and the bottom up, where we have kept the whole, I mean, asked every team to be absolutely free, experimenting things out, because this is growing so fast. I think we are releasing features at a much faster scale than we were doing 1 year behind. So this is actually the excitement is keeping us very, very awake.
Again, a very positive answer. Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, in terms of we have 5 principles. We call it do put, right? D is actually data informed. So the culture at our Dream Sports is that we have to be putting everything from the data perspective, right? And that is why if we say that it's data informed, because 90% data and 10% gut, right? It needs to be there. And probably software engineer 1 can challenge Harsh, our founder CEO, right, on data point, and probably he will be heard if he has good data points. So that's the culture that we have brought.
This is the AI first culture that we were talking about a little earlier. Yeah. Deepak, can I come to you and ask you a slightly different question? I want to understand, take us into, let's put away this discussion, and I want to understand from you, what are the parts of your own life that you have already given out to AI? And the reason I'm asking is because for anyone who is working with tech every single day, I just want to understand, how are you thinking about this? Because there's that constant good-bad discussion. You know, how much of our own thinking are we lending out? What are the parts you've lent out already?
So my wife says that, I mean, she's become secondary. The ChatGPT has become the primary partner to me. So I start my day with chat. So in fact, I mean, most parts of my life are known to ChatGPT, or I mean, whatever agent we use. I use ChatGPT more often. So whether it is, like for example, for the birthday of my daughter, we had tools creating the entire mock-ups in terms of how she can be in different avatars. So I think across every dimension of the personal life, AI has gone in too deep in terms of whether it's become a brainstorming partner, it become a assistant to build plans, it has become a idea factory to see how I can make up to my wife. So it's been a pervasive tool. I don't think, yes, it sometimes makes you feel a little too dependent, but I think as you spend more and more time, you realize how it's kind of fast-tracking your thinking, your decision-making, and your ability to kind of look far in the future, which is very important today.
Okay, and I want to ask, let me just take this last question then to Robbie. It's beautiful because you've taken us into the personal with this answer. But Robbie, I just want to ask you, I think it's poetic to end with you and ask you almost just about the things. Let's stick with the positivity that you introduced earlier, Abhishek. I want to ask you, what are the things that you're really excited about? And I don't mean with Indus, and I don't mean with your company. I mean broadly, when you look at the Indian gaming scene, you look at what AI has done to it. What makes you really, so what makes you want to grab your colleagues by the collars and be like, have you seen this?
So I think, you know, when you think about gaming, you know, not everybody identifies as a gamer. You know, that medium of entertainment, maybe you didn't grow up with it. But what I kind of see AI do is to kind of make almost everybody a gamer. And gaming makes us the best version of who we are. So it's probably the best gift that we can actually get, but not just in the playing of games, but in the creation of games. So whether it's my son who's making games on Roblox, but now so my kids have a studio of their own. It's called Pani Puri Studios because they feel like Pani Puri is the only Indian thing inside of it. And so I kind of see them making games, and I've seen them get really good at it once they've kind of mastered how to kind of use ChatGPT well. I kind of feel like, hey, and the joy of somebody creating creating something and others playing it is a gift that everybody has. I think if you use ChatGPT or any kind of AI to kind of do that, you put a smile on many people's faces.
Wow, and you really feel like ChatGPT is helping the creative process. That's the only positive way of sort of summarizing today.
Summarizing, yeah.
Pani Puri Studios will be staying with me. Thank you all, gentlemen, for joining us. Yes, please go ahead.
One last, I mean,
Yeah.
if not Robinson, then Hussain would
Has
be
to top Pani Puri Studios. So
Right.
by all means.
What I'm trying to ask you, the excitement with AI also, that we will have plethora of entrepreneurship in India and across the world, we'll see. The companies would be 1, 2, at max 5 people company, probably $1 billion revenue. That is not now a far-fetched dream. And you'll find that many people would be getting into entrepreneurship because, again, what I'm saying is that it will be super plus intelligence of work that humans would be doing in future. And that would open up a lot, many avenues.
But to your point, not future. It could be in the next 6 months, because remember what you said.
Future is again half
We're
of
getting
what
our
you're thinking.
timelines. Yeah, we need to cut our timelines. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, panelists, for that energizing and future-forward discussion. And now we pivot to an equally important conversation, one that focuses on safety, awareness, and digital responsibility. Up next is a fireside chat on the theme, role of education and consumer awareness in ensuring safe online gaming in India. Please welcome our moderator, Imran Fazal from Storyboard18. Imran, big round of applause for Imran. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. MC Sarangan, member of the Tamil Nadu Online Gaming Authority, a key voice in shaping India's regulatory and educational framework for online gaming safety. Over to you, Imran.
Good evening, guys. Let me first introduce to Dr. MC Sarangan, a state which has been pioneering in regulating real money gaming industry and the gaming industry at overall. Today, we will be discussing on how Tamil Nadu has set a stage for every other states to look at up, and also to understand how online gaming and safety can definitely go hand in hand. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, definitely we would first like to ask, you have been working actively in the industry, and, you have set a stage for the gaming industry as well. Can you share how TNOGA came into existence and what its core responsibilities are currently?
Okay. Actually, TNOGA has not suddenly emerged. There has been a lot of thinking behind it, a lot of stories behind it, a lot of social issues. After that, they thought of some dedicated authority, just not to control, just to monitor what is going on. So it was first thought as a police act, then it didn't work out. Then that thought there should be a separate dedicated authority. So that is how the Tamil Nadu Prohibition of Online Gambling and Regulation of Games Act came into existence. By virtue of the act, the Online Gaming Authority came into. The authority is having experts in this. Experts, I'm not an expert, but others are expert. I'm a former police IPS officer, but there is another chairperson as IAS officer. We do have a lot of exposure on technology side also, of course not to your extent. But we do have psychologists and industry experts and others as members. Primarily, our job is to enforce our act, and regulation is only the secondary. And the enforcement doesn't mean enforcing the game. There are so many other angles, like offshore betting. So this is our main priority. Offshore betting apps are thriving. They are targeting our youth. So we are just over these offshore betting apps, and we have been taking a lot of action on that. Apart from that, we also register the gaming companies, because in the process, we also legitimize. We are not going to ask a lot of details, or we are not going to monitor it like inspector. We are just going to get some basic details. Then comes regulations. Regulations are, we are just enforce certain regulations. That is also after due discussion with the industry. Apart from this, we also take action against advertisements and against online betting and all other related things. Like so many people have complaints about certain companies, which goes unnoticed. So these kind of roles are taken by our online gaming authority. But we don't stop with regulation and enforcement. We go beyond that, because now what we need of the hour is the awareness. So we create a lot of awareness. We go to all the schools and colleges and create awareness. And we do research of our own. And we have a team to conduct research. We also collect a lot of details from the other research works and articles.
You're truly right that offshore betting and gambling platforms are creating menace, not only in terms of money laundering, terrorism, and especially advertisements which pull them to these illegal offshore betting platforms. I just wanted to understand, how are you taking safety in online gaming, and what are the specific aspects you're focused on as TNOGA in Tamil Nadu?
It's regarding advertisement you're asking, generally?
General safety aspects that you look at in online gaming.
See, the problem is not gaming. It is excessive gaming and compulsive gaming. So we are into this compulsive gaming. We are against excessive gaming, and we are for responsible gaming. See, that is what we are trying to do. And none of our actions are taken on the table. We do a lot of research. We do go to the field. We have secondary data, primary data. We ourselves collect data. And we have done extensive research with 147,000 students, school students, and 17,000 teachers of college and school teachers, and to assess the behavior of the students on online gaming. It includes a lot of details.
Right, and TNOG also drives a lot of public awareness campaigns. How important these campaigns are to raise awareness and to mitigate gaming-related risks in the state?
It is very pertinent, because the video casual games are different from other games. So it is large in number, and it is difficult to regulate or control. Moreover, the key to this regulation lies with the parents and the awareness. So what we think is creating awareness is a most important thing, and Tamil Nadu government has come forward with sanctioning money for conducting such awareness campaign, and we have already conducted such awareness campaigns, particularly targeting school, college students, teachers, parents, and law enforcers. So we have been conducting that periodically. Apart from this, we also try to understand the young minds. We conduct essay competitions. We ask them to write how to get over gaming addiction, what are all the ways you can think of. So many students have suggested many things. So in this way, we try to understand before formulating any strategy, it should be evidence-based.
So what changes currently are you looking at? Have you seen any drastic changes in terms of gaming patterns in the state after these campaigns?
It is very difficult to assess now. Actually, it happens very slowly, because the phase at which gaming is moving is much, much faster. So the campaign, pretty well, the campaign can reach a limited person, but whereas the game can reach anybody at any time. So the campaign has to take its own phase. But now the gaming companies themselves have come forward and they have contributed on campaigning. You know the risk of the children involved in gaming and the related risk, they also make it known to them so that they also aware of the risk of playing excessive gaming.
So I'm sure multiple stakeholders are today in this room. I just wanted to understand, sir, from you, what role should online gaming companies and platforms play in safety education, and how can the industry best work with TNOGA to protect the interests of these gamers?
It is very simple. Any regulations are not enemy to innovations. See, it is just supplementing it or substantiating the efforts taken by them. How would anybody go against innovation or development? It is only the cautionary steps sometimes we have to take. So, Tamil Nadu government has been taking this kind of step for the first time in India. In fact, it is a blueprint for the entire nation, this authority. We don't have anything to learn back from the past or turn the page and learn anything, because we had to invent everything, what is going to be our role, what we should do, what we should not do. We have faced a lot of legal challenges. We have sailed successfully, and we still face a lot of... See, it is part of your process. But still, at the end of the day, the TNOGA is able to deliver what it is mandated. Even now, we are going against a lot of ads which are published by the offshore betting companies and a lot of surrogate ads. I don't know anybody has done that so far.
So as I mentioned, Tamil Nadu is a state who takes proactive approach in cracking down on illegal offshore betting companies who are very notorious and are trying to reach out to multiple users in India. Sir, I wanted to understand also this part that children today are starting, gaming unsupervised. How can schools and parents can be involved into this digital literacy and gaming safety? And how is TNOGA reaching out to these schools and children?
It is a very relevant and pertinent question, because gaming per se is, if it is played for entertainment, relaxation, or any cognitive development purpose, it is really appreciated. We have many games like that. Only when it becomes excessive or compulsive, it becomes a problem. But there is no measuring cup to know when they are going to become excessive. All of us are parents, or except barring few, we are going to become parents in few years later. We know the problem of gaming with the children, because it is still difficult. Platforms like Google, they have introduced lot of mechanism, parental control mechanism and age rating. Do you think any parents know about it? Many parents are not aware of it. And maybe some parents are aware of it, are not able to enforce it due to the children pressure. They are not able to do it. So we thought we should reach not only authority, all of us should reach out, the parents and teachers, because the gaming addiction should be tackled at the initial stage. The gaming should be a pleasure. They should enjoy the gaming. They should not get addicted to it.
So how do you change these habits? I mean, what kind of approach can TNOGA take to change these habits of addictive gaming, and how do you look at it?
No, there are government initiatives also, not specifically for gaming, for gaming, internet addiction and screen addiction. And there is a program called Manam in Tamil Nadu. Manam means heart. In Tamil Nadu, where the government itself gives a clear blueprint of the training program, so that how they train the children and parents about psychological aspects of life. So this is even I think in central government also we have Telemanas is there. There are so many programs. Actually, Nimans has come out a specific program for parents who are having a problem with gaming addiction children, or not only gaming, screening addiction or cyber addiction with children. So gaming addiction is just a subset of internet addiction. It need not be seen as abstract. So this kind of efforts by various agencies will pay result only if the parents cooperate. Coercive action by parents will not deter students or the children from the excessive gaming.
I have last two questions for you, sir. How can Tamil Nadu, be a role model in cracking down on illegal betting and gambling platforms? Do you have any formula or mantra that every other state can adopt and crack down on these notorious illegal betting and gambling platforms which are operating in India?
See, Tamil Nadu is not the only sufferer due to this offshore betting. And see, it's very clear why offshore betting companies are targeting India, because they have a huge population and their social life is, mobility is more, and they are able to spend more. So they are trying to target the young of the youth of the India. It is more so in southern part of India where we see that people are educational level is also more, and they start playing. It is not educated person or youth or children are playing. Even you see people who earn very less, who earn 1,000 rupees or 500 rupees per day, they tend to go into these platforms. So identifying these platforms and taking action is against these platforms are very difficult, and they come in disguise. I don't have to say what are all the disguise they take about, opinion trading. I don't know whether you agree to it or not, but opinion trading in my reading, it amounts to betting. So we are taking a lot of action against opinion trading companies. See, we all have to come forward. I ask you a simple question. How many of you are endorsing this surrogate advertisement of all these betting companies? Then you should know how many of you are aware that they are doing surrogate advertisements, all these foreign betting companies. See, all of us should join.
Thank you so much, sir. And as Mr. Dr. Sarangan mentioned, gaming and responsibility, walks hand in hand. And today, there's an urgent and dire need to crack down on illegal gambling and betting platforms. And Tamil Nadu is leading this way. And thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much, Dr. M.C. Sarangan, for that insightful and grounded conversation. Your work with the Tamil Nadu Online Gaming Authority is a timely reminder that regulation and education must go hand in hand if we are to build a safe, informed, and responsible gaming culture, especially for our young gamers. Now shifting gears to a discussion that highlights the transformative economic potential of online gaming. The Indian gaming industry is no longer just a rising trend. It's a serious contributor to India's digital growth story. Our next panel dives into just that. Online gaming, a key contributor to India's trillion-dollar economy. And moderating this session is Ashish Ferwani, leader, media and entertainment sector at EY India. Ashish, can we have you on stage? And joining him, please welcome our first panelist, Roland Lander, CEO, All India Gaming Federation. Our second panelist is Saloni Sehgal, founder and managing partner, Lumikai. And last but not the least, please welcome on stage Meghna Bal, director, SCR Center. Over to you, Ashish.
Guys, that was a really crappy round of applause, okay? I don't know whether you know this panel. You know, when Meghna does some kick-ass research, I think she writes some of the most cool papers. This lady in the middle just blew me. I asked her a question, how many companies have you evaluated in your life? She threw a number saying, yeah, 10,000 or so. 10,000 companies. And this guy, I think he walks around with 8 suparis on his head. So, you know, I think this deserves a slightly bigger panel. Come on, guys, put it together. Okay, so let's go with this. This session is how gaming can contribute to the 1 trillion, several trillion now economy. How can it make India a bigger, more prominent player in the whole world? Your data, Salome, $3.8 billion size today, right? And that's not a small thing. It's the 5th largest part of the Indian media and entertainment segment. And for something that started seemingly just the other day, it's really grown very quickly out there. 450 to 480 million, depending on whose numbers you estimate, gamers, right? When I mentioned this to Secretary Jaju the other day, he said, Ashish, are you telling me 1 in 3 people in India play games? He couldn't believe it. And I'm like, yes, that's what all the data seems to be showing. At least in a year, 1 in 3 people are playing games, right? If you look at the last 10 years, this is the fastest growing part of the Indian media and entertainment sector. There is not a single thing growing faster, and that includes digital media, it includes OTT platforms, it includes all that stuff. Still, gaming is growing. So yes, it does have, it has shown a lot of growth potential. And the question, my first question, and Roland, I'm going to start with you, is that we've seen this growth happen. There's been a lot of trends. We've all heard the story, right? Low data, smartphones growing to 55 crores, all of that stuff. Will this continue? What's going to keep this growth going?
Yeah, so I think it will continue because we are seeing the numbers that you mentioned, gamers. About 75% of that are from tier 2 and 3 towns. Wow. So that expansion is happening. As a entertainment destination, I think gaming is right up there as a destination choice for gamers and users. So that is not going to change. I think clearly the number suggests that it's going to be, I think this year, 500 million gamers. So that I think is going to be intact. Within the media and entertainment landscape, I don't think gaming is going to.
You're basically saying that we've still not reached our potential on gamers, and this can grow. Where would you see this number of gamers, Roland, in say 3 years, 5 years from now? Where will be our peak? Is there a peak? I don't know, Salome, you want to take that because you do all the deals, you have all the future projections.
Yeah, you know, I think let's put this number in context, right? Like people keep wondering about what this number is, why, and forget the math of it, forget the enormity of the number. Go on the airport, like take a look around. What do you see people doing when they're waiting? They're either watching video content or they're playing games, or you sit on a flight. I just came back yesterday from meetings, and you know, I walked down the aisle, and in every aisle I saw at least one person on their phone playing a game. So, you know, this is not just numbers, it is actual live truth. But if you were to try and understand the psychology of it, is why is it so popular? Because the value per price proposition for gaming is very high, right? India is a country where you have 6 cinema screens for 1 million people. Physical infrastructure doesn't exist. You don't have great quality of life outside. So where are people going to spend their entertainment time? And we've now moved from family screens to your personalized mobile screen.
Escapism.
Not just escapism, but it's entertainment, right? When was the last time you as a family sat and watched a show collectively? When was the last time collectively? All the kids, exactly, right? Everybody's in their own rooms watching their own personalized entertainment on their mobile screen. Now, we can argue with that, but the reality is it's not changing. We're at the precipice of a time when we're moving from the physical world into the digital world. You have 50% of India's internet population is under 25. They've grown up on mobile phones. They are digital natives. They're touch first. So if you expect this behavior to change, I'm saying you're living in the old age. right? The new age of media is not just gaming. It's actually interactive, it is personalized, it is immersive, and it's deeply participatory.
I'm going to put you in the spot with a horrible question that we didn't prep for.
Okay, sure, go for
TV
it.
has a reach of 830 million Indians.
Sure.
Will gaming get there?
Absolutely, 100%.
By when?
There's no doubt about it. I'd say in the next 5 years.
Wow, that's a big thing.
But gaming is already bigger than cricket revenues. It's already bigger than box office revenues. Box office last year, footfalls declined from 930 odd something footfalls down to 880. It's actually declined. Gaming, on the other hand, actually grew 20% in terms of number of gamers. It's growing at double-digit growth rates. Now, everybody understands compounded annual growth rates. I don't have to explain that. But you can just see where that trajectory goes. So 100%.
Wow, I'm shocked. Meghna, key trends you're seeing that will continue to drive this growth into the future?
Right. So we did a study a couple of years ago where we looked at had survey data from, we took a survey of 2,000 users across India, and we also looked at app data for 20 lakh users. And what we found are some interesting things. You know, gaming is often painted with a kind of broad brush, but it encompasses so many different types of engagement. And gamification really spans the gamut of sectors. So, for instance, research has found that it's had huge benefits in health and education, in like motivating people to stick with their regimen, which is beneficial for both the patient as well as the doctor, the healthcare provider. And similarly, in education, it's helped with knowledge retention, etc. And the thing is that when we kind of, as Sir was indicating that, excessive gaming, what if someone is kind of compulsively using a game to improve some kind of skill, which we found that a lot of users do. So a lot of users go to game or go to kind of gaming for upskilling, for knowledge development, for improving motor skills and things like that. And I think it's important to understand these nuances when you're looking at a sector, and not kind of paint it with a broad brush.
But, so we do a lot of these interactive games, right? Now, when we launched the KBC Play Along game, which is a knowledge-based game, we got a massive uptake. In that season, it was 32 million people who played the game, uniques. But when we did it on IPL, which was a predictive game, right, which is saying how many runs will be scored in the next over, how many wickets will fall in the next over, that got over 100 million uniques over one season. So where do you see what's going to be really driving the growth? Is it going to be the hardcore knowledge-based games, or is it going to be the other kind of games, the predictive stuff and the more entertainment stuff?
I don't think it's a zero-sum game between these. I know often things in the attention economy are presented as, kind of negating each other, where if one is doing well, the other is not. But I think it's a combination of things. So I think that, yes, real money gaming is successful because it is entertaining. It is a way not only to interact with a sport that you enjoy, but also to interact with your friends. So, for instance, I did my undergrad in the US and I played college golf for the US. Now, college basketball and college football over there is huge for fantasy sports. People start, we have this thing in college basketball in America called March Madness. So people start filling their brackets way in advance, like as early as it's in March, but it starts in like early December that people start filling their brackets. And it's a huge revenue generator for universities. Like our university, for instance, my University of Kansas, we won the NCAAs when my freshman year, and we won the Big 12. They made about $1 billion. A lot of the money came from these fantasy sports, and it all then feeds into, the not only basketball and football as sports in the college, but also other sports as well. And our college constantly lost players to the NBA. So it's like feeding an entire ecosystem. It shouldn't only be seen as, it's a handful of companies profiteering. It's feeding an entire ecosystem. So I think that when you're thinking about any kind of thing, particularly in the digital realm, you have to think about it from a systems perspective. You can't think about it as an isolated activity or engagement.
Very, very valid point. And, you know, going for that, I'm coming to this with you only, Roland. You know, fantasy sport, it's linked to sport, right? As a nation, we are crazy about fantasy sports, cricket, and, you know, even kabaddi, I'm sure. But something like Ludo, which doesn't have that passionate underbelly, so to speak, of sports, that's been growing at a bizarre pace over the last few years. What's driving that? And again, will that continue?
Yeah, so, taking that topic forward. So, you know, just before I answer that on Ludo, so taking forward what the ladies just mentioned, that we are seeing that, you know, the game mechanics in everyday things like, for example, you know, spin the wheel in e-com or in predictive, as you mentioned. Now, these, if you see the numbers, they are about 100 million. You know, so these are all things that are going to add to the growth that I was mentioning earlier. Another area that I see is the intersection of gaming and sport tech that you're mentioning about fantasy, which is leading the way there. So these are also a couple of things I'm just trying to add to what they already said.
Valid
but
point.
Coming back to your question on Ludo, yeah. So the skill format Ludo is being offered right now. Some innovative formats are being offered traditionally, and since I represent the industry from the federation perspective. All these years, fantasy, poker, and rummy, the card games, and now we are seeing the skill format of Ludo also emerging as a pre-approved game of skill. And then, as we speak, there are so many formats, but you know, there is a process that needs to be followed for it to qualify. You know, there could be skill elements, but it needs to, and right now we have a algo-based framework that is being used to test games of skill, but we can talk about that later. I'm sure it's not covered in this $1 trillion economy subject.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to go down. So, okay, so we've got, I mean, our estimates as EY, not very accurate because tough to get all the data, is that the industry today directly employs about 1.5 lakh people or so. I don't know where you stand with that.
Or it's 2.5 lakh people.
2.5 lakh, okay, great. 2.5 lakh people. That's pretty big, right? TV as an industry is about 5 lakh people today. So it's a lot of employment. Do you see this going up? What are the kind of jobs and roles that are coming out right now? Roland, let's start with you.
So let's look at it just from, you know, the checklist when somebody, a new gaming company, let's say, wants to become a member of the AG. There's some 15, 20 checklists. So there's so many things, and we, at the center of, you know, working with people like Saloni, you know, the investor-led interests. Then there are the enablers, which are your, especially the, you know, the payments service providers, banks, and payment gateways. Look at big tech where, you know, as Google and Meta opening up for gaming companies. Look at affiliates who support marketing. I mean, look at all of these indirect jobs. I mean, when we onboard, there are about at least 20 checks that we need to do, whether they, you know, before we onboard them. So that itself gives you an indication of, you know, so many ancillary businesses that support a gaming company when it comes into business. And then there's game development, which you all know. There's an esports. There is so many, all elements that a normal media company would employ, you know, from marketing to live streaming and so the skill sets, and also as she mentioned, the upskilling part of it. So even in edu training, so, I mean, if you look at the entire, there's so many direct industries that are involved, and then indirect also. So I think this is only going to grow from here on. There's a PwC study which says about, sorry, PwC, but
it's fine.
But it's like, yeah, it's going to increase to double that number in the next 3 to 4 years. Yeah.
Saloni, you're a, what do I call, serial investor, if I may call you that. 1,900 game development studios in India, 100 of them at reasonable scale. Do you see this changing? What's the future of game dev in India?
We've evaluated over 3,000, so those are the, we've looked at 3,000 companies over the last 5 years. So look, there are two trends, right? One is where whenever you see a industry achieve capital, capability, regulatory, mainstream attention, you start to see talent migrate from other industries and move into that particular industry, right? Anywhere where you have seen the emergence of very strong telco talent, very strong engineering talent, it has only been natural that gaming as an industry evolves. We've seen this in China, we've seen this in Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Finland, Europe. I can give you multiple examples, right? That obviously exists in the India market. Now, if you would have asked me this question about a decade back, that was obviously not the case because the digital infrastructure building of the economy was being laid out, right? You needed e-commerce platforms, you needed payment platforms, you needed travel platforms, right? Gaming was not the first thing that was going to be built by the engineers and solved for. We now start to see that kind of experienced product managers, experienced tech leads, back-end guys, data guys now saying, hey, let's move to where is the next big sunrise sector, right? Because eventually this is talent which is going to take on the next big challenge. Also, a decade ago, the likes of a Zynga and Electronic Arts, a Ubisoft, a GSN set up shop in India, right? Where they were running back offices. But over a course of a decade, now you have very experienced talent which has been trained on best-in-class live ops, best-in-class production, who are now saying, hey, I've managed P&Ls anywhere between $50 to $100 million. Now I'd like to come out and build value for my own self.
So in a global economy of 200 billion plus on the kind of games we are talking about.
Yeah.
Why is our global game development share so crappy?
Because we're a 4-year-old industry in its institutional journe. It's very simple as that.
Where do you see us in a steady state? How relevant will we be?
Let me answer that question a little bit differently, right? Pre-1990s, we only had state television. Satellite happened. The only content that got beamed into our homes was American television. Everybody said, hey, we're exporting content, but we all grew up watching Bold and the Beautiful and Santa Barbara and Beverly Hills. It took about 5-6 years for domestic production houses to emerge. SL came, Z came, Balaji came, and we got first mass market, privately owned television where you got Hum Panch and all of that. But today, if you look at the entertainment palette in India, for every White Lotus and Squid Game, you have a Panchayat and a Family Man. So one has to understand the comparisons that we are making, right? If you're comparing a 4-year-old industry to industries where gaming has been entrenched for nearly 3 decades, like the US or Japan or Korea, that comparison is not relevant.
Fair point.
Right? So when we talk about talent, talent has to emerge, from existing setups, but talent also has to be incubated, right? We were at Waves. Blumikai was the only VC fund on the Waves subcommittee, and one of the key initiatives that came out from the Waves was the setup of launch of the Indian Creative Institute, right, which is being done with Meta and Google and Adobe and Microsoft. That's a great way of incubating talent and training them on game design and data analysis and just creative industries. So all of this is starting to come together, but you know, we need some level of institutional conviction and also some level of patience.
Because I'm saying even if we just get 5% of that global market in game dev, that's $5 billion.
You know, in 2007, China was $1.1 billion of just global, was $1.1 billion overall as gaming. By 2015, 2016, it had contributed and gone up to about $13 billion. So there has to be some...
Is India going to get there?
You know, our estimates are in the next 4-5 years, we get to 9.2 billion.
Touch wood. I hope that happens. From your point of view, I've got a slightly different question for you.
I just wanted to respond to your earlier question where you said that, you know, prediction games saw so much more uptake than education games. Slightly lower barrier to entry there, right? Because with an education game, you have to have a certain degree of knowledge to start engaging with that game. Whereas, you know, I mean, like things related to fantasy sports, everyone enjoys sports. Sports, watching sports on TV, way more accessible, right? And it's something that a wider range of people engage with. So just responding to that there. Just on Saloni's point, TV did really well in the 90s, and I think we had some great potential, not only for mass market, but really some innovative programming. And then the TRAI came in 2004 and kind of slammed that sector, right? And that's been the story for the last 20 years, where we have 850 million TV homes, but there is, I mean, it's dying essentially, a slow death. Because
coming down 6 to 8 million a year.
Yeah, because it's just not able to recuperate investment because of the TRAI. And that is it. I mean, if you're talking about the future of any industry in this country, you have to think about it coterminously with regulation, and is regulation going to kill it?
Wow. Okay, last question. We're out of time. I'm giving each of you guys 1,000 crores to invest with a specific ask. Roland, for you, if I give you 1,000 crores, would you put it into game dev or game publishing?
Game dev.
Why?
I think there is a lot. I mean, one may ask that, you know, why isn't India producing a AAA game? I know there are some people who are working on it, and it's work in progress, but I'm really hopeful
and
that
the AAA game. Salome, quickly for you. Casual, RMG.
We do across the board. We already have the capital, so thank you. But as a VC fund, we invest across the interactive media landscape. So we do digital content, we'll do game studios,
So
we
you're
do
going to spread it
platforms, we do tool tech infrastructure, we run a portfolio, and we've done game devs, we've done, you know, platforms, social entertainment platforms, we've done ed tech, kids education, kids entertainment, so we've done it.
Okay, last question for the day. Meghna, education-based games or kid casual games?
Well, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act is going to kill kids' casual games because it prohibits. It does. It will.
And in a fair.
I mean, yeah, no, because it prohibits any kind of targeted ads to kids.
Of children, yeah.
And we've already seen a live example of this when Google banned targeted ads on its App Store. It saw substantial app abandonment amongst kids' games. That's what's going to happen here. Similar with YouTube, it had to implement a decree related to kids' content, where it basically couldn't target kids. Made for kids content went way down. The production and dissemination of it went way down after that. So if you introduce these kinds of blanket, non-nuanced measures, you're going to see really adverse, unintended consequences. So, I mean, I would say education has more scope because it's not only targeted at
Okay, we're out of time. I think
just
Roland
one,
wants
yeah,
to make
one
a
point. For all this to happen, I think from where we currently are, we talked about gamer numbers, but on the size of the industry from 3 billion to 7, at least 7, doubling in the next 5 years. But we need clear, balanced regulation because some people are in the room who are capable of doing that. And like Sir said, we should also crack down on the offshore, which is, you know, which is a deterrent to the industry.
That offshore is crazy, and if you
just one thing on responsible gaming, since I think
we're up on time.
I know, but just 1 minute. I think that, you know, first we need to kind of contextualize digital entertainment and where gaming stands. So again, in our study, we found that while social media, 89% of the users we saw social media had daily active engagement, was far lower for gaming. And even in terms of money spent, it's about 200 to 400 rupees a month on OTT, but about 100 rupees on average on gaming. And real money gaming is a even smaller segment of that, somewhere between 5%.
Okay.
So I think that is one important consideration. The other important consideration, because gaming, as Sir indicated, is often spoken about in the context of public health. But what I want to ask, and is a question back to the state and to parents, is that what is really being done to afford better public health outcomes? Because, for instance, if you restrict screen time, you know, empirically it shows, empirically it's been shown that it has absolutely no benefits for anyone. It's also, I mean, and also the other consideration is that in this country, many cities, you can't go out. Either public parks, you have to pay to enter them. So, you know, there's limited scope for outdoor activity. In Delhi, we can't go out most of the months of the year, either because of the weather, and it's polluted basically throughout the year. In the winter, it's much worse. Yeah, so in terms of public health, if we're going to talk about public health, I think we need to consider these larger kinds of dimensions instead of focusing on platforms.
It would be a whole different discussion. Thank you very much, all of you. Lovely
I'll get
to
to
have
catch
you.
my flight. Thank you so much.
Team News 18, Network 18, respected policymakers, guests, esteemed industry leaders, creators, and friends, good evening to you all. Vanakkam. I am pleased to here today at the Digital Entertainment Summit hosted by Storyboard 18 and Network 18. This platform stands as an testament to the transformative power of ideas when they converge with innovation and intent. The Digital Entertainment Summit is a flagship platform spotlighting India's rapidly evolving digital entertainment landscape. This summit plays an imperative role in fulfilling our nation's collective goal to be a cutting-edge digital powerhouse by bringing together pioneers, innovators, and stalwarts of the digital ecosystem under one roof and focus on driving conservation, on fostering innovation and empowering the talents. As we discuss policies, platform, and partnership, today I am reminded of how this convergence lies at the heart of India's rapidly evolving media and entertainment sector's landscape. Our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has envisaged a future where India is not only keeps pace with the global creative economy, but leads it with innovation in its spirit, inclusivity in its intent, and integrity in its exclusion. Today's summit is a significant step forward on that journey. Friends, earlier this year, our country hosted the historic World Audio, Visual and Entertainment Summit, WAVES 2025. It was not just another industry event, but a global celebration of storytelling, innovation, technology, cultural, and traditional exchanges. With participation from 77 nations, WAVES brought the world to India and showcased the immense creative potential we hold. It unified voices across continents, anchored in a shared belief that storytelling transcends boundaries, that creativity has no language, and the technology, when blended with culture, can truly inspire the changes. WAVES featured the global media dialogue, the Bharat Pavilion WaveX, Create in India Challenge, and the WAVES Bazaar. These are interconnected milestones in a larger movement that positions India as the center of the global creative economy. The economy outcomes were momentous. Almost 1,300 crore worth of business discussions at the WAVES Bazaar and MOUs worth of 8,000 crores signed by the Maharashtra government with the global universities and media companies beyond numbers. However, the WAVES served a large purpose. It helped the world recognize India as the cultural destination and a technical innovators. Friends, we are witnessing a fundamental transformation in how stories are told, shared, and experienced. A decade ago, the experience of storytelling was often confined to cinema halls, to television screens. Today, it unfolds in our hands through smartphone, tablets, and wearable devices. The screen has become our stage. Reels lasting seconds, web series spanning seasons, immersive virtual reality, that is VR, environments, interactive games, all are part of our new creative vocabulary. Friends, this rise of streaming platforms, the growth of gaming communities, the evaluation of immersive technologies like virtual and augmented realities, and the booming animation and VFS industries, these are no longer secondary elements. These represent the core of human connections in a digitally integrated world. But this transference is not just about art. It is about aspiration. It is creating jobs, building industry, and uplifting communities. Today, a single viral short film can launch a career. A gaming prototype can evolve into an international franchise. A podcast can unite millions around a cause. In this new world, content is not only the king, it is also the key to unlocking economy and cultural potentials. Friends, the government understands the shift deeply. That's why under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, we are creating the necessary policies and infrastructures and ecosystem to ensure this creative revolution reaches every corner of the world. The backbone of the revolution is the Digital India initiative launched almost a decade ago. What started as a mission to build digital infrastructure has now become a comprehensive ecosystem driving progress across sectors from Aadhaar and UPI to high-speed internet and mobile penetration. Digital India has empowered ordinary citizens to become creators, collaboration, and exchange makers. I visited the forest area of Ooty, Nilgiris district, 1 month before. It's an almost forest. In Tamil Nadu, they tell Sandana Kadu, Veerappan Kadu, that is forest area. Where I thought in roadside, I bought some cucumber. I asked the vendor, shall I pay? No, you don't pay. You have to, I have mobile transaction. You have to send me the Google payment. She told like that. So how, I don't want to speak here politics also. Earlier he belongs Tamil Nadu only. Our earlier finance minister, P. Sidambaram, told that when the introduction was there for the digital India initiative, he told our people they don't know how to operate the mobile, they want to learn. But what see in this, within the 10 years of this span, our Prime Minister's continuous effort, we are the number 2 transaction in the digital world. That much of digital transaction we are taking place in the places, friends. Friends, further, I would like to share a few figures that highlighting the magnitude of this shift. India has over 971 million internet subscribers and more than 562 million active smartphones. The media and entertainment sector alone reaches a valuation of rupees 2.5 trillion in 2024. These are not just numbers I am not mentioning here. They are indicators of the society deeply engaged with content, with ideas, with opportunity. Today, India is not merely a consumer of content. It is a prolific producer of stories, formal formats, technologies, and talents. From our smartest town to our largest metros, creativity is flourishing in our country. A shining example of the momentum is India's AVGC and XR sector. Animation, visual efforts, gaming, comics, and extended reality with over 3 lakh professionals and more than nearly 4,000 studios. We are rapidly becoming a global hub for creating technology. That's why our Hollywood movies, post-productions work are taking place in Chennai, in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, like cities. Our Hollywood's post-production works are done by our country, our engineers, our technicians, our skilled manpower. So this type of an emerging trend is happening in our serious efforts. Friends, we have also liberalized the investment norms. We allowed 100% FDI to subsectors of media and entertainment sectors for the global co-production agreements, initiative under the Suit in India, in Indian policy, and partnership with the international studios are all driving rapid growth. These are more than policy decisions. They are pathway for global collaborations and domestic empowerment. Friends, another space undergoing dynamic transformation is online gaming. With a player base exceeding 500 millions, India is emerging as one of the world's most vibrant gaming markets. Earlier gaming session was there here. In this digitally empowered era, the youth is involved in online gaming for the purpose of learning, employment, innovation, and cultural expression more than just leisure. Gaming today is an economic sector, a communication medium, and an art form all rolled into one. In this, where once games was seen as an time passer, but now it is an money maker and career path, offering opportunities for design, development, marketing, audio engineering, storytelling, and e-sport management. Indian games are now being developed with Indian characters, languages. So you see Mahabharatam, Ramayanam. While COVID time, we are all seeing this gaming type in comics, Mahabharatam, Ramayanam, that and all we see. Exporting India stories to the world in the sense games is Indians' newest storytelling languages, dynamic, interactive, and immersive. Friends, our responsibility as a government is not just to encourage this growth, but also to ensure it happens within a safe, inclusive, and ethical ecosystem. We are working to establish strong regulations, support age-appropriate content, and protect young users while enabling innovations. The energy of youngsters, their curiosity and creativity are the true drivers of India's medium and digital revival. To nurture this talent, we have invested a strong skilling infrastructure across the country. We have now more than 7,000 creative training institutions, 37 VFS academies, over 20 XR-specific programs. Particularly in waves, we announced like IIT, IIMs. For that, IICT is going to come in Mumbai, Indian Institute of Creative Technology. So almost 400 crore government is going to spend for this 200-acre land. It's a Mumbai. It's a big campus like in IIT Madras, IIT Mumbai, like that. And another remarkable trend has been research of live entertainment, the live entertainment sector in small villages also. Now the live concept, now our friend cameraman is taking live our program. So like small programs are taking live, some marriages, birthday functions, or house programs, like this live concept. Almost in 2024, we have hosted 3,000 live events, like big events. This includes concerts featuring global superstars like Coldplay and Ed Sheeran, alongside regional festivals and independent music showcases. These events are not just about entertainment. They are engines of economic activity, cultural pride, and community bonding. More importantly, they are happening not just in metros. I already mentioned small villages, Tier B, Tier C cities are taking place. And our government has also recently enacted a regulatory reform to ensure our digital entertainment sector remains robust and future ready. For that, in Parliament, we had brought up Cinematography Act, Amendment Act in 2023, the rules 2024 brought for the introduced for penalty for piracy and made the certification process, the CBFC certification process, easier and more transparent. Copyright laws has been updated to meet the demands of the digital age. And the cybercrime enforcement has been localized to ensure quick action and community trust. Friends, our public broadcaster infrastructure has also been expanding significantly. Community radio stations has been grown. Before it was only 148 before 2014. Now the community radios itself, 531 community radios in our country. All India Radio and private FM network has expanded by over 50% since 2014. Like public broadcasting infrastructure, we built it. Whatever the witnessing today, it is the rise of India's digital soft power. Creators are no longer just content makers. They are the global ambassadors of Indian identity. From short films to comics to podcast, virtual influencers, Indian narratives are traveling across the world. Our creators are shaping conversations, building online communities, and forging global collaborations. Currently, our Indian media and entertainment sector employs over 2.8 million people directly and indirectly, supports close to 10 million jobs. The scale of employment is proof that creativity is not only luxury, but it is also core economic driver. And when creative is rooted in values, diversity, and innovation, it becomes the formidable force for the nation building. Friends, all of this progress, the reform, the recognition, the resurgence did not happen overnight. It is the result of decades of sustained efforts under the visionary leader of our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. Under his guidance, we have preserved cultural heritage while embracing modernity. We have digitalized our literacy treasures, restored ancient monuments, promoted classical arts, and simultaneously nurtured new age creators, coders, and innovators. As we move forward, our collective mission is clear: to build Viksit Bharat 2047, a self-reliant Bharat. An India where digital empowered is universal, an India where art and ambition walk hand in hand. I wish to congratulate the organizers of the Digital Entertainment Summit for creating such a relevant and forward-looking platform. This summit is not just about the business of entertainment. It is about the power of human imagination, the role of culture in progress, and the boundless possibilities when innovation meets inspiration. The digital entertainment revolution is not just about screens or bandwidths. It is about unlocking human potentials. It is about turning dreams into livelihoods. It is also about giving every artist, every creator, every developer, no matter how small their beginning, a chance to make global impact. Let us see ourselves not merely as consumer of entertainment, but as catalyst of cultural growth. Let us create, collaborate, and co-lead this new cultural era for India. Let us dare to dream. Let us build with purpose. Let us lead with integrity. Let us empower our Bharat as a Viksit Bharat at 2047. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister Murugan, for that compelling address. Your vision clearly reflects the government's commitment to nurturing a vibrant, inclusive and globally competitive digital entertainment sector. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion dives into a topic that's both timely and crucial: responsible digital entertainment. With content creation and consumption evolving rapidly, how do we ensure this digital revolution remains ethical, inclusive, and safe for all? How do we balance creative freedom with user protection and industry self-regulation? Well, to explore these questions, we have an excellent panel lined up. Please welcome back on stage Storyboard 18's Imran Fazal. Imran, can we have you back on stage?
So, responsible digital entertainment, as we discussed, that it's very crucial in terms of when we talk about gaming, when we talk about consuming content. We have three different perspectives. Will more or less we'll talk about how entertainment should be, or the content should be consumed on a day-to-day basis, or how safe this content can be consumed on their platforms, and the overall ecosystem of entertainment, and how important it is for the entertainment industry. So, Anane, we have seen that many platforms today have user safety and parental controls. How do you look at the development going forward, and how can the industry shape up around that?
Thank you, Imran, for asking such an important question, and good evening, everybody. So, Imran, responsible digital entertainment is not just about creating content that is, engaging. It's also about the ethical aspects of it. So, age appropriateness, user privacy. These are important elements that need to be addressed. And if you look at it, not just in content creation, but even in advertisement, it's not just about monetization anymore. It's also about the fact that when we're dealing with younger users, it becomes critical that the algorithm accuracy and the transparency is there. So as platforms are growing more complex, I believe so is the risks. And this is where, the industry as a whole needs to collaborate. So we at Grant Thornton, we believe the onus is not just on the government to build frameworks around it, but it's also the collaborative effort of academia, the industry and the policymakers together to make sure that.
But do you think this is shaping up? I mean, are these stakeholders, actively cooperating and trying to implement this kind of, initiative for responsible entertainment?
Absolutely. So I think India is poised in a very fantastic position right now. So with DPDPA coming in, focusing on cyber security, user privacy, with the IT Act of 2021, which has given structure to OTT platforms in terms of grievance mechanism, content classification, age appropriateness, and then even in e-gaming, if you look at it, the code of ethics which has just been signed. So all three federations, they've literally taken up the mantle to make sure that all the operators comply with the KYC, age gating, the safety of players, fair play norms, ethical advertisement, all of that is being addressed in the code of ethics. So while AI and digital addiction is still a risk that is not being talked about, but I think we are moving in the right direction.
Shivani, you have been a leading voice in the esports and gaming industry, wherein you also filed, EPWA filed a writ petition in Madras High Court when the regulations came in. How do platforms today ensure safety for esports athletes, or for, say, example, a poker player, a poker athlete, if you can say, and gamers across all demographics? How do you look at the user safety per se as angle?
If we were to just look at platforms, we have to be very mindful that platforms that have a huge user base in India, platforms that have institutional funding, platforms that abide to a code of ethics or a part of a federation are safe to play. But there is also another set of platforms. There are fly-by-night operators that we call in the colloquial term these days, or pure betting apps. These are the ones that actually end up misleading a user. The fact that a user can see ads, the fact that a user can see a betting ad, the fact that a user can see an ad which says that it's a GST platform and come and play on our platform is sort of the not just a gray, a very dark line that gets crossed. So in terms of a user having multiple options, yes, there exists multiple options. Do users have safe platforms to play on? Yes, they do. But when we're specifically talking about esports athletes, is there a national sports federation for esports athletes in India? No. Have we won international games? Yes. We have a Commonwealth medalist in India. We have an Asian Games medalist in India. But we don't have a national sports federation for esports. We have nodal ministries that sort of can regulate companies and industry, but from a user perspective, barring platforms that are willing to do a self-abided ethical practice, I would say there is some missing gap there, yes, for a user.
Piyush, when we talk about user safety, or in fact brand safety as well, we see a lot of user-generated content and which might be flagged, but brand and their advertisements are being placed. How does Router provides an opportunity for these brands which have a brand safety environment and which is a curated content, right?
So, thank you for inviting me here. See, I look at, so for us, the biggest differentiator is that we are a platform. So for us, we are building a sort of an umbrella technology platform under which we are trying to do all the right things. And the first thing we started with was to build a creator ecosystem for India for gaming, which we did for about 2-3 years. We extensively got about 2 million people in India to create content on Router. We personalized the content. We created a lot of moderation with people, technology, etc. So that was our first phase. And the second phase, second phase was working with a lot of brands, as you rightly said. we were one of the first platforms to go to media agencies, brands, push them to start targeting gamers through our platform. And the third one, which we are doing, is commerce, where we are selling gaming currency. The common denominator between all three is that we genuinely believe that, as she rightly said, that there are many platforms which start with a certain intention, but very easily move into doing things which are easy for monetization or which can get you a lot of attention. We have seen way too many platforms around our journey do that. And when you stick to the basics of doing the right thing and doing it responsibly, it's always a harder path. So for us also, the fact that today we've got more than 50 brands advertising on Router every month, coming from different media agencies and really good brands, they would not come to us if the brand safety was not there. So taking care of creators, ensuring users have a safe environment, ensuring all transactions are in a safe environment, that is the way we are building it, and that is why we are taking time. But I think this is the only way our side of gaming will come out to play.
So basically, you mean to say that platforms, regulators, and creators have to be aligned and to be on the same page, so that and as well as consumers, that they have to consume that content responsibly. And Anand, I just want to understand, how do you look at industry-wide standards and codes of conduct in the, especially when there is no law or regulations around it?
Yeah. So Imran, if you look at it, the digital entertainment industry is growing at a massive pace, and the regulatory framework is trying to catch up with it. So at this point, I think self-regulation becomes a very important tool that we have. Self-regulation, co-regulation, these are some of the important tools that we need to abide by. If you look at some of the leading OTT platforms, Disney, Hotstar, Netflix, Amazon, all of them have actually, they've self-regulated themselves and they've tried to comply with the IMI Universal Code of Conduct. And similarly, even if you look at, the after effects of shows like Tandav, there's been an increasing focus on getting pre-release reviews done. And it's not just on OTT platforms perspective, but even platforms like Instagram and YouTube. They're trying to promote, so whenever they're doing a sponsored ad now, there's a tag of advertisement or sponsor that they're trying to incorporate just to bring in more transparency and user confidence, to build user confidence. And it's the same all across. So in e-gaming, we at Grant Thornton, we've been pioneering and championing the cause of code of ethics and code of conduct. I can tell you we started with 6 odd companies of one federation wherein we launched it. There were 200 odd checks that we defined. We asked them to get themselves tested on those checks. Those checks were around age gating, KYC norms, safe play, ethical advertisement, all of these aspects were covered. And now on 10th March, the 3 federations together, they've signed up for it. And it's a time-based activity that they've actually signed up for. So every company above 100 crores, they've given 6 months, and then every company below 100 crores, they have 9 months to comply with the code of ethics. So self-regulation is the way forward, and I believe that's where the industry is moving. And until the time the laws and the frameworks are set in place, I think this can be an important initiative that the industry takes to showcase to government, users, everybody that, we as an industry are trying to self-regulate and be compliant.
Shivani, how do you look at that? Self-regulation is something that the platforms and the industry is looking forward to. Does that also impact, users or esports athletes in the ecosystem?
So there are 2 parts of it, right? There's one duty, obviously, that the platform has towards their own users, irrespective of what the format of the game is. Until there is no self-regulation, it will obviously not get implemented. While there is a mechanism to incorporate self-regulatory bodies in India, those self-regulatory bodies have still not been incorporated. So while in the absence of that, companies and industry is doing their part, I think now is the time where if user has to be the center of this dialogue, and user safety is something that we all agree with, because the nature of online gaming is such that you're dealing with extreme demography, You're dealing with vulnerable ages. You're dealing with the age group of 3 to 80. So you're dealing with a metro and a tier 3 city. So when it comes to legal literacy around whether a game is a legal format or not, a user is probably unaware of it. Where, an 80-year is probably unaware. So those kind of things also exist, which unfortunately can't be implemented till government really steps in a way collaboratively with civil society and industry practices to create a safe environment for this sector of online gaming. What I spoke again earlier, which was about the National Sports Federation for Esports athletes, that's also a very important aspect that we're probably ignoring here, because these are athletes who are winning, again, medals for the country. So to balance that out, as all of us are probably agreeing that one sector can somehow not implement it properly. It has to be then a collaboration between government, civil society, and industry bodies.
Piyush, we also see a lot of esports content on Router, collaboration for BGMI or say for Valorant, and we see many esports athletes in the PC gaming space on Router, and a huge audience watching them. Also with that comes around a topic for toxicity when esports or gaming is concerned. So how do you look at curbing down toxicity on, streaming platforms, be it yours or be it on YouTube? What kind of, measure should a streamer or a content who is consuming it should take care of?
Yeah, quite an interesting question. So esports is like sports, so when there is that kind of a competitiveness involved, people have a lot of emotions. We have seen when two top teams compete with each other, the fans are not just spamming, or I'll not call that spamming because they are expressing themselves, but they are kind of rooting for their, I inserted rooting, so they are rooting for their team on the chat, they are on social media, they are on Instagram. I'll be very honest. I think these are two different things. Esports is an absolutely live action where the support can be much more overwhelming, and therefore we try and, for us, both whether it is a live creator or a esports, we try and control it through moderators, and then we have a tech-enabled moderation. But I genuinely believe that streaming so far has not seen an absurd level of offensive comments or anything. There was a time 3 years back when the industry was just picking up where the emotions were at a different level. Today, I think everything has matured a bit. Creators are handling their fans in a much, much better manner. You don't see very different incidents coming from the esports. So I think the industry has handled themselves quite well. And from our perspective, we are a platform. We have the responsibility to ensure nothing sparks out, and that's what we are trying to do.
And I hope you play Valorant on Mumbai server, where in actual toxicity you understand what it is.
No, I'm just saying that it's a part of it. So either you block chat out, but that will just kill the thing. The point I'm making is that it's a part of the game, and the tech platform can just block certain things and let it be, but they will express themselves somewhere or the other.
Shivani, I want to understand from you, can legal recognition of new digital age entertainment segments like gaming help balance the dual priorities of user protection and safeguarding innovation?
See, it's already been recognized. Companies are not existing in vacuum. They're all private limited companies, very compliant, doing everything that is to be done under the law. Then there is, of course, your nodal ministries assigned for all formats of games. So what's left is probably a little bit of implementation and execution. So, you rightly said that esports or any kind of sports does get emotions high, and, people will say things. But what happens in the digital space is that it does give someone the right to say a bit too much under the garb of anonymity. You will see a lot of female gamers complain about abuse and take up avatars of male male avatars to actually play a game to avoid that. This sort of a Now, the issues that actually users face within this ecosystem is probably related to their own data privacy. There's sexual harassment, there is age gating. These problems can only be solved with regulation. These problems can only be solved when it is mandatory for all platforms to block a word like Instagram does it. You search on Instagram a lewd word, there is a very high chance you're not going to get those as a hashtag. These blockage mechanisms, yes, is again self-regulatory and companies can comply with, but till it's not mandatory, not all will apply. Until all are not applied, we're not actually keeping our users safe.
One more issue that when we talk about responsible digital entertainment is about buying, in-app purchases, right? How does Router look into in-app purchases wherein, you cater to multiple users where people buy in-app goods? We see a lot of scams happening and users at the end suffering. How do you look at the whole issues pertaining to in-app purchases on these platforms?
My favorite question, because that's what we have been doing for the last 1 year. No, I mean, this is the real deal. I think purchase commerce platforms are driven by trust. Trust comes from a platform that has been around, which is following the right rules. We launched Router Shop, which is a marketplace for gaming currencies, about 8-9 months back. The first thing we did in the 12 months prior to that is partnered most of the gaming companies or their distributors in India. Everything that we sell is an API integrated product, which means that let's say you're buying a BGMI UC from Router. You'll first select what you're going to buy. We'll ask you to enter your BGMI ID. Your name will show up. So you verify and your name will show up, which means you know that we have partnership with the game, and then you go on and complete it. And then we are following each and every norm which is required for a marketplace for like us to sort of execute by partnering the best of payment gateway partners and all of it. The point, and therefore we don't face much of it. And our attempt, and we are also working with multiple authorities to ensure none of the scam related purchases, etc., is driven through Router. The point I'm making is this is where a platform-driven marketplace can do much better than unregulated small shops which are selling these things and may end up pushing people to lose money. So we are really following the book, and I think the gaming commerce has to be driven by a platform rather than shops which are unregulated.
Anane, to understand that regulation, heavy regulation in fact, can stifle the growth of the sunrise sector, what are the major contentions or, that we are looking at so that we can regulate online gaming?
No, so from online gaming, I think there's been court verdicts which have been...
And again, it's for responsible digital entertainment that we are looking at.
No, absolutely. So I think there have been various court judgments that have now started to come in with regards to that the states have the responsibility of setting their own laws. So I think right now, like I said previously, with the increase and the pace at which we are growing, sometimes it becomes difficult to formulate frameworks in an adequate manner. And that's where the government as a whole is also struggling at the moment. So I mean, there were instances of guidelines coming out and then they being backtracked, and now different ministries looking at it. So that's where I'm saying, so it's critical that self-regulation and co-regulation exist rather than actually government framing laws. Shivani mentioned it's critical that we have laws, but are we in the right atmosphere right now to create them is what the challenge is.
But Shivani, coming to you on this, with multiple states, regulating online gaming, don't you think there is a need for a unified law which, caters to the entire sector? Do you think that can be achieved, or what are the contentions to unified law in the country right now?
So there are no online gaming laws. Online gaming exists as an exception to gambling. Yes, while there is, of course, the center regulates online gaming and states have the power to regulate gambling, so they have the power to ban gambling activities. But I mean, that's a really long debate of how states have overarched their powers to actually get into the ambit of regulating gaming, calling it gambling. So the only uniform law that we have right now is the IT rules, which say that a self-regulatory body should be set up, which will then decide through a given mechanism which game is permissible online game or not. Otherwise, each game has to ultimately end up standing test of law in court. And, you know, while poker, rummy, skill form of Ludo, what Roland was saying, they've all gone to court and got themselves tested. Nobody in their right mind is ever going to take chess to court. Nobody in their right mind will ever take FIFA to court. Does that mean that they are not skill games because they are not court approved? To avoid all of this conversation and confusion, of course, a unified online gaming law is necessary. It's not that it doesn't exist. It does. It's not executed yet. There are nodal ministries that are supposed to regulate online gaming or esports in a certain way, but it's not happening yet. And while these discussions and forums actually help create a solution, the problem still exists.
And Imran, if I can just add to her. So if you look at it, the best game of skill in the world is chess, right? And if you ask a professional chess player, he'll tell you that the toss of whether he plays white or black actually has a result on the outcome. So there is an element of chance even in the best game of skill. So this entire game of skill versus game of chance, and I know IIT has given its word.
It's all over place, like, you know, predominant scintilla of skill, this, that. I'm done listening to all the judgments and that has come. And Piyush, I want to understand from you on this, that when we talk about content consumption and regulation, do you think streaming platforms like you should be regulated? Like how television is, or like how OTT platforms are self-regulated. Do you think streaming platforms like you should also be regulated?
So I think first and foremost, we are different from an OTT because a lot of content on our platform is user-generated. And therefore, if we don't self-regulate, then nothing else can do it. So for us, therefore, everything that we have invested in machine learning models to understand what kind of a content is safe, not safe, what should show up, what should not show up, etc., is a part of the fact that we are trying to regulate content and ensure the best of the content or the right content is served. Having said that, I think in our case, industry is at an early stage, and there are few more steps to be taken by people or authorities to regulate. And therefore, from a content perspective, I think we are more than, we welcome any sort of a regulation that should come up for a streaming platform like us. But in general, even if there is a regulation, we will have to take the first step and self-regulate at each and every stage so that it's not misused.
Great. On that last note, just want to understand, how responsibly the platforms, policymakers, and the users, can collaborate to create a very safe environment and in the ecosystem. So, starting with you, Shivani.
See, I think legal literacy, awareness, and right representation are the three important aspects of such a complex digital world that we're entering. There is no way that people are not going to stop playing online games. It's only going to increase over a period of time. More and more people will just keep getting exposed. There will be more formats. So just like anything digital that in the beginning is new and seems draconic, this may have probably crossed that stage, online gaming, because it's almost a profession now for a large number of people. It becomes more of a need to protect them. So you're right. Without the collaboration of these three sectors, it's just almost impossible to create a safe gaming environment.
Piyush? From our end, I think, we see a lot of people already collaborating. I would just welcome more and more publishers to start collaborating with platforms like us and maybe the creator in the esports ecosystem. I think in isolation, everybody is doing quite okay. But we would definitely need more heads up on coming together. And my key take here is that I think we would love to work more closely with publishers to understand how we can help their game become more popular and how we can, regularize the entire content around it.
Yeah, I think co-regulation and self-regulation will become critical. It has to be a collaborative effort of the industry, academia, and the policymakers together. So that's the way forward.
Rightly used. collaboration is key to success, as you mentioned. On that note, yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being with us. Great panel. Thank you.
Ethical content creation to safeguarding communities and championing inclusion, today's session reminded us that responsibility is not just a choice, it's a shared commitment between platforms, creators, users, and policymakers. Well, our next session puts the spotlight on one of the biggest enablers of India's digital future, our states. From driving startup growth to enabling local skilling, from offering incentives to shaping digital infrastructure, state governments are playing a pivotal role in building India's gaming and creative economy. Well, this next session on the theme, Role of States in Promoting the Gaming Industry, explores exactly that. And to moderate this session, please welcome back on stage Storyboard18's Imran Fazal. Imran, can we have you back on stage, please? Please also extend a warm welcome to Mr. Brijesh Singh, Principal Secretary, Directorate General of Information and PR, Government of Maharashtra. Sir? Over to you, Imran.
Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today. We have seen multiple, initiatives by Maharashtra government in which crackdowns have been taken place on cyber crimes and illegal betting and gambling platforms, especially operating in the state of Maharashtra. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Just to understand, when we look at the menace of cyber crimes, especially in the gaming space, how do you look at curbing such issues in the state of Maharashtra, and what do you recommend for other states to look at?
First of all, I think, as it has been discussed in the earlier sessions also, there needs to be one uniform policy across all states. So if you see gambling and by definition portions of real money games are regulated by the Indian Gambling Act of 1850s vintage.
Right.
Now the irony is that gambling becomes a state subject and each state then can have a regulation for that. So Nagaland may come up with something, Haryana may come up with something, Maharashtra may come up with something. So there has to be a harmonization. And something which is, something which is online, it is difficult to jurisdictionally control it, right? Because parts of it are here, parts of it are on some server across, parts of it are probably in Europe or Scandinavia, and it becomes difficult. Once, let's say, you spot a violation, investigation becomes difficult and costly. Now, to put sanity around all this, you need a national framework. It would be very worthwhile that some kind of a model framework is created, which then all states follow. See, what happened in British times was that all states followed this Indian Gambling Act, and then they made, later on, when we had this division of states in India, each state made its own gambling law. So it acted like a model act, and generally it is same section by section. But it's time that we understand that online gaming is very different, and it needs to have its own act. And hence, one should start with a harmonization of laws. So that is why there's a regulatory control by the central government, and wherein there are aspects which are very different with state governments. Rather than having this patchwork of governance, it should have one at least unified law across all country.
So when we talk about Maharashtra police, Mumbai is a major city wherein we look at, and Pune. How do you look at curbing down on cyber crimes? We see a lot of reforms taking place in the state of Maharashtra, when we look at cyber crimes, and there are cybercrime police stations as well. So how do you sum up the progress and growth of the police departments to crack down on such activities?
See, cybercrimes are something wherein, apart from the prevention aspect, when it comes to investigation, police naturally comes as post facto. Now, and there are various kinds of cybercrimes. If you talk of financial cybercrimes, then the capacity and capability both of police departments has seen a great uptick. Like Maharashtra was one of the first states to establish 47 cyber labs in one go. In fact, I was, very lucky to be the first cyber chief in 2015. And the then chief minister, who's again the chief minister now, he gave us a sum of 1,000 crores at that time, when cyber was not such a big thing, to establish a cyber center, which became Maharashtra Cyber, and various units under it. And we could go around the world, see what is the state of the art, and create best labs in Maharashtra. And that legacy has continued still, and other states have also developed. We could train lakhs of our, staff, and also could spread awareness amongst people, could interact with, let's say, the BFSI sector. For example, if we saw that there was a feedback that KYC, know your customer, is a weakness which is leading to crimes, then we could get feedback to the regulators, to banks, to show where there are chinks in this armor and how to correct this by coming up with right policies and right frameworks. So, right from the preventive aspect to the investigative aspect, a lot has been done. Center has also done great things. Center has, a national cybersecurity coordinator. There is a national critical information infrastructure protection agency. There is I4C, which coordinates between all states, wherein if there are crimes which are happening across multiple states or which have, a kind of a cross-border nature, then I4C coordinates. There's a number called 1930, and 1930, everybody should remember this number, because as soon as somebody is subjected to crime, they should call up this number, because it stops the flight of money. You would see in cybercrime cases that once, let's say, somebody takes 50,000 rupees from somebody by asking them to share their OTP, this money then divides into several parts and starts jumping account to account in real time. Now, 1930 has the authority to stop this flight of money. So it's a wonderful initiative by central government, and not only that, they ticket and track every case. And there's a dashboard wherein outcomes are measured and states are given feedback on response times. And they have stopped a lot of money from, flying away. Because cybercrimes are complex and they have various parts. I mean, somebody is doing the phishing, somebody is a money mule, somebody is operating these networks, somebody is making malware, right? So it's difficult to kind of deal them individually. 1930 stops the money from going anywhere. Because, generally in crime we say follow the money. So it freezes the money. Also, cybercrime.gov.in is an online portal where if you have been a victim, you can register your complaint, even anonymously. So a lot has been done in the country, both in terms of, raising the capabilities and the capacity and the skills of police forces to investigate cybercrimes.
So do you think there is a need for a policy, or do you think, public and private partnerships is the way forward? Do you think, PPP model that we look at is the right model to go forward to tackle, for example, say cyber crimes or illegal betting or gambling platforms?
PPP has its role. Let me give you an example. That online piracy used to be, and IP content protection used to be a huge problem. And whenever we interacted with American counterparts, they used to talk about, they have a provision called Special 301, and they would talk about IP regimes not being proper in this jurisdiction, that jurisdiction. So we formed in Maharashtra, Maharashtra Cyber Digital Crime Unit, which is also now called Intellectual Property Crime Unit. And when we started, enforcing with the help of industry, so it was a unique partnership in which we told the industry that you give us the infrastructure, you give us manpower, you give us the expertise, we would give you the law enforcement teeth. So it became a public-private partnership. Motion Pictures Association was a part of that. And in this partnership, we could stop, millions of hits per month of pirated website traffic. Also, we could bring down a large number of pirating websites. However, the best thing that we realized that only 14% of the piracy traffic was happening in India and 16% was happening overseas. So all of those who basically were telling us that India's IP protection regime is not proper, we went back and told them that, look, this is bulletproof hosting. This is this, wherein it's very, very difficult to get information. And this is where all these things are being hosted. So this was a good example of public-private partnership. But one place where PPP can happen is threat intelligence sharing. Like, it can be about anything. It can be about crypto flows. It can be about malware. It can be about IPs. It can be about, illegal transactions. So all of this can be shared by establishing a public-private partnership.
Yeah, I think...
I see great scope there.
Yeah, and I think even the courts today are very strict about copyright laws. Recently being a superlative injunction granted to a broadcaster, wherein a direct block can be, a ban can be made, or, they don't have to go to courts. But do you think, there is a need for a global harmony to crack down not only on copyright materials, but also illegal gambling and betting platforms, wherein coordination is required between two governments?
See, there has been felt need for a global cybercrime convention. And Budapest Convention was signed by 68 countries. But there were issues with Budapest Convention, wherein part one of that was about information interchange regarding cybercrimes. But part two was, then they started teaching us how to run a democracy. Now you can't tell the largest democracy how to run itself, right? And that's why India had issues in signing the Budapest Convention. But see, slowly, cybercrimes for the world became such a big problem that today the extent of this economy is almost thrice of Indian GDP. So the global cybercrime economy is going at $10.5 trillion this year. And that is why UN sat on a crime convention after 20 years, because the last crime convention that was there was on transnational organized crime. This time the UN actually has come up with a cybercrime convention, which was passed in December 2024. It will be ratified now in Vietnam in some time. So now we have a global cybercrime convention, and that will create a harmonization of laws everywhere. Because see, what happens is that law is a double-edged sword. For example, when GDPR happened, GDPR made it very, very difficult to investigate, because if you ask for information, all that is redacted under GDPR, and it becomes very, very difficult to obtain information under, let's say, MLATs. So an MLAT may take a very long time, while the bad guys are collaborating in real time, right? The bad guys, you can put a hit on somebody in the darknet, and by evening you can start a DDoS attack for $40. But for real guys, for good guys, you would have to have follow procedures, court procedures, legal procedures, warrants. And this becomes very, very difficult and slow. And hence, you need to have a harmonization all across the world, which is now happening through the UN Convention.
And how do you look at center and state collaboration? So, for example, if Maharashtra goes to center, we need your help. How does this collaboration works?
You see, policing is a state subject. So where it comes to policing, where it comes to investigation, collection of evidence, arrests, it's all within the jurisdictional competence of the state, and the state is empowered to do so. Where there are laws like an IT Act, that again can be enforced. If there's a criminal part of that, that is enforced by the state. So as far as aspects regarding policing powers are there, the states are free to do so. There are certain regulatory aspects which are rules under the IT Act, let's say about platform responsibility or about intermediary, safeguards. Then all of these are implemented by the center. So there is good coordination between states and center regarding this. However, I still feel that the different states are at different level of capacity and capability in terms of forensics, in terms of skills, in terms of compute, in terms of sheer awareness regarding cyber crimes, in terms of procedures being known, evidentiary procedures being known, in terms of storing, processing, submitting these evidences to the court. All states are at, let's say, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Odisha, Maharashtra, Karnataka would be all at different levels. And it's essential that the states look at this and invest in a way in which they can stop the deluge of cybercrimes that's coming.
So the interesting part of this is when we talk about enforcement, do you think states can play a more proactive role in curbing illegal betting and gambling platforms that operate in their jurisdiction? Do you think that can be done, or is it like center can take care of it?
So see, there are various parts. There are things like takedown, which are the jurisdiction of center. So their coordination is needed. But if there is something physical which is happening there, then that can be handled by the states. However, if the states during an investigation find that here is an illegal app which is transacting money in this way, which violates all these laws including money laundering, let's say you saw the Chinese loan app scams, how they were happening, then you write to center and see to it that you write to the appropriate ministry for blocking of these apps so that they are not accessible within India. But see, there are always countermeasures. And if somebody has to do it, they are going to use VPNs and proxies and everything to circumvent. So digital space is very, very difficult to control in a way a physical space is. And hence regulation is not the only answer. There's a lot around platform responsibility and self-regulation by the platforms which needs to be thought about.
But do you think there is a need for speed in this? Can we have some measures where we can, make it more proactive and block them?
Courts have been very proactive. Earlier, let's say if you blocked a particular site, then that chap, with a small change of spelling came up with a new site. But today, courts are giving broad blocking orders, also giving John Doe orders, which has really facilitated blocking of malicious and harmful content and sites. However, I do believe that legal procedures are slow. It's difficult to get information, especially if information pertains to something which is overseas, then it becomes very difficult. Encryption is one thing. Sometimes people are using encrypted apps, messaging platforms, and also anti-forensics, which makes it very difficult even to investigate. So let's say when you go to investigate, there's nothing to investigate because even if you recover something, it's encrypted, and it's encrypted in such a way that you cannot decrypt it, right? That makes it very, very difficult. So, and encryption is a good thing. Like all of the world's financial systems and militaries and confidential communication runs on encryption. But though it is protective of secrecy, it's also difficult because, as I said, it can become a double-edged sword.
We discussed this, when we started this session. Every state's regulating online gaming. Do you think unified gaming law is required? And how is Maharashtra looking at towards the whole gaming industry?
Well, difficult to say something on behalf of the state because anything that would come through the will of the legislature, state legislature assembly. But I feel that there is a need for harmonization. Harmonization in 2-3 terms. One is that harmonization of all these laws across jurisdictions, because look at it from the point of view of any company, that they will have to deal with each regulator and their regulatory costs. And if there is no regulatory certainty, then it's difficult to do business. So there has to be some kind of a harmonization wherein, let's say, a model law is created and which is generally agreed upon by all the states, and then they can adapt. However, it is the entire jurisdictional competence of the state, and in the 7th schedule, it's within the powers of the state to legislate on that, and nobody can take that away. But logically, something which is non-jurisdictional by nature, like internet, you can't put borders on that. There are no borders on the internet. So then trying to adapt a land-based framework on something which is so ethereal is really difficult. And hence it would be easy, maybe easy even for enforcement, because it's not so that parts of that same crime would lie in the same state, right? It would not entirely happen. When something like a physical thing like a murder, most of the parts of that offense and its investigation lie in that one place. But something which is online, it's all over the place. You don't even know where the server is, where the backup is, where it's being transmitted from, where the cloud is. So I believe that, and I reiterate this, there's a harmonization of laws and regulations between the states, and also in line with what the center is thinking. The center may, let's say, take a developmental approach to this and say that we have to encourage a particular sector. You saw that Waves 2025 was held in Mumbai, and Honorable Prime Minister also said, and they also had a gaming arena there where large platforms participated. And Maharashtra itself wants to be the gaming capital of India. And at one place where we are encouraging this, there needs to be a harmonization across India where we speak the common language and there is no regulatory burden on part of the business itself.
Thank you so much. And truly, there's an urgent need to have a unified law which is applicable across the country, and that would help the industry to grow. Thank you so much, Vijayji, and for joining with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imran, and heartfelt thanks to Mr. Brijesh Singh for sharing those invaluable insights on how our states are powering India's gaming revolution. Well, now we turn to our next session, Gaming and the Creator Economy, a conversation that dives into the dynamic world where passion meets profession and gamers evolve into entrepreneurs, entertainers, and community leaders. Please welcome back on stage
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely to be back here on the stage for this I'm very, very excited about this panel. Okay, pehle hum thoda sa rukte hain. There's a little bit of movement in and out. We'll just wait for people to sort of settle down and then we'll start. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm with two of the biggest faces in the gaming and the creator economy. You're going to keep hearing me saying gaming/creator economy. We're going to keep using that put together. And I'm going to tell you a bit about both of them in a second. These are two men with two very different outlooks on how to play out the next few years. They're also two people with very different profiles, I think it's fair to say. So I'll go over to them, I'll ask them questions, and we're going to in a little while also be joined by a third person who's going to be joining us on stage. I think she's here. Hello. Lovely to have you. All right, let's have... Come, you can come on stage and join us. Yeah. So it's lovely to have you come. We were just introducing the audience to our other two panelists. Okay, so let's get into it. Okay, let's. I was telling our audiences a little bit about how different these two are. You're obviously a third person there, so we'll come to you in a second. But I want to start with you first, Harneet. So, and let me tell you, our audience, that actually the person perhaps with the oldest storyline, जिससे शुरू करना चाहिए, is you, because आप बहुत सदियों से कर रहे हो. I'm making you sound very old. But we'll start with you, Harneet, for a different reason. So Harneet is someone who, just a few years ago, has a music video that has racked up millions and millions of views. And it's a very cool rap video. So my point is, he's someone who's multidimensional. He is a gamer who convinced his parents in the 8th grade, ki mom and dad, let me do this, and they'll let you do this. Walk us through that journey, because you've been to Canada, you've come back from Canada, you've decided this is where you want to build your life. Tell us about that story.
Yeah, so I started gaming when I was 8th, and when I was in 8th grade, and my mother, she's sitting over here, but... Can we get a hello? But yeah. She was like, so there was a tournament happening across Ramjas College. Though there was a gaming cafe, and I used to play basketball back then. So my mom was like, okay, I'll drop you to the metro, because I live in Faridabad and we didn't have metro, right? So she was like, and I was like, we need like 500 rupees to enter. Then she's like, oh, to enter, you need to pay. I'm like, yeah. Then she's like, oh, for what tournament? She thought it was basketball because I'm going to a college, but I was going for a gaming event. So gaming happened from there. And during that time, I won, and I won like 10,000 rupees, which in that time was a pretty big thing. And from then, I found my way, like gaming is something I want to do for the longer period of time. And they were like, okay, it's fine, but like don't mess up your grades, because education is something that's really important. And I feel after that, once I went to Canada, the whole YouTube thing began and the streaming began, and people started to know me. And once I came back, then I felt like India is somewhere I want to grow, since my majority of my audience is Indian, and I want to have a direct connection with them. So that was why I came back to India. And now I'm exploring different sides of content creation, because apart from gaming, I also do travel, because I love to travel, and then I also divulge into music, and now I'm learning how to create beats so I can create my own music.
Okay, so I'm going to come to each of you and ask you questions, but if you want to say something to something someone else has said, feel free to. Sure. Tanmay, I want to come to you next and ask you, very different story from the one we just heard from Harneet. Let me just, oh, you want to, no, please go ahead.
I think like in this industry, actually he's my senior. So he's been into gaming before me. I used to play football. तो मैं फुटबॉल खेलता था काफी टाइम से, बट ये मेरा सीनियर होता है कि ये मेरे से पहले गेमिंग कर रहा था प्रोफेशनली. मैं तो बहुत लेट आया हूँ.
But आपको, so let me give the audience a little context about you.
100%.
And I always wonder, you know, when you're on these stages, do you want to be scout, or do you want, you know, like how do you want to be referred to? That's a question.
हाँ नहीं, मतलब सब लोग स्काउट के नाम से जानते हैं, बट मेरा असली नाम तन्मय सिंह है.
हाँ. और आपकी, मैं बस, I just want to tell the audience that you're someone जिसे comment section में शाहरुख खान बुलाया गया है of the gaming world 2-3 times. Not like you look like Shahrukh Khan, just that my God, you're a big deal. But you have taken years to get here, and you have a very, I've seen in your interviews, a very sportsman-like approach to what you do. Can you walk us through your approach and how you think of your brand?
स्पोर्ट्समैन वाला अप्रोच इसलिए रहता है कि मैं खुद एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन रह चुका हूँ. लाइक पिछले 7-8 सालों से मैंने प्रोफेशनली बहुत जगह कम्पीट किया है, स्पेशली फुटबॉल एंड मार्शल आर्ट्स में. तो एक कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पिरिट रहता है. तो एक रहता है कि अगर आप एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन हो, आप कोई भी फील्ड में जाओ, यू हैव दैट कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पिरिट कि नहीं यार, मेरे को टॉप पे रहना है. तो वो वाली स्पिरिट भले वो कंटेंट क्रिएशन हो या फिर गेमिंग हो, मेरे अंदर रह गया, मतलब 24/7 रहता ही है. प्लस मैं सिर्फ गेम करने के लिए नहीं करता, आई कम्पीट इन दैट. तो आई एम ऑल्सो एन ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट. अगर बहुत लोगों को नहीं पता कि ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट क्या है, जब आप गेमिंग में कम्पीट करते हो उसको हम लोग टर्म देते हैं ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट. जैसे स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट होता है वैसे ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट होता है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक स्पोर्ट्स. तो मैं कम्पीट भी करता हूँ और साथ में लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग करता हूँ, कॉन्टेंट बनाना स्टार्ट कर रहा हूँ. तो मेरा मेन गोल है कि इंडिया में जो गेमिंग इतना पीछे है, मेरे को उसको वर्ल्ड मैप में पहुंचाना है, जिस लेवल पे वर्ल्ड वाइड चल रहा है. क्योंकि बाहर अगर कुछ स्टैटिस्टिक्स आए थे जब कोविड में लॉकडाउन लगा हुआ था, तो मूवी एंड म्यूजिक इंडस्ट्री कंबाइन जितना बनाया था उससे ज्यादा गेमिंग ने सोलो बनाया था. तो ऑब्वियसली गेमिंग बाहर बहुत बड़ा है. तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि इंडिया में भी अगर उस लेवल पे पहुंचे, जहाँ पे ऑब्वियसली मेरे टाइम पे बहुत हार्ड हुआ था मेरे पेरेंट्स को कन्विंस करने के लिए कि मेरे को गेम खेलने दो. जैसे बताया रणनीत ने कि ये भी गेम खेलने के लिए घर पे ऐसे बोल के गया था, मैं भी घर पे थोड़ा सा घुमा फिरा।
कहानी है ये, we'll come to know.
क्योंकि हम कैफे जाते थे और कैफे में घंटे के 100 रुपए 70 रुपए लेते थे। हम भी बच्चा आदमी उसमें कहाँ से पैसे देगा, तो घर पे से बोलना खाने के लिए थोड़ा पैसे चाहिए तो लेके जाके गेम खेल लेना। तो ये सब कहानी तो सभी गेमर ने करी हुई है। तो ये रही मेरी पूरी जर्नी यहाँ तक पहुँचने की।
So very quickly, and then Mizo, I want to come to you in a second. But tell me quickly, अगर किसी ने आपसे पूछा, because you're saying right now that your goal is to take India to where other countries in their gaming communities are. अगर किसी ने अभी पूछा in 2025, 100% में से कितने % पहुंचे हैं हम?
I think it's just 20%.
Oh,
it's just 20%.
Okay, all right.
क्योंकि इंडिया में भी ऑप्शंस नहीं है। जैसे अभी स्पोर्ट्स में we have cricket, we have football, we have hockey, we have different sports. In gaming in India, specifically for competing, that's esports, we still have very less games. We still need a lot of games where the whole world is competing. And I still know that we have numbers. So obviously we will have the talents. But we need the perfect platform where people can go and actually compete.
Okay. Mizo, let's come to you now. Aapka, your entire brand, I have to tell you. So, ye panels karne ke liye, we have to do research, study. And my point is, your social media, is it, just check if it's on for a second.
Hello.
Yeah, it's on. So I was going to say, your presence, the way you've built out who Mizo is. So I just want to tell our audience, you look her up online. Aapka YouTube mein your live vlogging your life. And you show, and it takes a lot of, frankly, fearlessness to be as vulnerable as you are, to show every aspect of your life, apart from the gaming. And you are front and center a gamer, but you show when you're celebrating, you show when you're out with friends. Walk me through how you thought through brand Mizo, and walk me through, did your parents, family, community, in the beginning go, listen, beta, don't put out so much online. For you, was that a negotiation? How do I think through it?
Okay, so honestly, my parents were pretty chill with me gaming. Like, my first PlayStation, I think my dad bought it for me. And then he always supported my passion for gaming. So I've been gaming since I'm I was 12 years old, okay? And I had a PS2, a PS3, a PS4. So, but what they did not think was that I could actually turn this into something that would bring monetary value to me. And that's where I proved them wrong, because they were like, hey, this is just a waste of time and you shouldn't put so much effort into this. Finish college, finish school, which I've done, by the way. I've already finished everything.
No one's doubting you. Don't.
Yeah. No, people usually assume such things about gamers, but I'm just really happy that I'm representing gamers at this stage today. And
you get irritated when people ask you the woman question, by the way. And what I mean when I say that is when people ask you, what is it like to be a woman? Because I feel like there's a cliche almost every time we see, a young woman doing incredibly well in gaming. We're like, what is it like being a woman? I know it's a unique experience and it's different. So how do you does it irritate you to hear that question, or how do you sort of think through it?
Well, my least favorite line that I've heard is, you play really good for a woman. Like... That happened a lot when I was playing Valorant, but I guess I got used to it with time. And see, at this stage, girls in gaming, we're at a very, we're not there yet. There are very few girl gamers. And I, as a girl gamer, and a lot of other girl gamers that are not here, we are trying our best to get girls into gaming and to show them that this is a very viable career option for you. And the market is huge. We are just tapping into it. Like Scout said, we're at 20% basically. And I just hope that it just gets expedited. Everything, gaming becomes a huge deal in India. I think according to some reports, outside India, gaming and influencer market is bringing in a lot more money than, celeb business and movie actors, everything. So I feel like we should focus more on gaming in India. Yeah.
Okay, so let's take this then to that next question. The next question being, how do we get from, you I think said 30%, Tanmay, a little earlier?
30%.
Okay, so the next question then is, 20% se leke aage kaise jaएं? And यहाँ पे मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, so Tanmay, in one of your older interviews, you said that the thing I want, and ये आप तीनों की, well, not आपकी कहानी नहीं रही है, but the thing you said is that I want more parents to know कि this is a viable career option. Okay, so tell me, what are the things, give me 2 things, and I'll come to both of you also to ask exactly this. So I want you both to have time to think. That what are the 2 things that you want to see change today? And it can include policy support, for example. Support from the government, because I know the government has done a lot to acknowledge gamers, gaming in the last few years, but what more?
तो इसका एक छोटा सा बैकस्टोरी मैं देता हूँ. मैंने जब गेमिंग स्टार्ट की थी, मैं पेरेंट्स को इसका एग्जांपल नहीं दे सकता था कि भाई ये बंदा भी गेमर बन चुका है, तो मेरे को वो पैशन फॉलो करना है. हम लोग सब फर्स्ट जनरेशन से कि इफ वी सेट इट अप तो फ्यूचर जनरेशन हमारा एग्जांपल दे सकता है. तो पहली बात तो हमें कुछ अच्छे लेवल पे, उस लेवल पे इम्पैक्ट डालना है जो हम पूरी एफर्ट डाल रहे हैं. जैसे आपने बोला गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट, इसको हम एक ट्रेडिशनल स्पोर्ट्स को साथ एज एन एग्जांपल लेके चलते हैं. जैसे अगर किसी को क्रिकेट खेलना है तो पहले वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट खेलेगा, फिर स्टेट खेलेगा, फिर नेशनल्स खेलेगा, रणजी खेलेगा, फिर आईपीएल एंड इंडिया टीम. ये एक स्ट्रक्चर है. वी डोंट हैव इट येट फॉर गेमिंग. अगर ऐसा एक स्ट्रक्चर बनता है तो आप सोचो कि हर स्टेट से कितने अच्छे गेमर्स निकल के आएंगे जो अपने पेरेंट्स को बोल सकते हैं नहीं मेरे को जाना है, मेरे को नेशनल्स खेलना है. अगर आपने अगर न्यूज देखा होगा, रिसेंटली इन लास्ट कपल ऑफ इयर्स ओलंपिक्स में गेमिंग आ चुका है ऑलरेडी. इमेजिन अ किड फ्रॉम इंडिया गोइंग एंड गेटिंग दैट मेडल फॉर द कंट्री. उससे बड़ा प्राउड मोमेंट आई डोंट थिंक सो कहीं और रहता है. क्योंकि मैंने जब फुटबॉल खेलना स्टार्ट किया था, मेरा था सपना कि यार मेरे को नेशनल एंथम चलना चाहिए, मैं फील्ड में खड़ा हूँ, मैं कंट्री रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ. तो वो एक अपॉर्चुनिटी आती है गेमिंग के थ्रू कि जिसको गेमिंग करनी है वो गेमिंग कर सकता है. तो एक गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू एक स्ट्रक्चर बनेगा तो आई थिंक वो बहुत ज्यादा वैलिड. और इसमें पेरेंट्स को ब्लेम नहीं करूंगा. रीजन कि मेरे पेरेंट्स भी मेरे को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे थे क्योंकि उनको मेरा एक फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी चाहिए. कौन चाहेगा अपना बच्चा ऐसे जगह पे टाइम डाले जहां पे उसका फ्यूचर नहीं है. तो अगर फाइनेंशियल स्टेबल नहीं है तो फ्यूचर सिक्योर नहीं है. तो फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी चाहिए. तो वो चीज के लिए सिस्टम होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से जो एफर्ट्स अभी डाल रही है कंटिन्यू चलता रहे, आई एम 100% श्योर कि इन फ्यूचर जनरेशन जो भी बच्चा भी जिनको गेमिंग करना है उन लोग अपने पेरेंट्स को समझा सकते हैं, वैलिड एग्जांपल्स दे सकते हैं, एक स्ट्रक्चर बता सकते हैं कि हम कैसे बन सकते हैं. अभी रोड मैप नहीं था हम लोग जब स्टार्ट किया. अगर मेरे मॉम मेरे को पूछेंगे कि क्या करेगा गेमिंग में, नहीं पता, कहाँ जाना नहीं पता, नहीं पता वाला क्वेश्चन मार्क जो है वो हट जाएगा.
Okay, Harneet, इसी चीज पे I want to ask you a question too. So Harneet, as I was telling the audience a little earlier, he's someone who has played games, been a gamer in Canada too. Yeah. And I asked you this question, how you would compare the Canadian gaming community or any of these countries. In the US, for example, I know, groups of boys will coordinate कि Sunday रात को हम सब D&D खेलेंगे. And पूरा D&D का culture है. And I asked you कि आपके Indian gaming community पे क्या, what your thoughts are. And you said कि, if you don't mind me summarizing,
it's fine.
कि थोड़ा सा मतलब ही है ये community.
हाँ.
Explain to our audience what you meant when you said that.
मेरी ये जो थॉट था कि मेरे को मतलब ही लगी ऑडियंस नहीं कम्युनिटी, वो इससे लगी क्योंकि यहाँ पे सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत मेरे को ये लगी कि whenever there is a big tournament or when teams/orgs need support from community, they ask for the support and then they're gone till the next tournament comes up. तो मेरे को ये लगता है कि जो actual community है, the people who are following the orgs, they're not inculcated into or they're not entertained properly while the break is going on. तो मेरे को ये लगता है कि एक चीज जो सबसे बड़ी होनी चाहिए वो ये होनी चाहिए कि कम्युनिटीज में रेगुलरली पार्टिसिपेशन हो, जो हमें लोग देख रहे हैं, जो उनको फॉलो कर रहे हैं कम्युनिटीज को या जो उनका पार्ट बनना चाहते हैं. ये मेरे को लगता है. पर इसके बारे में बेटर स्काउट भी बता पाएगा क्योंकि स्काउट इज अ टीम ओनर. So I think he'll be able to shed light more.
Come to you, Scout, in a second, because what I want to ask, Mizu, you're part of a community right now.
Yeah.
You live every day with a community. And I want to know what that's like. First tell us, walk our audience through the process. How does one become part of one of these groups? Do they contact you? Do you contact them? How does it happen? And then tell us what life every day is like when you're living in a house, for example, full of gamers.
You mean boot camp? Yeah. What it is like. So when I started out as a live streamer, I was like just 18, 19 years old. And then I started playing with a lot of streamers. Like I started getting invitationals to a lot of Valorant tournaments, COD tournaments. So through that, I think I got recognized by this organization, which is currently leading like and it's called Godlike Esports. So they approached me and they asked me to join their org. So ever since that day, everything has just, took off for me. And the way they represent you, the way they sculpt you to become a gamer and an influencer, it has just been amazing.
Do you feel like Godlike and that community gives you what he was saying is missing in, for example, the life of an individual gamer? We're going to come to you in a second, Tanmay.
So I think you're getting
two pieces.
You're getting confused between the community and the orgs.
Yeah.
Community is basically the whole entire gaming.
Yeah, but I wanted to know if emotionally living in an org
When we
like
talk
that
about
would make up
Mizo and the orgs, it's basically different orgs, just like IPL teams. It's like that, what Mizo is trying to explain. And what Harnit is trying to tell is the whole as a community, when we talk about a community like IPL, we consider different teams inside.
How people support each other.
Exactly. So he's talking about that. And she's talking about the orgs.
Yeah, I'm talking about the gaming house that you were mentioning.
That's why I wanted to ask you about the experience.
So I don't live in the boot camp, but a lot of my peers live there. A lot of esports players, content creators, everybody lives there. And honestly, looking at their lives is just a blast. It's like a hostel.
Which is actually what it looks like.
It's amazing. Like everyone has their own PC setups. They can make whatever content they want. Top-notch production is available at your hands. Anytime you think of a content idea, you can just make it whenever you want. And the org that I'm in, and I'm pretty sure all the Indian orgs, they are super supportive. They take care of everything. So for me, it has been an amazing experience being a part of their organization, and I look forward to continuing it with them.
Okay, now then, see, so the reason I was asking you this was because the pieces that you were saying were missing. I wanted to know if maybe being part of an org helped. But I want to come to you now and ask you. So I'll just go to Tanmay for a second and ask him. So you touched on this already, that you run a team. And you've talked a little bit about how running a team takes a lot of money. Let's just tell our audiences, apart from the players, there are substitute players, there's a data analyst, there's a coach, there are pieces. And when you run a team, that's coming from your pocket.
So I ran a team solo for 3 years. Like I used to do brand deals and get the money. Then I used to spend them by paying my players, their salary, their travel expenses, their food and everything for last 3 years. Now I got a guy who has the same goal, and he's Rohit Jagasia. So we have partnered together and merged both the orgs. Now our org is called RNTX. So her org is called Godel, and there's one more org called S12. So these are the big threes of our country.
There's so much I want you to take. There's so much. It's so cool that you guys are the three biggest in the country. Yeah. I mean, like Godlike, I've been hearing about for years. Yours too. I'm just like, this is.
So I feel there are many more orgs that are coming up, like OG, RG. There are so many orgs that are coming up. It's just that we all started early, so we were able to,
first mover advantage.
Yeah, first mover advantage. We got that, and the community. What he was telling is like it's still growing. तो लोगों को साथ में चढ़ के ऊपर जाना आता नहीं है अभी. जब लोग साथ, जैसे कि अगर आप इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी देखते हो ऑफ स्ट्रीमर्स या फिर कंटेंट क्रिएशन, सब लोग साथ बोलते हैं जो कोलैबोरेशन, ये टर्म इंडिया में बहुत ज्यादा नेग्लेक्ट किया जाता है. कोलैबोरेशन इज समथिंग जिससे लोग साथ में आगे बढ़ते हैं. यहाँ पे कैसा है, यहाँ पे लोगों को आइडिया नहीं उस टाइप का. अगर जो हमसे पहले जो बड़े यूट्यूबर्स जैसे कि कैरी मिनाटी हो गया, हर्ष बेनीवाल हो गया, आशीष संचलान हो गए, इन सब ने अपने अर्ली स्टेज में विद कोलैबोरेशन दे ग्रू. तो ये चीज गेमिंग में आना बाकी है कि जैसे कि अगर मेरे पास एक गेम ए करके गेम है, उसमें मैं अच्छा कर रहा हूँ, ये गेम बी है, गेम सी है. अगर हम तीनों मिलके कुछ करेंगे तो ऑडियंस को गेम सी और ए के बारे में भी समझ आएगा. वहां से ऑडियंस और बड़ी होगी. अगर मेरे को 100 लोग देख रहे, इनको 100 लोग देख रहे और इनको 100 लोग देख रहे, तो मिला के 300 होते हैं. बट अगर हम सोलो अपनी जर्नी पे चल रहे हैं तो हम कम्युनिटी ग्रोथ साथ नहीं कर सकते.
So वो आपको and Mizo and Harneet join in whenever you want, because I want to ask you guys also कि ये आपको लगता है ये Indian attitude का issue है? No. So then tell me what you think.
So actually about Harneet's part, like I feel like we don't have enough resources, so we have to fend for, like every single org is right now fending for themselves because we are still growing right now. So I feel like जिस दिन ये government ज़्यादा involve हो जाएगी, like we'll get good funding and all of these orgs would like pick up very fast. Like we're still growing, so अभी 3 top orgs है, कुछ सालों में 5 हो जाएगी, कुछ सालों में 10 हो जाएगी, ऐसे growth होगी. But अभी जो stage पे है ना, वो उसमें some orgs have already made it, and वो भी बहुत मुश्किल से, बहुत struggle करके, and his org has made it. I have seen him running an org solo, and now he got partnered with Revenant. So ऐसे बहुत, it's actually very difficult to grow an org at this stage.
And are you saying कि org के बीच में भी, so we're not talking about, I want to make this clear, individual players के बीच में brotherhood नहीं है या sisterhood नहीं है, ये नहीं कह रहे हुए. We're saying that orgs के बीच में.
नहीं, वैसा भी नहीं है. लाइक अभी अगर एक CSK फैन और एक RCB फैन के बीच में झगड़े हो रहे हैं, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी कि RCB का ओनर और एक CSK का ओनर के बीच में झगड़े.
उनके फैंस तो झगड़ा.
फैंस तो देखो, राइवलरी इज अ पार्ट ऑफ स्पोर्ट. अगर स्पोर्ट है, कंपटीशन है, टॉक्सिसिटी है, फैन वॉर्स है, ये तो रहेगा. ये सदियों से रहा है. कभी भी अंदर आप जैसे बोले कि किसी ऑर्ग वर्सेस ऑर्ग नहीं होता है, क्योंकि यार एक ही सिस्टम है, साथ में आगे बढ़ना है. तो कभी वैसे इंटरनल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट कभी नहीं हुए. बट मैं बात कर रहा हूं एज अ होल गेमिंग कम्युनिटी. जैसे मैं और ये जिस ऑर्ग से आते हैं, हम लोग वी कम फ्रॉम अ सिमिलर कम्युनिटी, दैट्स BGMI, which used to be called PUBG, and we make content. Harnit used to come from Dota, Counter-Strike. That's a different community. तो ये सारे अलग-अलग communities हैं, जैसे कि फुटबॉल, क्रिकेट, कबड्डी, हॉकी, टेनिस, ये सब अलग-अलग स्पोर्ट्स है. तो ये जब साथ मिलके होते हैं ना, तब गेमिंग बढ़ता है.
Listen, it's, I mean...
हाँ, थोड़ा सा crash course.
No, I was going to say in the best way possible, it feels like हम चकते इंडिया के सीन में हैं और हमें inspirational speech मिल रहा है कि देखो इंडिया को ऐसे हम बढ़ाते हैं. No, I love it. It's incredible to see the passion.
क्या करें, घर पे इतने सारे players हैं तो सबको समझाना पड़ता है ना.
नहीं,
आदत लग गई है.
I want to ask, देखो, अभी तक in terms of solutions, I want to hear concrete solutions. I want to hear what you guys think are solutions. Of course, it's not our, we can't reach the end right now. But Mizo, you said earlier that you said government support and more funding in general. You said that's road number 1. I want to know more, Hani, solutions. Because it seems like you are like, all right, I'm doing gaming, but I'm doing other things altogether. No. You've pieced out almost.
No, I'm not pieced out.
Okay.
So, abhi jo biggest, solution government lai hai, IICT. That was, when it was announced at Wave, that was a game changer.
Just explain to our audiences what that is.
Okay, so IICT is India, is just like IITs and IIMs, but for creators. So, उसमें gaming भी inculcate होगी और उसमें gamers को train किया जाएगा with better facilities. And they'll have campuses as big as IITs, right? तो ये सबसे बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी होगी और ये मेरे हिसाब से सबसे पहला सॉल्यूशन होना चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी इंडिया में सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत क्या है कि लोग प्रोफेशनली खेलना चालू कर देते हैं, उसके बाद उनको प्रोफेशनल कोचिंग चालू होती है. जैसे कि स्काउट के साथ भी यही हुआ था कि जब स्काउट प्रोफेशनली खेल चुका था, देन ही केम टू नो, ओके, अब इस गेम में ये इंटरसिटीज या फिर ये रोटेशन मुझे करनी पड़ेंगी ताकि मेरा गेम बेटर हो. तो ये इसने खुद डिस्कवर किया है.
तो बेसिकली कोचेस एंड एनालिस्ट जो होते हैं, इसके रिक्वायरमेंट्स हमें बहुत बाद में पता चला कि ये भी रिक्वायर्ड है. हम स्पोर्ट्स में देखते हैं, एक आपका मेडिकल के लिए एक प्रोफेशनल रहता है, एक आपका फिजियो रहता है, एक आपका एनालिस्ट रहता है, कोच रहता है. तो सेम चीज आपके ई स्पोर्ट्स में भी नीड होती है. ऐसा नहीं कि एक प्लेयर कम्पीट कर रहा है बस सोलो है, उसके पीछे और एक पूरी टीम पड़ी है जो उसका सुबह से लेकर शाम तक का रूटीन देख रहा है, मेंटल पीस देख रहा है, उसको क्या करना चाहिए, क्या नहीं करना चाहिए, क्या स्ट्रैटेजी होती है.
बट ये फ्रैंकली sports में भी, if you just take a look at cricket for example, in the 90s early adoption of data analytics started. Today तो IPL अगर आप देखोगे huge teams, but my point is 90s में जब वो शुरू हुआ था, cynicism था तब, थोड़ा सा cynicism था. A and B, because we've spoken to founders of Indian data analytical companies for sports, and वो ये कहते हैं कि यार थोड़ा सा frankly तब 90s में थोड़ा हमारे खुद की तरफ रेसिज्म रहता था. इंडियन डेटा एनालिटिक्स कंपनी है, वी डोंट वांट इट. वी वांट फॉरेन एनालिटिक्स कमिंग इन टू एनालाइज फॉरेन मशीन्स, हॉकाई, ऑल ऑफ दैट व्हेन इट केम इन लेटर. सो आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क यू, देयर इज अ थिंकिंग चेंज दैट्स रिक्वायर्ड, नो? और यू डोंट?
आई थिंक ऑब्वियसली थिंकिंग चेंज ओवरऑल सबका चाहिए कि हम सबको एक गोल में अलाइन होना पड़ेगा. सबसे पहला चीज तो जो है वो है हम लोग की जो जनरेशन, जो ऑब्वियसली हमारे मॉम डैड का जनरेशन है, उनको वो एडुकेट करना पड़ेगा कि गेमिंग इज ऑल्सो एन ऑप्शन.
व्हिच वी सेड.
क्योंकि अभी कैसा लगता है ना कि अभी चलो हम टियर 1 सिटीज में रहते हैं तो हमें पता है, हम अप टू डेट रहते हैं.
बट एक चीज मैं पूछ लूं बिफोर वी गो अहेड, आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम मिजो कि मिजो, हाउ वाज योर डैड सो कूल अबाउट इट? वाज दैट अ सिटी थिंग?
He just wanted to see me happy, and he noticed
parenting.
I like gaming, so
no, but that's beautiful.
because he initially he got video games for my brother, and then he noticed that I am playing them more than my brother is. So that's when he started gifting me PlayStations, consoles.
So I don't want to take away from where we were earlier. I wanted to know that because I want to know, okay, what does it look like when someone is supporting? But आप कह रहे थे, you were saying a little earlier.
जैसे कि अगर हम लोग थोड़े से रूरल स्टेट्स में जाते हैं या प्लेसेस में जाते हैं, वहाँ पे आई डोंट फील कि अगर कोई बच्चा बोलेगा, सॉरी, कोई बच्चा बोलेगा मेरे को गेमर बनना है, उसके पेरेंट्स सपोर्ट करेंगे. सिटीज में अभी भी बहुत जगह पे ऐसा अलाउ नहीं करते हैं. आई थिंक हमें प्राइम एग्जांपल हमारे नेबर्स से चलता है ना, कि अगर कोई बच्चा बोलता है मैं गेम खेल रहा हूँ, पेरेंट्स क्या बोलते हैं, हाँ ठीक है टाइम पास कर ले, फ्री हो जा, फिर पढ़ाई पे लग जा. पर बच्चे का जो इच्छा, उसको अगर ट्राई करने का चांस दो, हु नोस कि वो अगला बिग स्टार बन जाए. तो हमें पता नहीं, मैं ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा कि उसको हर चीज बंद करके गेमिंग करनी चाहिए. जैसे हम स्पोर्ट्स के लिए टाइम देते हैं, आज से अगर 15 साल पहले जाए, ट्रेडिशनल स्पोर्ट्स क्रिकेट पकड़ लेते हैं, तो चलो 20 साल पहले तो पेरेंट्स अलाउ नहीं करते थे, राइट, कि नहीं यार स्पोर्ट्स पे नहीं भेजना है, तू डॉक्टर बन या वो बन. बट जैसे ग्रोथ हुआ स्पोर्ट्स का, वैसे क्रिकेट को ऑप्शन देखने लग गए.
Cricket, Abhinav Bindra I'm thinking of in the 2000s as a shooter, how much he just brought in what that was for all of us. हमें पता नहीं था, you know what I mean? And you're totally right when you say that. But I want to know, so okay, because मैं summarize करना चाहती हूँ. I want clear takeaways from what we're saying. So the first thing we've talked about a little while earlier, when we started, was we said more support, funding, money. We need more money in the space, and government, you said, is one part, but you also said private investment is needed. So this was your point. Then we came to you, and you were just talking about structurally this change that still needs to come in, how people believe in this. And Tanmay, you were saying that, and you continue to say that the biggest change is mindset.
Exactly.
Still, you still see it as a mindset thing.
100%.
Okay, let's stop for a second now. Tell me this. Do you think India is on the right track? So what I mean is, abhi jo patri chal rahi hai, train, 5 years from now, with gamers like all three of you out there doing such an active effort, and I don't know if our audience knows this, but today when you look up gaming championships in India, audiences, it looked like a cricket match. You know, when I was watching some of the live streams, it looks like cricket matches. So in a sense that race is already happening, right? So I just want to ask you, 5 years from now, where do you see India? And what does it look like for India to lead this conversation? कि हम इंडिया से शुरू कर रहे हैं, not कि अच्छा इंडिया यहाँ तक पहुँच गया है, anything like that. What does original creativity look like in our gamers, for example? Give me that.
Okay, so from 5 years from now, I see creator economy and gaming specifically growing leaps ahead. सबसे बड़ा जो change आने वाला है वो ये आने वाला है कि अभी जैसे Scout है, Mizo है, मैं हूँ, we are turning into entrepreneurs ourselves. Like we are creators, we are the face. But behind Mizo, behind Scout, there are graphic designers, there are video editors who are already getting paid. So jobs are being created while we are at this stage, right? And apart from that, more I think people are starting, more creator-founded startups are starting, or brands are starting, specifically in FMCG, fashion category and tech, right? अब उसमें क्या होगा कि उसमें collabs होना चालू हो जाएंगी. And once collabs start happening, तो सबसे बड़ी जो चीज होगी वो ये होगी कि as creators we
collabs हो रही हैं but already.
हाँ, collabs हो रही हैं, पर collabs में जो अब change आएगा वो ये आएगा कि हम promoters से will start turning into co-founders. तो ये मेरे को सबसे बड़ा चेंज जो अभी दिखता है कि 5 साल में
इंडस्ट्रीज में, entertainment में, for example, it's happened in a very big way.
Yeah, exactly.
You're saying that's going to come to gaming too.
Yes.
Okay, I want to come to you, Tanmay. Add obviously usi question का answer, but also I want an answer to what do you see India doing uniquely in 5 years from now?
I think अभी जिस ट्रैक पे चल रहा है, परफेक्ट ट्रैक पे चल रहा है. बस ऑब्वियसली हम लोग ऐसा नहीं है ना कि 5 साल पहले जिस पेस पे चल रहे थे वो पेस पे अगले 5 साल चलना है. ट्रैक सही है, बस स्पीड पकड़ना है. अगर हम अब स्पीड नहीं पकड़ेंगे तो बाकी जो कंट्रीज है वो ऑलरेडी स्पीड अप है, वो हमसे माइल्स अहेड और निकल जाएंगे. तो ओलंपिक आ रहा है, सो ऑब्वियसली हमारे यहाँ से कोई जाएगा जो कम्पीट करेगा, ओलंपिक मेडल जीतता है तो वो बूस्ट करेगा इकोसिस्टम को बहुत ज्यादा. क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली हम लोग जब भी स्ट्रगल करते हैं फॉर मेडल्स, इमेजिन अ गाय गोइंग एंड गेटिंग द मेडल फॉर द कंट्री.
डू यू थिंक कि हम उस कस्प पे हैं?
100%.
Okay, cool.
We have the talent, we have the hard work,
right.
People are doing it,
yeah.
People are giving in all the time. वो ये कि
It's just a matter of time.
हाँ, कि सब लोग टाइम दे रहे हैं, सब लोग अपना, सबका टैलेंट है, जहाँ पे नंबर्स वहाँ टैलेंट है. सिंपल सा लॉजिक है. एक जगह 5 लोग हैं, वहां से अगर एक टैलेंट निकल रहा है, जहाँ पे 20 लोग हैं वहां से 2 निकलेगा. बहुत सिंपल सा लॉजिक है. बट वही उस टैलेंट को ढूंढना, उसको सही ट्रैक पे रखना, उसको पॉलिशिंग करना और फिर उसको कॉम्पिटिशन में भेजना, वो बहुत ज्यादा मैटर करता है.
Okay, so then I just want to ask, and Mizo, I want to come to you to ask you this question. Chess के साथ बहुत साल पहले यही चीज हुई थी, right? In Chennai, you had Vishwanath Anand go in a very huge way and invest in infrastructure. And today we can see the result on a global stage in our men and our women chess players. I want to ask you, Mizo, where have you seen in India, different cities maybe, where you have seen infra like that be built, either by one player? So someone like Scout, for example, going in there and saying, I want to build. Are you seeing any city say that policy-wise we want to make ourselves a gaming city? Has that not happened yet? What have you observed? You can be frank. You can say, I'm not,
No, I don't think there's one particular city. I think all of the metro cities are on that track. Like, they want to become a gaming city, like Harbour Gamers. But mostly, I think Mumbai, Bangalore, and Delhi are leading in terms of gaming. And all the gaming houses are located in Mumbai.
So earlier when we were talking about tier 1, tier 2, the amount of, give me a rough percentage, the number of gamers when you're competing, for example, that are coming in from tier 2, tier 3 cities, you've obviously, I know they are coming, but what percentage are coming? Give us more context.
Honestly,
around, you don't have to.
I'm not that well revised when it comes to esports.
Of course.
That's what Scout is.
Is the specialist at. Yeah.
But I feel like a lot of rural talent is getting recognized. And there's
you could say like 30
there's
to
a lot of
40%.
underdogs that we call underdog teams. They're getting to participate in really big tournaments with huge prize pools, like 3-4 crores, like BMPS, BGIS. Like, there are a lot of underdog teams, and all of the players, mostly they're from really remote areas. So,
can I change the pace a little bit, Tanmay? I know you're ready with the point, but I want to change the pace a little bit.
100%.
We have not in the last few minutes, while this has been incredible, I also want to touch a little bit on the people that you are. Because I've been able to, in researching, in just following you guys' careers, get to know आपकी थोड़ी मतलब life की कहानी. But I want to know, if I were to ask you what gaming brings you, and I don't want to know your answer in one sentence. I want you to tell me a moment in your life where you really saw that, okay, this is what this brings me. Let's start with you, because
No, it's fine. So what happened with me was I play a game called Dota 2, and it's a very strategy-based game. You can think it's like a combination of chess and basketball. Like, every wrong move and you might get defeated, right? But there's also immense potential to come back. But there's over in Dota, there's a economy-based system, right? And if you don't have certain amount of gold by that a certain amount of time, so you can't buy back if you have died in the game once, right? So I've learned, while gaming, I've learned a lot of how to make perfect financial decisions that are good for me. And that was something that I learned very early in my life.
Okay. How old were you when? Because I know you started playing in class 8.
So I was 16 when I went for the first time to US to compete. And by that time, I had already learned, okay, I need to make better financial decisions for myself.
And gaming taught you that. We need to put it out in the press tomorrow. But no, Tanmay, you've talked a little bit. I think it was your Achilles heel. You had an injury in your legs.
Yeah.
ACV.
ACL.
Yeah, ACL. And that's what led you into this. But that's not the moment. What's the moment for you?
Yeah, for me, I get my family from there. I get my family, my friends. I learn a lot of things about history, to be honest. Like, people really underestimate games. Like, if I suggest you some games and if you play that, you will learn a lot more about the world than from some textbook. Because here you live the character while you play the game. Here you interact with the people in the game. So from that, I have learned a lot of things about the world. I have learned a lot of languages because of that. Not fluently, but I can understand a lot of things. I know the different
Norse
cultures.
mythology and all
Norse
that.
mythology, a lot of things. Like, you know the culture of different countries, you know the history of different countries, you know what's happening around the world, why the war was started in certain years, everything. So gaming has taught me a lot of things.
It's just, Mizo, what about you?
what was the question?
The question was,
what do you have learned from gaming? What have you got from gaming?
So, actually very similar to his statement, that playing these open world story mode games, they teach you so many things that the schools won't teach you, like World War, Greek mythology, example God of War.
What about the people who are, काफी सारे, there's a fear कि my kid is, I'm not saying it's a legitimate fear, but there's a fear people have that my kid is closed in their room for 8 hours, 9 hours playing games. What are they doing? My God,
Anything in moderation is fine. 8-9 hours constant gaming is bad for us also as gamers. Like break is required. So that is a legitimate fear. And if you're gaming, even if you're serious about gaming, I think you should not game like for 7-8 hours. Even BGMI has like a time limit. Ki after 6 hours, you cannot play the game.
I think it's the first time I'm hearing a cautionary, piece of advice, but from a panel that is so excited about gaming. You're saying do it, but do it with moderation, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, मैं obviously कुछ चीजों से accept, like I agree with some of her things, what she told right now, कि gaming कोई भी चीज यार हद से ज्यादा होता है वो खराब रहती है. But we being professionals, हम लोग को पता है कि after 3 hours we need to take a break, we go out to refresh ourselves, then we come in. बट लंबे टाइम जो गेम है वो अगर आप compete कर रहे हो, अगर पढ़ाई भी जब करते हो, किसी एग्जाम को क्रैक करने के लिए आप 24/7 खेलते हो. So when you want to become the best, you need to play the max what you can.
A balance of hard work, but also moderation.
बट आपको मॉडरेशन करना चाहिए. अभी एक बच्चा सुबह से लेकर रात तक पढ़ाई करेगा सिर्फ अगर बुक में, तो उसकी भी तबीयत खराब होगी. उसको भी फिजिकल एक्टिविटी चाहिए. सेम इसमें भी वही चीज है. अगर आप 4 घंटा खेल रहे हो, 2 घंटा ब्रेक लो, जाओ घूम फिर के आओ, फिर वापस बैठ जाओ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. बट यू नीड टू रिफ्रेश योरसेल्फ. आपको मॉडरेशन करना आना चाहिए. कोई भी चीज हद से ज्यादा इज बैड फॉर हेल्थ.
Thank you, all three of you. We've run out of time, but it has been lovely to speak to all three of you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. A sudden ending, but thank you for watching.
It's very rare that in a full day panel, when, back-to-back panels, you're actually before time for your panel. So thank you to the organizers for such a wonderful organization. My job this evening is quite simple and easy. I just have to ask questions and just listen.
No, we can ask questions back also.
Please do. And the other thing is, all these are friends. I've known them for several years. So, so that's great for me as well. So we are ending this conversation, with the legal landscape, right? Whatever we have heard throughout the day today, for going forward, what could be the good, sort of balanced regulation? And we have heard each panel mention that, but what does it mean? Let's look at the more nitty-gritties on that. There have been conversation, and you heard, the Tanoga member also about children, their protection. Then we have also heard about, the balanced approach in the earlier panel as well. So I'm going to divide this into two parts. One is the games that are, 18 plus games. So mostly your real money games and all of them, mostly are 18 plus games. There are certain other games also could be 18 plus. We'll discuss that. And the games which are played by children, like, the multiplayer games or video games and things like that, right? So because, the first part of the conversation happens very, very regularly. The second part, very rarely. So, let's first start with that quickly. So when we talk about, protection of children on the internet, and earlier panels have specifically spoken about, some of the measures that have been taken, the codes adopted and all that. So, it is rarely understood that even these games, there are enough and more troubles that the children can face apart from just the time duration. So, Dhruv, if I may start, with you, because I know you have done some studies, just quick, feedback on what are the troubles that the children can face apart from just the duration.
Yeah, thanks, Gauri. So, just if you're talking about children specifically under 18, correct? So, one of the issues that, in the conversation, there's the panel before that, the conversation about the time duration, as you said, correct? And that's it. That's not really the risk that we're looking at, correct? We have to look at the risk matrix of how you want to view it, correct? So usually the risk that people talk about generally on this is what are the physical and psychological impact of overgaming, correct? If you're sitting in front of a screen and you have a lot of exposure to the screen, what are the physical and sort of, medical sort of concerns that may rise, correct? There are problems with your posture while you're gaming. So there's that whole medical concerns that are attached with, spending a lot of time. So spending time is not the problem. The problem is what are the effects of that spending time. Then also are there certain psychological impact that may happen. That depends more on, I will divide into two, the content and the interaction.
Yes.
Content is what content are you consuming during that gameplay, correct? Is there gore, correct? Is there certain attributes of consumption of alcohol or other substance, and it's put it in a cool context for a child, correct? There are things about how violence is projected, correct? How women are projected. So that is more about the content of the game, which is in the hand of the designer publisher. So there a lot of countries have age rating, correct? US has ESRB, Europe has PEGI, etc. India doesn't have per se their own age rating, but age rating works there, correct? And their content descriptors. So that's the content. The other is social interactions within games. So now game is not that unidimensional, correct? You have multiplayer games and mostly there is a communication layer on top of it. There's streaming that happens during it, or you are talking in a chat room, on a Discord server, etc. Correct? And then there are certain risks that are there. Who are you talking to? Who you are playing with? Correct? And people get very close to each other, become great friends, and a lot of time you don't know who the other party is. And a 13-year-old could be playing with a 32-year-old, correct? Most of the time you hope that that adult is smart enough to know that you're playing with a 13-year-old, but sometimes it's not, and there are cases there. So that's on the content and the interaction bit where the psychological impact come in, correct? So broadly, those are the sort of categories and risks. There are other risks which are minor, but these are the broad risks that we should sort of look at when we're talking about for people under the age of 18.
Thanks. I think let's stay with this thought, when we are talking about regulations. So please, whenever I'm going to ask questions on what should regulations contain, please deal with this issue specifically. But Mr. Jain, over to you. Quickly on, one is this below 18 and now above 18. Which are legit games in India, right? So now, multiplayer games and all, I think that's a one category. The other category is the skill-based for money games. So, in India, jurisprudence has been there for a while, for 60 years now. But if you can just spend a few minutes on how do you look at skill versus chance, and also some of these cases have been in the context of offline, physical games. Any impact when you look at online in the skill versus chance context?
Good evening, everyone. I think the beauty of the Indian legal system is creativity. And one of the best ways of bringing creativity to this field is to extend legal principles which the Indian Supreme Court and several high courts have settled over a period of time. So while it's very easy to say that let's have a dominant element test to decide what games or skill are, but there are more and more games.
And therefore, the Supreme Court has always said that creativity is in the realm of the judiciary. And when in recent instances, several high courts have applied the jurisprudence that Gauri mentioned of over 60 years and have come up with some semblance of a test. But I think the need of the hour really is for the central government to have an overarching regulatory framework for the online gaming system within the broad purview of the IT Act and the domain of the IT. The moment that happens, you will have complete clarity and certainty, and that's why there's a need to have a co-regulatory system, because you need the expertise of industry and other experts also to be there, to be able to judge things well. So I think what all of us should collectively think about is what would be that comprehensive system, and within that comprehensive system, for identification of legitimate players, there must be a system of mandatory registration so that there's an office in India and they are under some kind of regulatory scrutiny. So, borrowing that expression, a clear Lakshman Rekha has to be drawn for what is legitimate and what is not legitimate, so that the industry can prosper with stability and certainty going forward.
So thanks. I think, you have sort of summarized the entire session with that. So I think, Nandan, over to you, and we have worked on this space. Whenever, at least whatever, offline conversations I've had with the regulators in different ministries, this challenge of what is skill versus chance. And internationally, I've realized that people have moved away from this entire concept. They simply say, let's regulate, let's control, etc. But in India, we still have to stay with that skill versus chance. So, the courts have looked at qualitatively, right? Okay, this appears preponderance, this, that, and the other. But in your view, what are those qualitative things that have come up, which we can take into account in addition to, qualitative? What is that quantitative test?
Yeah, no, thanks, Gauri. This is like being asked about fast bowling by Bumrah. You probably know these answers better than anyone else, but it's a challenging question because the skill versus chance debate has been presented as a legal analysis, but it's actually a finding of fact. Correct. And a finding of fact which is based on many, many different contextual cues, which even when one moves, it's not about taking out one thing and, they are all interconnected pieces. It could be in the online context, just small things of how many choices you're making from a range of choices, how wide is that range of choices, are you playing a sequential game against someone and testing skills against someone else, are you playing a single shot game where you're just going out and trying your best and hoping your points are better than others. But at the core of this is our inability to look into the mind and see what is happening, right? In other sports, cricket, football, running, you can see it. You can see the skill being expressed. You toss a coin, you can see that it's a game of chance. But when you come to mental games, the real challenge is decoding what is happening and what is contributing to the success or what is called the winning outcome of the game. So all we can do is reverse engineer. You can't say, hey, I'm seeing it this way, that's why it's a game of skill or not. What we do need is greater amounts of data emerging from games. I think we're in an age where we can start simulating games. We don't have to work for new data from new games and see how they play out. So I think there's a right mix between a technological approach but also what you call a principle-based approach. We need shortcuts, right? We can't have every single game, the minute a small thing changes, going back to a court. The challenge we face right now is that the only safe harbor you get is a judicial decision. And even if you look at the judicial decisions around rummy, horse racing, fantasy sports, these are all very principle-based where the judge has not gone into data analysis. They've gone on a certain number of principles saying it looks like skill to me and so it's skill. That is not a healthy way to progress an industry which actually needs more games, needs innovation to occur. And right now it's either you're successful at innovation or you're breaching criminal law. which is the gap between gambling and gaming. So I think we have to have a mix of qualitative approaches, but in an age where there's so much more like machine learning, AI, it's almost criminal not to use it in judicial, I would say determination of these fine lines between the two.
Absolutely, and as a lawyer, on a lighter note, when I get these opinions to be written on is this game a game of skill or not, it's like a tough one, right? You have to really, as a lawyer, you're really doing, sort of sometimes I say, okay, all this is fine, but this is my gut. So ultimately, what goes, with that also matters.
Whoever comes to us takes a chance on our skills.
Absolutely. No, so I think there have been, just for the audience, there have been 2 reports, out there, which have actually studied the data and done some analysis. I think 3 reports. One is also of IIM Bangalore. So those who have not seen it, please do study those reports. They've done a good job in terms of, quantitative analysis of the data. And as you rightly said, with the stimulation, AI and all of that, you can fast forward and, sort of create some kind of a framework, because ultimately you need that grounded, framework for creating that confidence in the overall system, right? So I think, with that, the question arises, who will put that framework in? So I think, Nandan, before I get into, again back to you, on just a quick summary on constitutional framework in terms of who can legislate on this. You heard Tanoga before. Tanoga member talk about, that they have done it already at the state level. There have been challenges pending in the Supreme Court and all of that. What is your take on that?
Yeah, so, I have a very different take, because we see regulation of the space as an inevitability. Yeah. But actually, you need to see regulation as an impingement on rights. And when you talk about the digital entertainment, there's also a concept of digital expression. Yeah. And I think that first came out in a few cases, particularly the Karnataka High Court, talking about gaming actually being expression.
Yeah,
and it starts from the concept of the freedom to play.
Correct.
And your right to regulate comes from a couple of different things that could happen. One is internal harms to the person playing, but the other is externalities, when you're playing with others. And if you look at many of the harms that are there, so you set aside the under 18 harms, which are many would consider internal harms, that you're developing a youth that may have some dependencies, which is not healthy at a time when the brain is not developed. But you set that aside and you go into real money gaming, which is really a very highly networked environment. Actually, what you're not getting concerned with is the content of the game. Unlike the under 18, you're actually concerned about the deeply networked element of the game, which is you can play with someone who's not even in the same room as you. You're suddenly part of a 10,000 player game. So those are actually all network elements. Yes. So when you look at it from that lens, what are you regulating? You're regulating the medium.
Yes.
Not the message.
Yes.
So when you look at it from that light, it's not, 4 of the state list has betting and gambling together. Traditionally, you've said gaming is an exception to this, so it falls within the broad ambit of 34. But I don't think that's the right way to look at it. You look at entry 31 of the union list, that's telecommunications.
Correct.
You look at interstate trade and commerce, I think 42.
Yes.
So you look at a much wider range of things, because what are the harms you're trying to address is broader impact. And if you go back to the origins of our gambling laws even, the Public Gambling Act is actually about public order.
Yes.
It's not about playing games of chance. You could play games of chance at home, but it was actually setting up that gaming house, implements of gaming. And why? Ask the question why. Because the public order offense comes when someone wins without deserving it.
Yeah.
So a fight could break out, something else could happen. So these are under police acts, these are under like rowdyism acts.
Correct.
And
Gunda Act and all
elements are not there in online gaming. So
no, I think you put it very beautifully. And just on this particular point, when you said on the online space, right? I'll come to that, because there is a huge transparency that people are not realizing in an online space when it comes to money exchange between the parties and all of that, which is not the case in a physical world, right? So I think that's another point I feel we should definitely, look at in more detail. Mr. Maheshwari, you have been the pioneer of the online gaming, at the center, the IT rules, unfortunately, which are yet to be implemented. But how, when you drafted those rules and, generally the background around those rules, what were the key points that you were considering when it comes to the regulation of an online, system, and the fact that you also considered self-regulatory bodies as a part of that ecosystem, right? So what were the thoughts and what were the harms, as Nandan pointed out, what were those harms that we're really trying to address?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. See, within the framework of IT Act, there were limitations as to how do we, the Act is old, the Act may not cover all the aspects of the present day kind of platforms, and therefore, the first thing that was envisaged that we keep the scope limited to RMG. So real money gaming was the focus, 18 plus. Then, of course, the problem, as has been mentioned by Nandanji, that maybe because of state-center relationship. So we also wanted to carve out something which does not directly, I'll say, steps on the authority of the state. And to that extent, we clearly, without touching and without naming the words of gambling and betting, we came up with this new word as to what is being called as permissible online gaming. The whole idea was that whatever is not permissible becomes impermissible, and something which is impermissible, those apps and advertisements of those apps should not be allowed in the online space. Thereafter, we were also cognizant that maybe such emerging tech, the government should have minimum say, and it should preferably be decided by the experts in the and this not only applies to gaming, but it also applies to any emerging tech. The agility which is also required will once again not be possible through the government mechanism, and therefore, for the like many other sectors, we therefore wanted the self-regulating bodies, independent self-regulating bodies, competent self-regulating bodies to be brought in, which in a way will define as to how do we bring in the responsible and ethical and maybe transparent games or gaming system into the whole, I'll say, in the ecosystem. Lastly, because of the associated harms that the like it has been mentioned by the panel members, that maybe there has to be some accountability, higher level of accountability. Therefore, the rules which were framed were at least requiring all the due diligence which were applicable to significant social media platforms were also made applicable to such online permissible games. There were, in addition, certain other aspects. So that means good number of due diligence, good amount of still agility and liberty for the platforms to be able to prove with the experts committees, limited scope, and don't overstep and get into the trouble with the states were the key principles on which IT rules were developed at that time.
Right, and I'm going to deal with this center versus state in a bit more detail, maybe later. But one other reason, Mr. Jain, for you is this entire offshore website, right? Offshore betting website. Reference was made even in the earlier panels. From center versus state, the extraterritorial applicability of the central law plus other elements. So in that context, what are your thoughts in terms of how can we bring a stronger framework to stop, this offshore activity, including, say, advertisement, and money laundering and all those, elements that are being discussed?
Yeah, I think first, as we've all said, that we need a very robust and comprehensive new regime which addresses it squarely. Second, by ensuring that there is mandatory registration and companies have registered offices in India, there will be greater regulatory scrutiny and monitoring. Third, I think all the the enforcement has to also be very, very strong and robust. And today, I think these elements are able to play in these gray areas because it doesn't squarely fall here or there. So that whole parallel industry is flourishing and thriving. And I do recollect several attempts have been made in filing PILs in the High Court, but all that they say is you make a representation to the government. So nobody has effectively addressed it. So it's one of those things we have to take the bull by the horns now. New revamped law with teeth in it, compulsory mandatory registration and regulatory scrutiny, and very effective enforcement by both the law enforcement agency as well as with the regulators, that this problem has to be addressed ASAP and weeded out. Otherwise, you are sort of allowing an illegitimate activity actually to eclipse it. And the sort of moment something like that happens, it casts an overarching shadow in any case on the sector which has its own challenges. So I think that perhaps is one way forward of looking at these things. But it's like a menace which has to be addressed very, very effectively.
Yeah. I just wanted to add, not from a regulatory lens, but from an ease of doing business, you are actually better off being an offshore betting website than an onshore gaming website. So that is the reality today, and there's so much happening in plain sight which no one's doing anything about. The amount of surrogate advertising for betting websites. Today it's all over. It's buses, auto rickshaws, even hoardings. So clearly it's not it's not that we don't know that it's happening. But often you move to jurisdiction as I'm putting my hands up and doing nothing about it. But jurisdiction doesn't come in the way if you want to do something about online gaming and harm from it. So we're in a very peculiar position where actually the greater harm is being sort of left alone. And if you want to call other harms from the networked gaming ecosystem, it's almost like they're getting stepchild treatment when the other one is getting first child treatment.
Indeed. I think Mr. Maheshwari mentioned about the self-regulatory bodies. Dhruv, you have been sort of also looking at that space. So recently, I understand the three bodies came together and signed a combined code. So your thoughts on, why that combined code, and also effectiveness for all these years on, implementation of self-regulation, because the model will work only if the bodies, that mechanism is effective. So quick thoughts.
So Gauri, very quickly, I'll just pick up from what Tandan also said, correct? Why did you need it, correct? So firstly, if you look at offshore, there are about 20 billion at least, and I'm being very conservative. The Indian industry, including all online games, I'm not just talking about RMG, free-to-play advertisement, everything is 3 billion, correct? So there's about 6-7 times the size, the offshore, correct? The tax evasion is bigger than the size of the industry.
Correct.
But what is happening is that whenever someone says, oh, there are problems in online gaming, they're not mostly talking about online gaming. They're talking about money laundering, addiction, etc., which is all related to offshore betting and gambling. Now, what happened is that the Indian industry, and these three bodies you're saying, what we figure out is that these bodies figure out that no matter what you do, there is very little that is being done for the offshore guys. So the only way is that you show that the Indian guys are at least trying their best to do whatever they want to do. So there's the code of ethics ensure that there's a standardized way, at least largely the industry agrees that these are the due diligence measures, as Maheshji was saying was supposed to be in IT Act. Slightly more sort of detailed version of it was signed. In terms of, there is a provision of audits, etc., that all the three federations will do. These are there. The challenge that I'll tell you is that a very small startup will say, sir, I will do all of this. I'll spend money in doing this audit, doing all of this. Still, my business is being taken by an offshore guy. Correct? There is no legal requirement for me to do it, correct? Because they will not may not care about optics.
Correct.
And they will come back, okay, maybe this is a self-volunteer thing. If it is so important, why is the government not letting you have a legal sanction through a self-regulatory body or some other way, correct? So the problem is that you are trying to, while this is being done, you are trying to put all the burden either through government or through federation, etc., on the industry. Because the industry wants to show that we are the good guys. But the offshore guys, which are 6, 7, 10 times bigger, have no sort of compulsion. The more we do here, the better it becomes for them to run their business.
Yeah, so I think, one takeaway, from an empirical data perspective, whoever is listening, please do this. This confusion about children playing the games. Because even if you see the reports that we saw coming out of Tamil Nadu or even the court judgments, children playing, right? So that is one area, okay, which games are they playing? Number two, when you say people are losing money, they're playing gambling, whatever, which games are they really playing? On which websites are they playing? Most will be offshore, right? Because then there is no consumer protection for them when it is offshore. So if we have these three buckets clearly figured out, empirical data done, then you will clearly see what is the road ahead. Today, everything is, unfortunately, because there is no law, there are no definitions, so everything is gaming or everything is gambling, right? So that division in their mind, and I don't know whether people have read my post on LinkedIn, so just 2 days back I wrote about it. So I think because of that confusion, I think once there is a clear law, that confusion probably, even for the regulators. So on this particular point, this center versus state, I was having certain conversations before. So this buses point that you mentioned, right? So they stopped the broadcasting, of the offshore websites broadcasting during the pandemic. Then they stopped for the digital guys. But abhi buses, bus stops. So I would click photos, send it to the regulators ki dekho Mumbai mein ye chalu hai. So we do all of that. But from an implementation perspective, just a thought. So under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, the act is at the center, but the FDA locally implements it. Okay. So do you see, quick poll, do you see that as a good solution? Because certain things at like local advertisements and all of that, you still need eyes on the ground, which the center cannot have. So do you think something like that may work? Whether, any thoughts?
See, we had the example of PCP and DT, act made by the center, implemented practically at district levels, down the line, not even at state. But when it comes to online advertisements, if you just leave it to the states, which it was...
I'm talking physical for the states.
Physical for the states.
Yeah.
Of course, physical for the states, because in any case, for that reason, gambling, betting continues to be with the states. But I always believe when it goes online, states, and when it goes online, it actually goes offshore also. And because of this extraterritoriality, it's only the center, not only just with respect to the games, but with respect to any online activity, that the center has to have a major role to play. And that will happen, sooner or later will always happen in this area also. I believe maybe center or maybe MPs or parliament is not really willing to take it up just because of the stigma attached, or maybe the differentiation which we are not really able to do. Maybe we have to find means and ways, and our energy therefore should be focused on as to how do we bring MPs on board, and we try to convey that it's for curbing something which is considered harmful rather than maybe regulating which is already being regulated.
And then your take on this?
Yeah, it's a much larger question. I know we have limited time, but
4 minutes.
If you look at, there's a very interesting book called The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt. It talks about the digital world as well as the online, the offline world. We have got very good at keeping children safe in the offline world.
Yeah.
So actually fewer boys are falling off gyms, fewer people are going to hospital when they're young. But we are getting worse and worse in preventing harms in the digital world. Because lots of the lawmakers have not populated the digital world, right? So you're actually responding from fear rather than from understanding of digital spaces. So one case happens, a law is made immediately. So you're not actually understanding the way young people are populating those spaces and then responding and regulating. Because you're not a digital native when you're regulating. So I think that is the real challenge here, is a greater understanding empirically of what is happening in digital spaces, what are the genuine harms, what are perceived harms which actually may not be. In many of these cases, it's the entry point to skill development, confidence, socialization. Children of the future might be looking at these ways to actually build personality. And are we to determine this is not the right way? I think that there's more sort of ground level understanding.
Yeah, I think there is more of that social, economic, cultural study, because sometimes we mimic, sometimes there is just fear factor, sometimes the fear of unknown. So, this on the ground study, I believe probably maybe, help all of us to really think more, creatively. Do your take on that.
Very quickly, because of paucity of time, on the advertisement, correct? So let's be out of home sort of advertisement, OOH advertisement, cabs, sponsorships. A lot of it is within the municipal administration.
Municipality, correct.
And it has to be enforced there. But the problem is there is no signaling mechanism for them to figure out what is allowed, what is not allowed.
Yes.
And that's where the central regulation comes
Exactly,
in.
correct.
There has to be a signaling mechanism. So more than enforcement, has to be a signaling mechanism at the center that these are the good boys, these are the bad guys, correct? After that, socialization at the municipal level, okay, if something like this happens, please make sure that you don't allow them to put a 10 by 40 feet hoarding out there, correct? So the implementation of OOH advertising will happen at municipal, but they can't do it because there's no signaling mechanism for them to differentiate. Same thing is happening with influencers, same thing is happening at social media. Ministry of Consumer Affairs can send notices to influencers. Influencers say, oh, I'm very sorry, I didn't know that this is illegal.
Correct.
Is there a department telling me which is illegal? If not, oh, I can apologize and then not do it. So that's...
I think it's a very important point because also there's a self-regulation element there.
Exactly.
Like, for example, if you look at sport, Premier League clubs have come together to say that we will not put any betting advertising on our jersey, even though it's legal. So from, I think, 27, if I'm not mistaken.
In fact, right now in Tanoga, actually issued notice for some local leagues.
TNPL.
That is,
That was some surrogate advertisement.
TNPL.
Yeah, exactly.
But like I think Dhruv says, when you have clear lines, you can also self-regulate.
Yeah, in fact, my husband just day before was asking me that, you have these self-regulations, why can't they start saying that this is the seal, that I'm a member, and then people at least know that they are members, so that at least there is some distinguishing factor for me to figure it out. So I'm sure, we have discussed this before, but...
So, just to give, so there is something like this. There are blockchain-based certificates that federations give. I can tell you.
No, I'm talking in the advertisements.
Even in so the problem is this, that you have to understand that because there's no legal sanction backing this self-regulation, if there are 400 startups, maybe 200 are part of something like this, voluntary organization. 200 are not, correct? And without a central regulation, you can't force these.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying that some things which is legit, right? So that distinguishing from a consumer perspective, because ultimately, if that consumer is exposed to an illegal game, there is a criminal liability, right? So, your take on that.
So my take is this is a good case to have a jugalbandi. I think the dominant role is to be played by the central government, but if we can have a joint task force for implementation of the ground and a very clear charter of go and no-go areas so that those who are enforcing on the ground or implementing have a clear sense of what is it that they should do, what is it that they're looking to find. And I think good coordination between the center and the state, and this is a very good example of that. I'll give one practical example. You have the telecom tower industry. So all of us, when we speak on the phone, we've seen these mobile towers. That again falls in the central purview, but with a lot of consultation with the states, they came up with the regime in consensus and unanimity with the states, and that has now been implemented in about 23 or 24 states. So good, harmonious coordination, I think, in issues like this is really the way forward.
Thank you. I think we are out of time, and I think the dinner must be waiting for all of us. So really thank this panel and for all of you being, sort of waiting to sort of hear this out. But I think let us, all of us work towards, that task force or otherwise, and let us also look at protection of children. So all the takeaways that we discussed, let's, maybe put some timelines of 6 months, 8 months, whatever it is, but work within that timeline and let's come out with some framework. Thank you. Thank you all for this.
Thought-provoking discussion on India's regulatory journey in online gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on today's Digital Entertainment Summit, let's take a moment to reflect on the powerful conversations we've witnessed today. Today's summit wasn't just about the present. It was a preview of what's possible when policy and innovation walk hand in hand, when creators are empowered, and when young India becomes the heartbeat of the global digital economy. Well, as we move forward, let us remember regulation must keep pace with innovation, responsibility must anchor influence, and collaboration, not silos, will shape the future. This is just the beginning of a larger conversation, one that will shape not just how we game, but how we grow as a nation. Thank you very much. Please do join us for dinner and networking. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you very much.